Picture this, the entire world frozen over in a heartbeat. The outside world now shivers under a brutal minus 60 degrees Celsius, an icy death trap. In this merciless cold, only warmth and food decide who lives and who fades into snow. Amid South Korea's frozen ruins, survival has become a bloody game. The survivors initially tried to survive together, but nothing would stay the same again. But quickly realized that there weren't enough resources for everyone, but nothing would stay the same again. And then, but nothing would stay the same again. A real war broke out in the cold corridors of apartment buildings, but nothing would stay the same again. But amid all this chaos, there is one guy, but nothing would stay the same again. Hang Feng, who is fearless in his fortified base with heat, but nothing would stay the same again. Girls and plenty of food, he is a regressor, but nothing would stay the same again. Who not only went back in time before the apocalypse began, but nothing would stay the same again. And prepared himself properly, but nothing would stay the same again. But also gained superpowers that allow him to clone, but nothing would stay the same again. And increase the size of food, but nothing would stay the same again. He didn't stop there, but nothing would stay the same again. And later built himself a real fortified base with heat, but nothing would stay the same again. Greenhouses and even a sauna, but nothing would stay the same again. So how did it all begin? Let's find out. But nothing would stay the same again. The transmission cuts off in a silence, but nothing would stay the same again, and is replaced by the roaring voice of someone calling out, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng, but nothing would stay the same again. The guy is making his way to open the door while quivering in the cold, but nothing would stay the same again. Peeping through the hole, he discovers that it's actually his crush, but nothing would stay the same again. Hyona, who can't stand being in the cold and can barely talk, but nothing would stay the same again. He opens the door without hesitation to see if she's doing all right, but nothing would stay the same again, and quickly invites her inside, but nothing would stay the same again. In an unexpected turn of events, but nothing would stay the same again. Hyona leaps up to kiss him, but nothing would stay the same again. Much to Han Feng's shock and amazement, but nothing would stay the same again. She's out here putting an effort in the kiss, but nothing would stay the same again. Because by the end of it, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro is at a loss for words and can't describe what's gotten into her, but nothing would stay the same again. All of a sudden, keep in mind, but nothing would stay the same again. She was supposed to be his crush, but nothing would stay the same again. So the dude is probably feeling like a gigachat on the inside, but nothing would stay the same again. For finally scoring a win, but nothing would stay the same again. It's at this moment Hyona confesses her feelings, but nothing would stay the same again, stating how she's always loved him, but nothing would stay the same again. After descending balls deep into a terrifying apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. She has begun to understand that someone like him, but nothing would stay the same again, truly cares about others to sell her point even more, but nothing would stay the same again. Yona makes him touch her body, but nothing would stay the same again, so that he can sense her racing heartbeat, but nothing would stay the same again, stating that she's ready to do anything with him, but nothing would stay the same again. And yes, that's the honey trap that our guy ends up falling for, but nothing would stay the same again. Because while he's busy out here imagining the birds and the bees, but nothing would stay the same again. Fiona doubles down on rubbing her thigh between his legs, but nothing would stay the same again, causing him to get even more lost and careless in his feelings, but nothing would stay the same again. He also shares his feelings right back, but nothing would stay the same again, stating that while she truly means the world to him, but nothing would stay the same again. It doesn't make sense for them to behave this way right now, but nothing would stay the same again. Fiona is an excellent manipulator, but nothing would stay the same again, because she tells our boy to close his eyes, but nothing would stay the same again, so that he can enjoy the process, but nothing would stay the same again. Full of joy, he closes his eyes, but nothing would stay the same again. Questioning what's going to happen next, but nothing would stay the same again. He's probably got the excitement of a child while this is happening, but nothing would stay the same again. But then, but nothing would stay the same again. Dude's first kiss with his crush, but nothing would stay the same again, is followed up by his skull getting bashed by her bastard boyfriend, but nothing would stay the same again. A heavy smash against his head leaves his body in a puddle of blood, but nothing would stay the same again. Poor guy is quivering in pain, while Hyona expresses her terror, but nothing would stay the same again. She wasn't expecting them to actually murder someone in cold blood, but nothing would stay the same again. But her boyfriend reminds the bitch that she can't play innocent, but nothing would stay the same again. When from the beginning they They both understood this guy had to go, but nothing would stay the same again. They weren't going to spare Han Feng, but nothing would stay the same again. Not when everyone in this world is out for themselves, but nothing would stay the same again. In the apocalypse, instead of caring about him, but nothing would stay the same again. They expressed their happiness, but nothing would stay the same again. Having discovered Han Feng's resources and loot, but nothing would stay the same again. As for the nice guy who tried to show someone kindness, but nothing would stay the same again. Well, he's eating shit right now, but nothing would stay the same again. Drenched in his own blood and unable to move, but nothing would stay the same again. The clinging of death succumbs to him, but nothing would stay the same again. And the last thing he sees is Hyona getting excited with her man, but nothing would stay the same again. His demise happened all because of one ruthless woman's planning, but nothing would stay the same again. So in his final moment, he makes a vow, but nothing would stay the same again. If he's given a second chance, but nothing would stay the same again. He's going to stop being someone else's toy to be used and discarded, but nothing would stay the same again. As his consciousness fades to black, but nothing would stay the same again. The terrifying feeling is replaced by a shimmer warm light, but nothing would stay the same again. Drawing him near and near, but nothing would stay the same again. At first he thinks it's a way for him to get into heaven, but nothing would stay the same again. But then his innocent expectations are tarnished, but nothing would stay the same again. As his spiritual body experiences a world of pain, but nothing would stay the same again, and bursts into 100 pieces, but nothing would stay the same again. By the end of that traumatizing sequence, but nothing would stay the same again. He jolts up awake from his bed, but nothing would stay the same again. His face is full of sweat, and he questions his surroundings, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng was just fading away just a few seconds ago, but nothing would stay the same again. And now he's okay. It's not just that he's fine, but nothing would stay the same again. The world is fine too, but nothing would stay the same again. There's no signs of an apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. The sun is warm even after 30 minutes of waiting, but nothing would stay the same again. It's the kind of warmth that he never expected to see again, but nothing would stay the same again. From a calendar, Han Feng checked and learned that today was June 28th, but nothing would stay the same again. The date of the apocalypse in the original timeline, but nothing would stay the same again, is supposed to start on July 15th, but nothing would stay the same again. This means that he had a post-death regression, but nothing would stay the same again. That led him to arrive back in time, but nothing would stay the same again. Just a few weeks before the apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. The feeling of shock, amazement, and confusion all show up on his face, but nothing would stay the same again. He clearly wasn't expecting to be reborn, but nothing would stay the same again. But this time he's returned with a few changes, but nothing would stay the same again. Let's talk about that glowing red hand for a second, but nothing would stay the same again. Ever since Han Feng regained consciousness, but nothing would stay the same again. This guy's hand just can't stop glowing red, but nothing would stay the same again. He tries waving it off, but nothing would stay the same again. And yet nothing happens to describe the sensation, but nothing would stay the same again. The glow feels warm and it doesn't hurt or anything, but nothing would stay the same again. At first he thought that his mind was playing tricks on a guy, but nothing would stay the same again. But then Han Feng sneezed out of nowhere, but nothing would stay the same again, leading to yet another intriguing development, but nothing would stay the same again. The same hand that was red a second ago is now glowing a bright green, but nothing would stay the same again, adding even more to his confusion, but nothing would stay the same again. But there's a difference this time, but nothing would stay the same again, because Han Fei actually loses, but nothing would stay the same again. Control of the magnitude of his glowing power, but nothing would stay the same again, causing it to get even bigger, but nothing would stay the same again. In a state of hurry and panic, but nothing would stay the same again. He stands there looking lost at his newfound problem, but nothing would stay the same again. The radiating glow out of nowhere starts shrinking in his hand, but nothing would stay the same again. The behavior of the glowing effect is odd, but nothing would stay the same again, and different from the red one, but nothing would stay the same again. Taking a seat, he expresses his sudden drop in energy, but nothing would stay the same again. Ever since the green one activated, but nothing would stay the same again. His body has been more drained than ever, but nothing would stay the same again. Frustratingly waving his hand in anger, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng comes to a sudden realization, but nothing would stay the same again. This is exactly happening, but nothing would stay the same again. Just like those awesome manhwa stories he likes to read, but nothing would stay the same again. In the same fashion, the main character is reborn, but nothing would stay the same again. And this time with overpowered abilities, but nothing would stay the same again. So in order to test his own, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro pulls out a damn knife, but nothing would stay the same again. Hoping for some miracle to happen, but nothing would stay the same again. But finally nothing goes his way, but nothing would stay the same again. As the blade doesn't react, but nothing would stay the same again. And he's standing there looking like a clown, but nothing would stay the same again. Not to mention, but nothing would stay the same again. His tummy is grumbling because of the energy loss he experienced, but nothing would stay the same again. Checking his fridge turns out to be a waste of time, but nothing would stay the same again. Because there's just nothing in there, but nothing would stay the same again. The situation is growing more troublesome for him than he thought, but nothing would stay the same again. He has to eat at least something, but nothing would stay the same again. Or he's gonna risk going unconscious again, but nothing would stay the same again. An idea comes to mind when he spots a jar of roasted soybeans, but nothing would stay the same again. The only snacks that could be feasibly used in the apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. Even though it's not a proper meal, but nothing would stay the same again. It's filling enough for now, but nothing would stay the same again. Reaching for one of the beans, but nothing would stay the same again. He pops one in his mouth, but the moment he does that, but nothing would stay the same again. The soybean explodes into a fully grown bean plant, but nothing would stay the same again. His radiating, glowing green hand is gone, and so is his exhaustion, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng doesn't get if it had something to do with the soybeans, but nothing would stay the same again. Or if it's something he did, but nothing would stay the same again. He grabs and pops open one of the bean sprouts, but nothing would stay the same again. Amazed to discover that this is his new power, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng is impressed and wants to study it intensely, but nothing would stay the same again. But with his current state, but nothing would stay the same again. He has a couple of issues to take care of firsthand, but nothing would stay the same again. First up is stocking up on supplies, but nothing would stay the same again. So he doesn't go short during the apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. To the supermarket he goes, but nothing would stay the same again. In the next scene, he's navigating through a busy crowd, but nothing would stay the same again. All of them lost in their thoughts and chattering about, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng is confused and collects his thoughts, but nothing would stay the same again. So far he's got two types of radiating hands, but nothing would stay the same again. And the green one is known to be more unstable, but nothing would stay the same again, causing him added effects of exhaustion, but nothing would stay the same again. Then there's the last part, but nothing would stay the same again. Perhaps the most interesting of the bunch, but nothing would stay the same again. The moment he touched the soybeans with his glowing hand, but nothing would stay the same again. They became proper bean sprouts, but nothing would stay the same again. He still can't figure out the specifics of his power, but nothing would stay the same again, causing his frustration while he's lost in thought, but nothing would stay the same again. A familiar voice graces his ears, but nothing would stay the same again. Fiona, the same bitch that betrayed him in his previous life, but nothing would stay the same again, is here to see him. She's drop dead gorgeous, but nothing would stay the same again. But that's the thing, getting involved with her is literally, but nothing would stay the same again. Gonna drop you 6 feet under the ground, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng is pretty shocked to run into her again like this, but nothing would stay the same again. A little more background on his crush, but nothing would stay the same again. Lee Hyuna has been his long-lost crush for 3 years straight, but nothing would stay the same again. He played every trick in the book to get her to like him back, but nothing would stay the same again. But deep down our boy knew he was just a backup, but nothing would stay the same again. If anything, and now, after what happened to him, but nothing would stay the same again. After the way she deceived him and got him murdered in cold blood, but nothing would stay the same again. His pissed rage is filling up his body, but nothing would stay the same again. But he's not the type to go ballistic on someone, but nothing would stay the same again. Considering his situation of being reborn, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng assures himself and calms him down, but nothing would stay the same again. Hoping to take his revenge properly some other time, but nothing would stay the same again. For now he's got some supplies to gather, but nothing would stay the same again. Fiona shows concern for the guy, but nothing would stay the same again. Waving her hand in an effort to grab his attention, but nothing would stay the same again, because he appears spaced out, but nothing would stay the same again. Trying his best to maintain politeness with her, but nothing would stay the same again. He praises Fiona for being so beautiful that it stunned him for a bit, but nothing would stay the same again. She calls him a smooth talker in return, but nothing would stay the same again, and thinks that it's a good opportunity to invite him out, but nothing would stay the same again. To go shopping, but even with her attempt, but nothing would stay the same again. The girl gets straight up rejected, but nothing would stay the same again. As he moves past Iona, like she's not even worth paying attention to, but nothing would stay the same again. This gives her a reality check, but nothing would stay the same again. So hard that she's lost for words, but nothing would stay the same again. The reality is Han Feng fully understands that, but nothing would stay the same again. She's only being so kind as to invite him, but nothing would stay the same again. So that she can use him as a personal bank for her own groceries, but nothing would stay the same again. He's done being someone else's pet, but nothing would stay the same again. So that won't happen anymore, but nothing would stay the same again. The Waldemar shopping plaza, but nothing would stay the same again, is known to be the most well-stocked supermarket in the region, but nothing would stay the same again. In the original timeline, the moment the Arctic apocalypse began, but nothing would stay the same again. This place was cleaned up and emptied up in a single night, but nothing would stay the same again. It's still unknown who managed to rob it like that, but nothing would stay the same again. But for now, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng's objective is to stock up as much as humanly possible, but nothing would stay the same again. Being intelligent, he actually discovered a survival guide list, but nothing would stay the same again. To get all the stuff he needs, but nothing would stay the same again. Stuff like food, winter clothing, but nothing would stay the same again. Medicine necessities, but nothing would stay the same again. Fuel, and a whole bunch of other useful items, but nothing would stay the same again. Well, he's got a huge shopping list, but nothing would stay the same again. There comes a second problem, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro doesn't have enough money to do shit, but nothing would stay the same again. While he's sulking, the guy receives a sudden message, but nothing would stay the same again, proving him eligible to grab a giant loan of 1, but nothing would stay the same again. 70,000 on for this year. It's just a lottery ticket he needed, but nothing would stay the same again. After all, but nothing would stay the same again. Who the hell is going to repay debt during the apocalypse anyway? But nothing would stay the same again. And so, using all of the loan apps he could find on the internet, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng began twiddling his fingers, but nothing would stay the same again. Making sure he got loans from everywhere, but nothing would stay the same again. The scene switches to Haona, but nothing would stay the same again. Who was pretty damn frustrated with the way he treated her, but nothing would stay the same again. Today this bitch is a stuck-up, but nothing would stay the same again. Who can't get over the fact that her personal simp refused her, but nothing would stay the same again. Like that, it tells you a lot about her personality, but nothing would stay the same again. But I'm sure more didn't need to be said after she got the guy killed, but nothing would stay the same again. In his previous life, but nothing would stay the same again. Haona is cursing Han Feng for being a pathetic loser without a car, but nothing would stay the same again. And doesn't expect to be nice to him anytime in the future, but nothing would stay the same again. Speaking of the devil, a car drives up to her and honks at her, but nothing would stay the same again. Fiona's reaction is one of shock, but nothing would stay the same again. When she discovers that the driver is actually, but nothing would stay the same again. The same guy she was talking shit about, but nothing would stay the same again. It's Han Feng. He drops by to talk to her, but nothing would stay the same again. Stating how he purchased the vehicle just now, but nothing would stay the same again. After all, his father has been making a ton of money in the States, but nothing would stay the same again. So it's only natural he sent over some cash for him to have fun with, but nothing would stay the same again. He also tells her that he was busy taking his father to the airport, but nothing would stay the same again. This fact actually cools her down, but nothing would stay the same again, making her think that she was turned down, but nothing would stay the same again. Because he had an important job to attend, but nothing would stay the same again. She apologizes for asking him out during an important time, but nothing would stay the same again. In usual Gaslighter Pro Max Girl Edition fashion, but nothing would stay the same again. She acts cute while crying and complaining about how cruel he was, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng's reaction is interesting to say the least, but nothing would stay the same again. First he calls her foolish, and then grabs her close, but nothing would stay the same again. Stating that he won't ever ditch someone like Haona, but nothing would stay the same again, as she's far too important to him, but nothing would stay the same again. The arrogant chick thinks that she scored the lottery, but nothing would stay the same again. So she plays on his feelings again, but nothing would stay the same again. Hoping to manipulate him, but nothing would stay the same again. By saying that she feels the same way about him, but nothing would stay the same again. She recommends watching a movie with him and having some nice dinner, but nothing would stay the same again. But right as she's saying these things, but nothing would stay the same again, our boy says peace the fuck out and is already tending to his luggage, but nothing would stay the same again. He complains about how busy he is with the stuff he's got to take back, but nothing would stay the same again. Even Huna is stupefied as to why he bought so much stuff, but nothing would stay the same again. Out of the blue in return, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfang plays it cool and says it's because he wanted to, but nothing would stay the same again. To raise her expectations, but nothing would stay the same again. He tells her that he also got Hyona a present, but nothing would stay the same again. Feeling all happy and bubbled up, but nothing would stay the same again. She decides to head home, hoping to see it later, but nothing would stay the same again. As she's leaving, Hyona's got a really satisfied look on her face, but nothing would stay the same again. Thinking she killed that, but she doesn't know that our boy, but nothing would stay the same again. Also shares the exact same look on his face, but nothing would stay the same again. They're both manipulating the other, but nothing would stay the same again. And it just so happens, but nothing would stay the same again, that he is never going to let out the secrets of his stockpile, but nothing would stay the same again. It's the one ticket he's got of surviving this damned apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. When that moment comes, but nothing would stay the same again. When the world sinks into despair and destruction, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng, but nothing would stay the same again. Fully intends to take his revenge on the bastard who killed him, but nothing would stay the same again. As well as Hyona, but nothing would stay the same again. He also confesses that it's making him eager to enjoy the apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. This time, yeah, but nothing would stay the same again. Something tells me Hyona is about to eat shit, but nothing would stay the same again. And it's going to be really damn satisfying when that happens, but nothing would stay the same again. The day of the apocalypse is only 2 weeks far, but nothing would stay the same again. That day, immense, heavy snow will cover the planet, but nothing would stay the same again. And the temperatures will drop close to negative 20 degrees Celsius, but nothing would stay the same again. Over the course of the next month, but nothing would stay the same again. All temperatures will experience a gradual drop, but nothing would stay the same again. Reaching the likes of negative 70 degrees, but nothing would stay the same again. And the world will be fully covered in snow, but nothing would stay the same again. Going outside will become physically impossible, but nothing would stay the same again. And that's the reason food is so important, but nothing would stay the same again. He's brought all the stuff back to his apartment, but nothing would stay the same again. Fully packing it with proper covering, but nothing would stay the same again. So that no one suspects him of hoarding supplies, but nothing would stay the same again. For the most troublesome supplies, but nothing would stay the same again. He's going to make sure to move them at night when no one's around, but nothing would stay the same again. Speaking of the apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. A secondary issue will come in the form of power supply, but nothing would stay the same again. With its instability, fuel is going to be necessary, but nothing would stay the same again. And it just so happens that Han Feng, but nothing would stay the same again, has purchased a year's worth of fuel, but nothing would stay the same again. To make sure nothing goes wrong, but nothing would stay the same again. To combat his next problem, but nothing would stay the same again. He knows that the heating systems cannot function anymore, but nothing would stay the same again. So he brought a construction crew to alter his house, but nothing would stay the same again. Properly adjusting it, but nothing would stay the same again. So that everything is reinforced, but nothing would stay the same again. And resistant against the apocalypse to come, but nothing would stay the same again. Finally, he's made up a dedicated room for supplies and inventory, but nothing would stay the same again. So that nobody suspects him, but nothing would stay the same again. And that he can access anything whenever he wants, but nothing would stay the same again. By the time he wrapped up all of his preparations, but nothing would stay the same again. July 14th was already upon him, but nothing would stay the same again. Now, but nothing would stay the same again. There is only one day left before the temperature annihilated itself, but nothing would stay the same again. To an uncontrollable degree, but nothing would stay the same again. With all of his preparations finished, but nothing would stay the same again. The final item on his checklist is to study his superpower, but nothing would stay the same again. In order to get out of this winter apocalypse, but nothing would stay the same again. Without freezing to death, but nothing would stay the same again. Even Han Feng, but nothing would stay the same again. Knows that relying on his supplies won't be enough for him to survive, but nothing would stay the same again. And it's here when his plant-based powers will come into play, but nothing would stay the same again. As a beacon of hope, but nothing would stay the same again. In front of him are the same soybeans that he actually managed to grow, but nothing would stay the same again. Using his own powers, and now it's time for the taste test, but nothing would stay the same again. The issue is he's yet to figure out the main trigger for his ability, but nothing would stay the same again. But anyway, Han Feng decides to take a spoonful, and despite his fears, but nothing would stay the same again. Hopes that this food is edible at the least, but nothing would stay the same again. After finishing up half the plate, but nothing would stay the same again. It's safe to conclude that these beans, but nothing would stay the same again, aren't producing any terrible effects, but nothing would stay the same again. This means that he can safely produce and eat food using this power, but nothing would stay the same again. But the tricky part is figuring out how or what, but nothing would stay the same again. Makes his hand glow like that, but nothing would stay the same again. Based on his experimentation, but nothing would stay the same again. He's only tried his ability on soybeans, but nothing would stay the same again. So he inspects his fridge, but nothing would stay the same again. Hoping to find some other veggies to try it on, but nothing would stay the same again. Noon is quickly followed by the evening, but nothing would stay the same again. A drowsy and weak Han Feng opens his eyes, but nothing would stay the same again. Questioning if he ended up passing out, but nothing would stay the same again. Just now he's holding broccoli in his hand, but nothing would stay the same again. And the kitchen is splattered with vegetables, but nothing would stay the same again. He can't even think properly, but nothing would stay the same again. Because of the exhausting effects of his own power, but nothing would stay the same again. That's the only drawback so far, but nothing would stay the same again. Eating the same soybeans from earlier, but nothing would stay the same again. He comments on how this way, but nothing would stay the same again. He successfully managed to learn something new about his ability, but nothing would stay the same again. Let's talk about what went down, but nothing would stay the same again. Right before he went unconscious, but nothing would stay the same again. He ordered a bunch of stuff down to test his power, but nothing would stay the same again. And used on a different set of plants, but nothing would stay the same again. Here's the strange part, but nothing would stay the same again. Some of the plants were completely non-reactive, but nothing would stay the same again. But as for other seeds, but nothing would stay the same again. For example, grew into proper plants, but nothing would stay the same again. Just like what he experimented with the soybeans, but nothing would stay the same again. There's also a third category, but nothing would stay the same again. Some of them detonated right in his hand, but nothing would stay the same again, which remains to be a mystery as to why, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng also discovered the charred substances, but nothing would stay the same again, that shared the appearance of coal, but nothing would stay the same again upon their detonation, but it's a good thing, but nothing would stay the same again, because these same substances can be stored, but nothing would stay the same again, and later reused to provide warmth, but nothing would stay the same again. With this, he successfully found a way to keep himself warm, but nothing would stay the same again. In the harsh apocalypse to come, but nothing would stay the same again. Excited, but nothing would stay the same again. He concentrated on honing his powers and experimenting on a few more, but nothing would stay the same again. While he was failing at first, but nothing would stay the same again. When Han Feng tries focusing his power, but nothing would stay the same again. The magical effects are prominent, but nothing would stay the same again. Giving him what he wants, but nothing would stay the same again. The guy was deprived of energy and went down on the floor, but nothing would stay the same again. Back to the present, but nothing would stay the same again. He appears to be really confused about the logic of his own power, but nothing would stay the same again. Some plans work, others don't, but nothing would stay the same again. It's hard to find what works and what doesn't, but nothing would stay the same again. Still from this experience, but nothing would stay the same again. He's realized the key part of the trigger, but nothing would stay the same again. It's actually imbued into his consciousness, but nothing would stay the same again. So he tries meditating on an ethereal experience, but nothing would stay the same again. Where he is one with nature, but nothing would stay the same again. An experience that connects his mind and body all the same, but nothing would stay the same again. The fruits of his imagination end up becoming successful, but nothing would stay the same again. Because right after opening his eyes, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng is satisfied to discover his glowing green hand, but nothing would stay the same again. This confirms his suspicion, but nothing would stay the same again. That his ability is linked to his consciousness, but nothing would stay the same again. To test it out even more, but nothing would stay the same again. He tries his ability on a bunch of meat for good measure, but nothing would stay the same again. Poor guy finds himself disappointed when it doesn't work on meat, but nothing would stay the same again. Because that would mean he's got to live off of plants, but nothing would stay the same again. For the rest of his life, but nothing would stay the same again. Even after concentrating and begging his powers to work, but nothing would stay the same again. Nothing happens. This makes him question his thoughts again, but nothing would stay the same again. Remember his meditation technique, but nothing would stay the same again. When he does it, he experiences two unique colors, but nothing would stay the same again. One being red and the other green, but nothing would stay the same again. And so far, he's only experimented with green, but nothing would stay the same again. So this time he closes his eyes shut, but nothing would stay the same again. Hoping to connect his mind to his second ability, but nothing would stay the same again. To his shock, his hand starts glowing red and affects the meat, but nothing would stay the same again, turning it into a disgusting, but nothing would stay the same again, spiky blob that is barely recognizable anymore, but nothing would stay the same again. Feeling so disgusted by the effects, but nothing would stay the same again. He tosses the meat on the ground and approaches it slowly, but nothing would stay the same again. For another inspection, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng pinches the meat and then grabs it again, but nothing would stay the same again. Questioning if the meat reacted to his red radiating light, but nothing would stay the same again. It also seems like the meat was cooked properly, but nothing would stay the same again. Which begs the question, but nothing would stay the same again. If the red light is only responsible for heating stuff up, but nothing would stay the same again. Inspecting his hand again, but nothing would stay the same again. He starts to realize something, but nothing would stay the same again. It's not that the meat was cooked, but nothing would stay the same again. No, it's the opposite, but nothing would stay the same again. This thing is actually reverting back to a process of disintegration, but nothing would stay the same again. From this revelation, he's found a discovery, but nothing would stay the same again. The green light speeds up the evolutionary process, but nothing would stay the same again. And the red light slows it down immensely, but nothing would stay the same again, reverting it into disintegration, but nothing would stay the same again. In an effort to combine the two, but nothing would stay the same again. He clasps his hands together with the meat, but nothing would stay the same again. A burst of yellow forms, but nothing would stay the same again. And the same meat turns into a larger slab than ever before, but nothing would stay the same again. But that makes him question, but nothing would stay the same again. What happened to the soybeans that he also had in his hand, but nothing would stay the same again? They disappeared, but nothing would stay the same again, which probably means they merged with the meat in some way, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng is really amazed by the output of his own powers, but nothing would stay the same again. As after further inspection, but nothing would stay the same again. He comes to the conclusion, but nothing would stay the same again, that the meat is the freshest he's ever seen, but nothing would stay the same again. He's excited and wants to try it out one more time, but nothing would stay the same again. But his luck isn't so kind to him, but nothing would stay the same again, because bro ends up failing so bad that everything turns to black, but nothing would stay the same again. He's slamming his hands on the floor in frustration, but nothing would stay the same again, but eventually settles with patience, but nothing would stay the same again. There's lots of time for him to experiment with his powers, but nothing would stay the same again. He's happy that he got to make a whole bunch of different discoveries, but nothing would stay the same again. In just one day, if only he can master this ability to its fullest, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro, but nothing would stay the same again. Thinks he's going to become Superman and stand at the top of the world, but nothing would stay the same again. But then the idiot realizes, but nothing would stay the same again. That food isn't the only thing that's necessary to save his life, but nothing would stay the same again. Right now he needs a weapon to protect himself from other humans, but nothing would stay the same again. Right as he's thinking of going out to buy a weapon, but nothing would stay the same again. The realization dawns on him, but nothing would stay the same again. The apocalypse has begun just like last time, but nothing would stay the same again. The world is experiencing an absurd amount of snow in July, but nothing would stay the same again. He goes out regardless, believing that it's necessary to find a gun, but nothing would stay the same again. Before temperatures reach negative 45 degrees, but nothing would stay the same again. At the same time, but nothing would stay the same again. He can't exactly buy a gun when it's illegal in the country, but nothing would stay the same again. As he's busy in thought, he sees a broccoli hair punk, but nothing would stay the same again, ranting about how he's the younger brother of Lao Wang, but nothing would stay the same again. From a sure gang leader group, but nothing would stay the same again. You know, the typical, but nothing would stay the same again. My brother's got more money than you, but nothing would stay the same again. Tactic for winning petty arguments, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng actually recognizes this clown from somewhere, but nothing would stay the same again. Thanks to his shitty fashion style, but nothing would stay the same again. And all the funniest shit, but nothing would stay the same again, is how the people have decided to dub a name for this guy, but nothing would stay the same again. Calling him Homeless Joe, let's talk about Lizzie or Homeless Joe, but nothing would stay the same again. Who lives in the same neighborhood as him, but nothing would stay the same again. The guy is known to be a contractor, but nothing would stay the same again. Who has networks with everyone around people, but nothing would stay the same again. Come around asking him what's up and what's going on, but nothing would stay the same again. And he acts like he's the busiest dude in the block, but nothing would stay the same again. About how he's so busy dealing with his projects with his big brother, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro doesn't even have a job, but nothing would stay the same again. And he's always seen whining on his phone, but nothing would stay the same again. Pretending like he's got millions and millions on a project, but nothing would stay the same again. To spend some time on seeing this guy, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng wonders if the idiot can help him get the weapon he needs, but nothing would stay the same again. He greets homeless Joe and pretends to know him for a while, but nothing would stay the same again. So the thing is, this guy doesn't really know our boy at all, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng pretends to be Xiao Han, but nothing would stay the same again. Taking advantage of his pride, but nothing would stay the same again. And acting like they're long-lost friends, but nothing would stay the same again. Who should remember each other, but nothing would stay the same again. The homeless idiot gives into the bait, but nothing would stay the same again. And apologizes for not remembering, but nothing would stay the same again. Especially when he's got so much work to do, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng checks his surroundings and quickly closes in on the punk, but nothing would stay the same again. Explaining his entire situation, but nothing would stay the same again. When he's done explaining, but nothing would stay the same again. Homeless Joe experiences a jolt of shock, but nothing would stay the same again. Questioning what the hell this dude needs a gun for, but nothing would stay the same again. At this point, Hanfeng is a loss for words, but nothing would stay the same again. Before he can even whip out a proper excuse, but nothing would stay the same again. The blonde punk, but nothing would stay the same again. Warns him that guns aren't something to be taken lightly, but nothing would stay the same again. Because they're illegal, but nothing would stay the same again. Even though he's got connections that can get him weapons, but nothing would stay the same again. That doesn't mean homeless, but nothing would stay the same again. Joe is in the mood to get into some kind of dangerous business, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng clarifies his situation, but nothing would stay the same again, stating that he needs it for self-defense, but nothing would stay the same again. Because some people have a grudge against him, but nothing would stay the same again. He talks about a made-up story, but nothing would stay the same again. Of how he ran into a guy on his way to work, but nothing would stay the same again. They were both on a bike, and that man carelessly spat in his face, but nothing would stay the same again. Of course, it pissed him the heck off, but nothing would stay the same again. So he confronted the clown, but nothing would stay the same again, and started beating the crap out of him for everyone to watch, but nothing would stay the same again. After humiliating him, he left the man to his way, but nothing would stay the same again. The man actually held a grudge, but nothing would stay the same again, and told him that he'd return with his buddies, but nothing would stay the same again. And so the very next day, Bro got destroyed by the entire gang, but nothing would stay the same again. They were clowning on him and roughed Hanfeng top to bottom, but nothing would stay the same again. After that beatdown, but nothing would stay the same again. He's been wanting to have a self-defense weapon to protect himself, but nothing would stay the same again. Luckily, homeless Joe is sympathetic for his story, but nothing would stay the same again. It makes a huge deal, but nothing would stay the same again. That spitting on someone is definitely a step too far, but nothing would stay the same again. He thinks this kind of behavior should be punished, but nothing would stay the same again. But Hanfeng, but nothing would stay the same again. They started to think that, but nothing would stay the same again. Maybe this guy ended up missing the damn point of his complaining, but nothing would stay the same again. Still, homeless Joe wraps his arm around him like a guardian angel, but nothing would stay the same again, and promises to save the day, but nothing would stay the same again. He's going to make his call to his big brother, but nothing would stay the same again. And everything will be sorted out, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng is glad that things are going his way, but nothing would stay the same again. Homeless Joe recommends they take the boss, but nothing would stay the same again. Because his luxurious car is being serviced right now, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng is okay with that, but nothing would stay the same again. Showing homeless Joe that he's got a vehicle for them to work with, but nothing would stay the same again. As they're driving their way, but nothing would stay the same again. Homeless Joe is shocked and asks about the price of the car, but nothing would stay the same again. Our boy reveals that it cost him $700,000, but nothing would stay the same again, which appears to be a pretty good deal in his eyes, but nothing would stay the same again. Bro is out here snapping pictures, but nothing would stay the same again. Like he's some kind of Instagram heartthrob, but nothing would stay the same again. The hilarious part is that he captions it as if the SUV is his own, but nothing would stay the same again. Speaking of the big brother, but nothing would stay the same again. He talks about his punks are out chilling with a fire, but nothing would stay the same again. Commenting on the absurd weather conditions, but nothing would stay the same again. Hanfeng's car stops by, and homeless Joe pops right out, but nothing would stay the same again. The guy's out here acting smug and shit, but nothing would stay the same again. The rest of his boys can't believe that homeless Joe's got his own SUV, but nothing would stay the same again. Now, and this guy is such a slime ball, but nothing would stay the same again. That he even tells them he bought it for $700,000 of his own pocket, but nothing would stay the same again. Han Feng is left with the impression that homeless Joe is seriously, but nothing would stay the same again. Quite bold for saying something like that, but nothing would stay the same again. In front of the owner of the vehicle, but nothing would stay the same again. In the next scene, the punk brings Han Feng to his boss, but nothing would stay the same again. The guy's inked from head to toe, each mark telling a violent story. Seeing his brother show up, that lit a fuse in his temper. Without hesitation, he throws the blonde brat out like trash. Joe, with nothing to lose, throws Han Feng under the bus. He calmly says his friend here is looking to score a weapon. The gang leader is surprised at first, but the tension just kept climbing, and gives our boy a mean-ass look, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is terrified while the boss is a bit annoyed, but the tension just kept climbing. That they came all the way here in search of one lousy gun, but the tension just kept climbing. Instead of something more interesting by comparison, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss tells his lackey to fetch a handgun, but the tension just kept climbing, which is tossed over to Han Feng for a price of 6,000, but the tension just kept climbing. However, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy isn't in the mood to play around with tiny dick pistols, but the tension just kept climbing. Now he's here planning to go full John Wick mode, but the tension just kept climbing, and requests a longer weapon with a scope, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss is alarmed by the kid's audacity, but the tension just kept climbing, and confronts him for demanding a goddamn sniper rifle, but the tension just kept climbing. He reminds Han Feng that he isn't here in a position to negotiate, but the tension just kept climbing, or search around as if this were his own shopping mall, but the tension just kept climbing. Yep, the boss is a stuck-up guy who is going angry for no reason, but the tension just kept climbing. That's where homeless Joe and his stories come to the front, but the tension just kept climbing. He whips another one of his stories again, but the tension just kept climbing. This time it's about Han Feng's wife who cheated on him 3 times, but the tension just kept climbing. By the end of that storytelling session, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss throws up a furious tantrum, but the tension just kept climbing, feeling rageful on our boy Sake. But the tension just kept climbing. The ridiculous stories are movie material, but the tension just kept climbing. From the looks of it anyway, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss agrees to the request of a sniper rifle at last, but the tension just kept climbing, stating that it's still going to take a few days, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is grateful that his request is being tended to, but the tension just kept climbing. Chengzi the underling, but the tension just kept climbing, is told to arrange a semi-auto for him as well, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss has actually decided to take pity on him, but the tension just kept climbing, and has thrown in a free gun as a gift for the guy, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is truly starstruck when he sees him offering the handgun, but the tension just kept climbing, without any cost returning his gratitude, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy decides to slip up, but the tension just kept climbing. An important piece of information to the gang, but the tension just kept climbing. He talks about how he's friends with the government, but the tension just kept climbing, and how the weather conditions are only going to get worse, but the tension just kept climbing. From here on out, this means it's best to stock up on supplies quickly, but the tension just kept climbing, because they will run out soon, but the tension just kept climbing. This time Han Feng maintains an air of seriousness in his gaze, but the tension just kept climbing, adding on to the weight of his advice, but the tension just kept climbing. The boss agrees to take his advice, but the tension just kept climbing, and that's how they ended up concluding the meeting, but the tension just kept climbing, with the boss returning back, but the tension just kept climbing. Homeless Joe talks about how he handled that meeting, but the tension just kept climbing, like a pro mediator, but the tension just kept climbing. He also thinks that it's good that his brother was in a pleasant mood, but the tension just kept climbing. Today Han Feng is really grateful, but the tension just kept climbing, and even hopes to buy him a bunch of cigarettes, but the tension just kept climbing. Homeless Joe puts up an act of goodness at first, but the tension just kept climbing, but then eventually caves into his offer, but the tension just kept climbing. The funniest thing, but the tension just kept climbing, is how he's requesting 8 cartons full of cigarettes for the job, but the tension just kept climbing, thinking that it should be an easy request, but the tension just kept climbing. While he's ranting about Han Feng is focusing on his checklist, but the tension just kept climbing. He's got everything he needs for the apocalypse now, but the tension just kept climbing, and the rest of the time will be spent studying his abilities, but the tension just kept climbing. The only thing he's got to solve, but the tension just kept climbing, is how to work around his food troubles, but the tension just kept climbing, and then it'll be all smooth sailing from there. But the tension just kept climbing, right as he's confidently going about his plans. But the tension just kept climbing. Bro slips right in front of homeless Joe, and takes a really bad fall, but the tension just kept climbing. Hanfang's leg is in shambles as he quivers in pain, but the tension just kept climbing. Homeless Joe doesn't even know what the hell happened, but the tension just kept climbing. So suddenly, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy has strong suspicions that he probably broke his leg, but the tension just kept climbing. He hands Joe the keys to help drive them to the hospital, but the tension just kept climbing, staring at him in silence. But the tension just kept climbing. The blonde punk, but the tension just kept climbing, shamefully reveals that he doesn't even have a driver's license. But the tension just kept climbing. So instead he's got to take the old school approach, but the tension just kept climbing. The punk tries to help our boy lean on his side, but the tension just kept climbing. But the scene is so damn depressing, but the tension just kept climbing. That Han Feng orders a taxi to avoid the torture, but the tension just kept climbing. In the next scene, we're at the hospital in the receptionist area, but the tension just kept climbing. Guillaume, the head nurse, but the tension just kept climbing, is working the night shift, but the tension just kept climbing, and observes how the snow is only getting heavier with every hour, but the tension just kept climbing. Suddenly, she receives an emergency call to come to the hall, but the tension just kept climbing. As they're short on staff, but the tension just kept climbing. By the way, our boy really did end up breaking his damn leg, but the tension just kept climbing. He's at the hospital devastated to receive the report of his fracture, but the tension just kept climbing. An hour of observation is necessary before he can leave with his meds, but the tension just kept climbing. He planned for everything, but the tension just kept climbing. Just for a random factor to knock everything out the window, but the tension just kept climbing. Brotherly bids him farewell, but the tension just kept climbing, stating that he's got a bunch of deals to take care of, but the tension just kept climbing because of his super busy schedule and all, but the tension just kept climbing. Well, that brings Han Fine back to square one, but the tension just kept climbing. He's all on his own, and this time he's got a bad leg to take care of, but the tension just kept climbing. The hospital is swarmed with people, but the tension just kept climbing. There's a sudden uprising in patients, but the tension just kept climbing because of the insane weather conditions and alarming temperatures, but the tension just kept climbing. It only shows how bad the situation is going to get outside, but the tension just kept climbing. In a few weeks, Han Feng is busy waiting for his medicines, but the tension just kept climbing. But the queue is just way too long, but the tension just kept climbing. He spots the pretty head nurse in the distance, but the tension just kept climbing, who is currently helping around by checking the patient's pulse, but the tension just kept climbing. She's quite reliant in the hospital, but the tension just kept climbing. So the doctors and other nurses are happy to make use of her, but the tension just kept climbing while she's doing her business, but the tension just kept climbing. It knocks the wind out of our boy, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is swooned, but the tension just kept climbing, and fails to believe that someone could be a head nurse, but the tension just kept climbing. At such a young age, she's also extremely kind to every patient, but the tension just kept climbing. Not to mention her adorable looks from top to bottom, but the tension just kept climbing. Yep, he's simping again, but the tension just kept climbing. But this time for a different lady, but the tension just kept climbing. While he's admiring her looks, but the tension just kept climbing. An old man requests for her aid, and she comes rushing to see him, but the tension just kept climbing. He tells her that his back is suddenly hurting, but the tension just kept climbing. But Jinyan can't help, but the tension just kept climbing. But remind him that they're already short-staffed, but the tension just kept climbing. So it's going to take a while to take his request, but the tension just kept climbing. The real goal of this sleazy, but the tension just kept climbing. Old man is to take advantage of the head nurse, but the tension just kept climbing. He slips a camera just below her legs to take a photo, but the tension just kept climbing. While she's clueless attending to the request, but the tension just kept climbing. She promises to get back to him with an X-ray, but the tension just kept climbing. When they're less overwhelmed, but the tension just kept climbing. But the old geezer doesn't stop there, but the tension just kept climbing. He goes on full PDF file mode and grabs a hold of her body, but the tension just kept climbing. The naive head nurse still doesn't suspect anything, but the tension just kept climbing and assures him that a proper physician will be here soon enough, but the tension just kept climbing to examine the patient properly, but the tension just kept climbing. But here's the issue: the old geezer doubles down, but the tension just kept climbing and cops a feel of the hospital's finest bakery, but the tension just kept climbing before he can pull more shit, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy throws his damn crutch in his face, but the tension just kept climbing, making him fall to the ground, but the tension just kept climbing. The head nurse is alarmed and questions if the old man is okay, but the tension just kept climbing. While Han Feng apologizes for not knowing how to use a crutch, yes, but the tension just kept climbing. Because when you don't know about something, but the tension just kept climbing. You throw it right at someone with full speed, but the tension just kept climbing. Hanfeng acts like he's checking on the old man's phone, but the tension just kept climbing. Right as the old geezer shouts at him to stop, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy spots the picture in his gallery and gets pissed, but the tension just kept climbing. He can't believe that this bastard, but the tension just kept climbing. Not only snapped a photo of the nurse, but the tension just kept climbing, but also had the gall to touch her like that. But the tension just kept climbing. He confronts him at once, threatening to call the security on him, but the tension just kept climbing. To have the old geezer escorted to a cell, but the tension just kept climbing. After all, it would make for one less annoying patient in the hospital, but the tension just kept climbing, especially one who is there to take advantage of others. But the tension just kept climbing. Also, Han Feng is in no mood to return the phone, but the tension just kept climbing, promising to release the report on social media. But the tension just kept climbing. If he catches the creep pulling stuff like this ever again, but the tension just kept climbing. Unable to do anything, the old man runs away in frustration, but the tension just kept climbing. Yes, the same guy who was having back problems 1 second ago, but the tension just kept climbing, can suddenly sprint faster than light, but the tension just kept climbing. Right out of the hospital, but the tension just kept climbing. Even the head nurse is at a loss for words with how fast he ran, but the tension just kept climbing. Meanwhile, Han Feng, but the tension just kept climbing, is left with the impression that some people are, but the tension just kept climbing, truly at the height of naivete. But the tension just kept climbing. In their world, he shows her the photo, but the tension just kept climbing, and points out how the guy had ill intentions from the beginning, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is okay with her handling the situation, but the tension just kept climbing, and even hand her the phone to report to the police, but the tension just kept climbing. Jin Yin is really happy and retrieves the device, but the tension just kept climbing. But she's also got an alarming question, but the tension just kept climbing. Wasn't Han Feng's ankle injured? But the tension just kept climbing, and that reminds him he's just fractured his damn leg. But the tension just kept climbing, and acted purely out of adrenaline, but the tension just kept climbing. So this realization is when the pain really sinks in, but the tension just kept climbing. As he shouts in pain a while later, but the tension just kept climbing. She quickly has him bandaged up properly, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng luckily doesn't feel much pain anymore, but the tension just kept climbing. The head nurse is really grateful to him, but the tension just kept climbing, and promises not to let any other people take advantage of her. But the tension just kept climbing. But while she's saying that, but the tension just kept climbing. Our boy's foot is being driven up right into her two personalities, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng is under the impression that, but the tension just kept climbing. This girl isn't going to learn anytime soon, but the tension just kept climbing. Jin Yin is called again for her duties, but the tension just kept climbing. So she clumsily runs away, but the tension just kept climbing, reminding our boy to return after a week for a proper checkup, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng internalizes that unfortunately, but the tension just kept climbing. He will never be able to see her again, but the tension just kept climbing because of what will happen in 1 week's time, but the tension just kept climbing. He leaves with that depressing thought in his mind, but the tension just kept climbing. The following day, the weather conditions take a turn for the worse, but the tension just kept climbing. News reports of heavy drops in temperatures, but the tension just kept climbing, are being sprung all over the world, but the tension just kept climbing. Even Dubai and Egypt are receiving heavy snowfalls, but the tension just kept climbing, which is unheard of the experts, but the tension just kept climbing. Ranging from 46 countries, but the tension just kept climbing. Have come to Russian, but the tension just kept climbing. Immediate meeting to discuss what's truly going on, but the tension just kept climbing. According to these experts, but the tension just kept climbing. The severe cold is only temporary and will break after a few days, but the tension just kept climbing. Still, the people are warned to stay inside, but the tension just kept climbing, and follow proper procedure to stay comfortable, but the tension just kept climbing. By the way, Han Feng appears undisturbed in his modified room, but the tension just kept climbing. He's got a heater with endless warmth, and he's got nothing to fear, but the tension just kept climbing. Honestly, the news keeps talking about how the disaster will pass, but the tension just kept climbing. But he knows that it will never happen. But the tension just kept climbing. It's just a lie to control the reactions of the public. But the tension just kept climbing. It's pure bullshit, and it makes him feel like a clown. But the tension just kept climbing. Believing in them the first time around, but the tension just kept climbing. But this time things are different, but the tension just kept climbing. He's really ready, but the tension just kept climbing. He's fully loaded out with stocks, but the tension just kept climbing. And his heating system is up and running, but the tension just kept climbing. For now, there's practically nothing left to bother him, but the tension just kept climbing. The building group chat is actually going crazy, but the tension just kept climbing, talking about how insane the cold is getting. But the tension just kept climbing, and how they can't manage to stay warm here. But the tension just kept climbing. The interesting thing about this group chat, but the tension just kept climbing, is that one anonymous person, but the tension just kept climbing, flat out reveals that the Ice Age apocalypse is about to begin, but the tension just kept climbing, and that the snowstorm is something caused within the Earth itself, but the tension just kept climbing. The messages shock Han Fyung, but the tension just kept climbing, because nobody is supposed to know about this information just yet, but the tension just kept climbing. Hang Feng's mind instantly registers as random, but the tension just kept climbing. Mysterious dude, as someone he should definitely be wary of, but the tension just kept climbing. After all being the protagonist of the story, but the tension just kept climbing. Hong Feng's supposed to be the only one who knows about the upcoming, but the tension just kept climbing. Apocalypse, the once happy housing complex, but the tension just kept climbing. Residents now look like a mob on a leash, but the tension just kept climbing. Tagging the property management to step up and fix the mess, but the tension just kept climbing. This snowstorm's been causing them lately, but the tension just kept climbing. Since reading endless blind text messages is boring as hell, but the tension just kept climbing. The group chat turns into a metaphorical theme park, but the tension just kept climbing, where all the residents show up as chibi cat avatars, but the tension just kept climbing. The angry residents are not thrilled with how things are going, but the tension just kept climbing. If the snow keeps piling up in front of the exit, but the tension just kept climbing. They won't even be able to go grocery shopping, but the tension just kept climbing. They paid a fat chunk of money just to get lousy service, but the tension just kept climbing. If anything, they want to have a talk with the property agent, but the tension just kept climbing. If management can't make their money worth it, but the tension just kept climbing. On the other side, the property management team is in a state of panic, but the tension just kept climbing. 2, apologizing nonstop for the inconvenience, but the tension just kept climbing. But a few half-hearted apologies won't ease the frustration, but the tension just kept climbing. Weighing on the residents, but the tension just kept climbing. Because of the poor management, but the tension just kept climbing. Honestly, they want refunds, but the tension just kept climbing. This shit ain't not worth it, but the tension just kept climbing. Amid all this chaos is our guy Hang Feng, but the tension just kept climbing, who's clearly annoyed watching these residents drain their energy, but the tension just kept climbing. Arguing over nonsense, but the tension just kept climbing. It's not like the complex owner has some magic powers, but the tension just kept climbing. To undo the snowstorm, but the tension just kept climbing. But not everyone in the complex has given up hope, but the tension just kept climbing. One resident, Jean Joyu, but the tension just kept climbing, is mature enough to admit they can't fight a blizzard, but the tension just kept climbing. His better idea, but the tension just kept climbing. They should help each other instead of making things harder, but the tension just kept climbing. Natural disasters are totally out of the property management's control, but the tension just kept climbing. So blowing off steam on them is pointless, but the tension just kept climbing. While not everyone in the lobby agrees with Jean's chill attitude, but the tension just kept climbing. These people are so untamed and short-sighted, but the tension just kept climbing. That instead of working together, but the tension just kept climbing. They start trashing Jean for dick riding the property management, but the tension just kept climbing. Jean tries to explain he's not taking anyone's sides, but the tension just kept climbing. He's just being realistic and objective, but the tension just kept climbing. It's completely pointless to back property management into a corner, but the tension just kept climbing. When arguing won't get them anywhere, but the tension just kept climbing. But once again, the crowd refuses to calm down, but the tension just kept climbing. Unless the snow outside is cleared so they can shop for groceries, but the tension just kept climbing. Starving to death isn't exactly their vibe, but the tension just kept climbing. Jean does his best to talk sense into this dullard mob, but the tension just kept climbing. He points out that even if the snow is cleared outside, but the tension just kept climbing, that doesn't guarantee the roads will be clear too, but the tension just kept climbing. For what it's worth, he suggests walking to the grocery store on foot, but the tension just kept climbing. But the tension just kept climbing, since clearing footpaths is way more doable than clearing the roads. But the tension just kept climbing. Meanwhile, but the tension just kept climbing. Hang Feng is making this sour face after recognizing the dude, but the tension just kept climbing. Who's been preaching left and right like a bootleg guru, but the tension just kept climbing. The way our boy looks at him, but the tension just kept climbing. It's clear their history isn't exactly pleasant, but the tension just kept climbing. Suddenly a BS, but the tension just kept climbing. Repellent's guy with an annoyed face jumps into the chat, but the tension just kept climbing. No formalities, he just lays it out, but the tension just kept climbing. If anyone wants to eat, but the tension just kept climbing. They need to head outside and start clearing the roads, but the tension just kept climbing. Otherwise, all the gossip won't melt the snow, but the tension just kept climbing. Then he logs off, another guy steps up, but the tension just kept climbing. Ready to head down and help clean the mess outside, but the tension just kept climbing. This blunt, but the tension just kept climbing. Tongue Thug seems to be another figure Hang Feng is familiar with, but the tension just kept climbing. Slowly but surely, but the tension just kept climbing. The residents start joining the crew to clear the roads, but the tension just kept climbing. Even the delicate cuties are willing to get their hands dirty, but the tension just kept climbing. For this noble cause then, there's the unforgettable Hyona, but the tension just kept climbing, who's also volunteering to help, but the tension just kept climbing. Hang Feng isn't sure how a pussy like her even agreed to join, but the tension just kept climbing. Turns out her volunteering is just a ploy to attract all the gooners, but the tension just kept climbing. We don't want a beauty like her to drain herself when men are around, but the tension just kept climbing. As expected, but the tension just kept climbing. She milked the moment and dumped her responsibilities on others, but the tension just kept climbing. What else do you expect from an opportunistic bitch like her? But the tension just kept climbing. As Hang Feng logs out of the chat, but the tension just kept climbing. The frustration on his face is obvious, but the tension just kept climbing. This woman never disappoints when it comes to ruining his mood, but the tension just kept climbing. Right now, she's actually texting him, but the tension just kept climbing. Why, you ask? But the tension just kept climbing. Well, but the tension just kept climbing. Because she knows this desperate gooner would do anything she asks, but the tension just kept climbing. So she wants him to bring her food supplies, but the tension just kept climbing. She even throws in a bonus pic of her bare legs, but the tension just kept climbing. Thick thighs, barely any clothes, but the tension just kept climbing. All aimed right at our boy's soul, but the tension just kept climbing. Hang Feng wants to rate her a solid 10, but the tension just kept climbing. 10 for the effort, but the tension just kept climbing. Seducing him with barely their clothes despite the cold, but the tension just kept climbing. But with his leg broken, even if you want to chase the booty, but the tension just kept climbing. He can't do squat, so he decides to toss back a teasing remark, but the tension just kept climbing. Guaranteed to make her skin crawl, but the tension just kept climbing. And sure enough, his words do the trick, but the tension just kept climbing. She's so annoyed she wants to stomp on him, but the tension just kept climbing. Here's a little throwback to what's been going down, but the tension just kept climbing. Today marks the third day ever since the blizzard started, but the tension just kept climbing. With temperatures already dropping below 20 degrees, but the tension just kept climbing. Since this was just the beginning of the destruction about to unfold, but the tension just kept climbing. The central heating was still running, but the tension just kept climbing. The internet was still up and running, but the tension just kept climbing. For everyone's daily dose of distraction, but the tension just kept climbing. So just like any bored teenager, but the tension just kept climbing. Hang Fun did nothing but scroll through TikTok, but the tension just kept climbing. Watching those busta ladies making shorts, but the tension just kept climbing. Though honestly he isn't feeling it, but the tension just kept climbing. In fact, he's already bored, but the tension just kept climbing. And it's only the second day of the so-called apocalypse, but the tension just kept climbing. This got him thinking about what loneliness can really do to a man, but the tension just kept climbing. His broken leg wasn't helping either, but the tension just kept climbing. Seriously cramping his style and trapping him in place, but the tension just kept climbing. And it's going to be at least a few months before he fully recovers, but the tension just kept climbing. With no other option, he dives back into video after video, but the tension just kept climbing. That's when he stumbles on something all-inspiring in a news report, but the tension just kept climbing. Turns out there's a dude with a crazy ability to heal himself, but the tension just kept climbing. According to the doctors, this guy fell off the 15th floor, but the tension just kept climbing, wrecking his internal organs and mangling his bones completely. But the tension just kept climbing. But not long after the guy started regenerating, but the tension just kept climbing, like actually healing himself. But the tension just kept climbing. Thinking about supernatural powers got hang fun, but the tension just kept climbing. Remembering he had some tricks up his own sleeve, but the tension just kept climbing. So he activated the familiar green light glowing over his hand, but the tension just kept climbing. And tried to heal his broken bone, but the tension just kept climbing. But the green energy fizzled out without doing a damn thing. But the tension just kept climbing. He tried again, but nope. But the tension just kept climbing. Only failure awaited him after admitting defeat, but the tension just kept climbing. He slumped back on the couch, but the tension just kept climbing. Disappointed that his hopes had been raised for just a moment, but the tension just kept climbing. After hours of endless scrolling, but the tension just kept climbing. He finally started drifting into the dream realm, but the tension just kept climbing. In his dream, he was rocking some primitive garb, but the tension just kept climbing. Riding a massive goat, not just one goat, but the tension just kept climbing. A whole freaking flock of goats following him, but the tension just kept climbing. With goat heads flapping as they soared, but the tension just kept climbing. In this zoomed out shot, but the tension just kept climbing. You can see this massive horde following him closely behind, but the tension just kept climbing. But suddenly, but the tension just kept climbing. The fun ride screeches to a halt when the goat slammed on the brakes, but the tension just kept climbing, tossing him off its back, but the tension just kept climbing. He hurt his leg in the fall, and when the goat starts licking it, but the tension just kept climbing. He finds this weird act of goat compassion pretty gross, but the tension just kept climbing, and pushes the creature away, but the tension just kept climbing, which annoys the goat, but the tension just kept climbing. Then the goat whipped out its absurdly long tongue, but the tension just kept climbing, wrapped around Hang Feng's leg and jerks it right into the sky, but the tension just kept climbing. The part of his leg, but the tension just kept climbing. The tongue is wrapped around, starts to heal instantly, but the tension just kept climbing. Right at that moment, Hang Feng woke up in a cold sweat, but the tension just kept climbing. Totally shocked for real, but the tension just kept climbing. That bizarre dream messed him up so bad, but the tension just kept climbing. He is literally sweating down his balls, but the tension just kept climbing. Suddenly he notices his leg is glowing with green energy, but the tension just kept climbing, showing signs of self-repair, but the tension just kept climbing. Not long after, he carefully unwraps his bandages, but the tension just kept climbing, and gingerly plants his foot on the floor, but the tension just kept climbing. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all, but the tension just kept climbing. Looks like that green light did help him recover, but the tension just kept climbing. But only after he fell asleep, but the tension just kept climbing. To test this wild theory, but the tension just kept climbing. He grabs a sharp knife in a morbid attempt to hurt himself, but the tension just kept climbing, hoping to trigger the healing all over again, but the tension just kept climbing. His hand trembles, but the tension just kept climbing. As he reluctantly slices a small cut on his index finger, but the tension just kept climbing. While he is testing his newfound ability, but the tension just kept climbing. Let's cut back outside there, but the tension just kept climbing. The angry mob of residents is finally putting their energy to good use, but the tension just kept climbing. Thanks to their combined efforts, but the tension just kept climbing. They cleared the path in front of the main gate, but the tension just kept climbing. All credit goes to Zhang for his Unity pep talk, but the tension just kept climbing. That got everyone moving. Zhang then gives extra props to an old man, but the tension just kept climbing, who had worked the hardest of all, but the tension just kept climbing. The old man in turn praises the twins who'd been grinding just as hard, but the tension just kept climbing. Then there is everyone's favorite, but the tension just kept climbing, busted nurse Jean Jiayun, but the tension just kept climbing, struggling to walk on the slippery snow bed, but the tension just kept climbing. The twins spot the damsel in distress and lend a hand to help her up, but the tension just kept climbing. After that, but the tension just kept climbing. The twins decide to get back to work in order to clear the path, but the tension just kept climbing, further telling her to call if she needs more help, but the tension just kept climbing. Jing notices the snowfall is getting heavier, but the tension just kept climbing. So he urges everyone to make their grocery run, but the tension just kept climbing. A quick dash in order to get back as soon as possible, but the tension just kept climbing. Speaking of supplies, the old man suddenly remembers something, but the tension just kept climbing. But he didn't think it's worth bringing up until Zhang insisted, but the tension just kept climbing. The old man reveals a rumor from a few days ago, but the tension just kept climbing. Apparently, but the tension just kept climbing. A resident had been spotted bringing supplies on a small truck, but the tension just kept climbing, acting like he was just moving in, but the tension just kept climbing. Well, John doesn't think much of it, but the tension just kept climbing. It's pretty normal for someone new to haul their stuff, but the tension just kept climbing. When moving into an apartment, but the tension just kept climbing. But then the old man adds an interesting detail, but the tension just kept climbing. He had noticed the guy had gas tanks and a fireplace with him, but the tension just kept climbing. That certainly doesn't sound like normal moving and stuff, but the tension just kept climbing. It seemed like this person was prepping hardcore to survive the winter, but the tension just kept climbing before they can mull it over any further. But the tension just kept climbing. The twins returned with a progress report, but the tension just kept climbing. Suddenly a guy appears out of nowhere, but the tension just kept climbing. Clearly eavesdropping on the old man's story, but the tension just kept climbing. And eager to learn more about this person, but the tension just kept climbing, who was prepping to survive the winter in advance. But the tension just kept climbing. But this curious guy quickly gets smacked with a snowball from Lu Yen, but the tension just kept climbing, who wants him to stop slacking and get back to work. But the tension just kept climbing. Zhang then steps in to stop the arguing and tells everyone to move out, but the tension just kept climbing, since the main path is clear. But the tension just kept climbing. Nurse Jean is also hyped to go shopping, but the tension just kept climbing. Meanwhile, the old man asked Zhang for his opinion, but the tension just kept climbing, wondering if this new resident already knew about the blizzard coming, but the tension just kept climbing. Zhang thinks for a second, then dodges the question carefully, but the tension just kept climbing. He claims that the blizzard will blow over soon, but the tension just kept climbing. So no need to worry worst case. But the tension just kept climbing. If the storm doesn't stop, but the tension just kept climbing. They're lucky to have a neighbor stocked with supplies, but the tension just kept climbing to help everyone survive it. But the tension just kept climbing. So it's actually a good thing, but the tension just kept climbing as their journey to the store continues. But the tension just kept climbing. The snowstorm intensifies, but the tension just kept climbing, pushing everyone to move faster. But the tension just kept climbing. Meanwhile, our lazy boy, but the tension just kept climbing. Hung Feng is still knocked out in his cozy apartment, but the tension just kept climbing. But his nap gets interrupted by a knock at the door, but the tension just kept climbing. There is this familiar voice calling him out, but the tension just kept climbing. When he opens it, the visitor turns out to be homeless Joe, but the tension just kept climbing, holding the fine stuff our guy had requested, but the tension just kept climbing. This was the promised gift from Boss Lu, but the tension just kept climbing. Brother Lee had agreed to bring it, but the tension just kept climbing because he had stocked up on supplies beforehand, but the tension just kept climbing and could now afford not to run around the city like crazy. But the tension just kept climbing, looking for supplies like most of the other citizens, but the tension just kept climbing. But even so, Han Feng was grateful to him for coming in this weather, but the tension just kept climbing. Brother Lee also had some very interesting information, but the tension just kept climbing, that various rumors had already started to spread about, but the tension just kept climbing. Last night, but the tension just kept climbing. Some unknown person had cleaned out the shelves of the supermarket, but the tension just kept climbing. In the Eastern District, but the tension just kept climbing. And when the Boss Lu gang cleared their way out of the snow yesterday, but the tension just kept climbing. They were met with nothing but emptiness in the supermarket, but the tension just kept climbing. To Han Feng, something like this seemed unbelievable, but the tension just kept climbing. To completely clean out a huge supermarket in one night, but the tension just kept climbing. Who could be capable of such a thing? But the tension just kept climbing. However, there was no doubt in Brother Lee's words, but the tension just kept climbing. And it had definitely happened, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng was now beginning to realize that something, but the tension just kept climbing, even stranger than in his previous life, but the tension just kept climbing, was happening around him, but the tension just kept climbing. It looked like he wasn't the only one who had gained superpowers, but the tension just kept climbing. For a second his thoughts were interrupted, but the tension just kept climbing. By Brother Lee, but the tension just kept climbing. He advised Han Feng to wear more warm clothes and be careful, but the tension just kept climbing. After that, he said goodbye and left, but the tension just kept climbing. Finally, our hero could be alone and think things over, but the tension just kept climbing. He kept trying to think of a logical explanation, but the tension just kept climbing for what had happened last night, but the tension just kept climbing. How could someone clean out a supermarket in one night? But the tension just kept climbing. The only explanation he could think of was the theory, but the tension just kept climbing. That it could have been done by someone with superpowers, but the tension just kept climbing. From novels and comic books, but the tension just kept climbing. Someone capable of hiding unlimited amounts of supplies, but the tension just kept climbing. In his personal subspace, the only question was, but the tension just kept climbing. Could people with such abilities exist in this world? But the tension just kept climbing. And the answer to that question was quite simple, but the tension just kept climbing. Since he himself had superpowers, but the tension just kept climbing. Someone else could too, but the tension just kept climbing. This was a disturbing discovery, but the tension just kept climbing. Now Han Feng couldn't waste a moment, but the tension just kept climbing. He needed to examine his superpowers more thoroughly, but the tension just kept climbing, so that when he encountered other superpower holders, but the tension just kept climbing, he would have his own strategy to counter them. But the tension just kept climbing. He simply had to know his strengths and weaknesses, but the tension just kept climbing, as well as the limit of his superpowers, but the tension just kept climbing. To do so, he opened his diary, but the tension just kept climbing, and began to study the already known facts about his powers. But the tension just kept climbing. At this point, but the tension just kept climbing. He already knew that his power could react with different foods, but the tension just kept climbing, both plant and animal with its help, but the tension just kept climbing. He could quickly grow them, but the tension just kept climbing, increase their volume, and also fry them. But the tension just kept climbing, though with a terrible taste, but the tension just kept climbing. But still, unfortunately, but the tension just kept climbing. There were limitations which he learned about later, but the tension just kept climbing. The likelihood of success of power, but the tension just kept climbing. Application is not that great and differs for different products, but the tension just kept climbing. For example, for soybeans, but the tension just kept climbing. The chance of growing a plant is 10%, but the tension just kept climbing. For meat, it's even less, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng kept failing to understand why things worked the way they did, but the tension just kept climbing. Suddenly the soybean, under the influence of the force, but the tension just kept climbing, exploded in his hand with an unpleasant green cloud, but the tension just kept climbing. And instead a normal plant, but the tension just kept climbing. Our hero had a rock in his hand, but the tension just kept climbing. Just a stinky rock this was starting to annoy him, but the tension just kept climbing. The failure rate was too high, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng had to learn how to use his power more effectively, but the tension just kept climbing, and he was determined to start practicing hard, but the tension just kept climbing. After all, nothing helps you learn any skill faster than practice, but the tension just kept climbing. For this purpose, but the tension just kept climbing. He spared no time and worked hard until late in the evening, but the tension just kept climbing. Finally, he succeeded, but the tension just kept climbing. In his hands, Han Feng had a fresh and alive soybean plant with pods, but the tension just kept climbing. Such an achievement did not come easy to him, but the tension just kept climbing. He was sweating profusely, but the tension just kept climbing, and was already quite a good heater for his apartment, but the tension just kept climbing. But that was the price he had to pay, but the tension just kept climbing. To figure out a few rules to increase the success rate, but the tension just kept climbing. He found out that green light energy is not constant, but the tension just kept climbing. And for different products, but the tension just kept climbing. It is worth applying this green light for different lengths of time, but the tension just kept climbing, depending on the nutritional value of the product, but the tension just kept climbing. If you do not guess the duration of application, but the tension just kept climbing, you will end up with a failure and get a burnt, but the tension just kept climbing. Stinky stone, that is, but the tension just kept climbing. You need to know exactly the ideal cooking interval for each product, but the tension just kept climbing. This brings to mind Han Feng something familiar, but the tension just kept climbing. One popular music and dance online game that came out a decade ago, but the tension just kept climbing. Where you had to press the right buttons in rhythm, but the tension just kept climbing. At the right interval, it was also conceivable, but the tension just kept climbing. That the value of energy could be compared to the directions up, down, but the tension just kept climbing. Right and left, but the tension just kept climbing. And the value of the energy input to the object had to be correct, but the tension just kept climbing. Every second, and eventually, but the tension just kept climbing. A critical point had to be caught, and the process had to be stopped, but the tension just kept climbing. If you do it right, you'll achieve success, but the tension just kept climbing. And every soybean will become a plant, but the tension just kept climbing. After the success with plants, but the tension just kept climbing. Han Feng began experimenting with meat, obviously, but the tension just kept climbing. But meat was different from vegetables, but the tension just kept climbing. If you did something wrong in the process, but the tension just kept climbing. The meat would then turn into a disgusting black slurry, but the tension just kept climbing. However, but the tension just kept climbing. The principles in turning meat were still supposed to be similar, but the tension just kept climbing. The first place to start, but the tension just kept climbing, was to determine how much energy the meat needed, but the tension just kept climbing. Everything seemed to be working and going according to plan, but the tension just kept climbing. But here's the problem, but the tension just kept climbing. The chicken leg exploded, just like the previous ones, but the tension just kept climbing, with a nasty black slurry, but the tension just kept climbing. It looked like, but the tension just kept climbing. It would take him even longer to learn how to work with meat, but the tension just kept climbing. Then with plant food time after time, but the tension just kept climbing. One by one, the chicken legs blew up like cursed landmines. It felt like an endless parade of humiliating defeats. At last, his patience snapped like a brittle twig. He couldn't take it anymore. His scream echoed with raw frustration. He cursed this damned power, now even harder to control than before. However, the hero was not one to give up, but the chaos only spiraled further. And while the snowfall outside the window only intensified, but the chaos only spiraled further. And the temperature dropped even lower, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng did not stop trying, but the chaos only spiraled further. Traces of it were all over the kitchen, but the chaos only spiraled further. And then came the moment of truth, but the chaos only spiraled further. The last chicken leg, but the chaos only spiraled further. Our hero was already doing everything on automatic, but the chaos only spiraled further. With an absent expression on his face, but the chaos only spiraled further. And did not even hope for success, but the chaos only spiraled further. Up and down, left and right, but the chaos only spiraled further. Red and green energy, but the chaos only spiraled further. It felt like an overly complicated mini-scale game to him, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was repeated one after another, but the chaos only spiraled further. And as soon as he made a mistake, but the chaos only spiraled further. He had to start all over again, but the chaos only spiraled further. The tension was at an all-time high, but the chaos only spiraled further. And this time Han Feng succeeded, but the chaos only spiraled further. He managed to grow the chicken leg to a gigantic size, but the chaos only spiraled further. With a snort of disdain, but the chaos only spiraled further. Our hero said that it was worth it and collapsed, but the chaos only spiraled further. Exhausted but happy on the floor, but the chaos only spiraled further. He had finally found a way to synthesize meat, but the chaos only spiraled further. The weather outside was getting worse by the day, but the chaos only spiraled further. The news announced that today, but the chaos only spiraled further. July 17th was the third consecutive day of snow disaster, but the chaos only spiraled further. In every corner of the country, but the chaos only spiraled further. The same thing is happening, but the chaos only spiraled further. And it seems that mankind is facing a disaster, but the chaos only spiraled further. That happens only once in a few thousand years, but the chaos only spiraled further. In order to ensure the basic livelihood of citizens, but the chaos only spiraled further. The authorities are actively fighting the consequences, but the chaos only spiraled further. And taking measures to help citizens, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was to such news that Han Fei woke up the next day, but the chaos only spiraled further. How many times had he heard it before? But the chaos only spiraled further. Empty warnings and promises, but the chaos only spiraled further. About how the heavy snowfall had paralyzed transportation, but the chaos only spiraled further. Electricity and internet, but everything would be repaired soon. But the chaos only spiraled further. And all they needed to do was wait a little longer. But the chaos only spiraled further. Soon humanitarian supplies should arrive in the disaster areas. But the chaos only spiraled further. Finally, the news anchor advised everyone to stay indoors. But the chaos only spiraled further. And not to go outside unnecessarily. But the chaos only spiraled further. For Han Feng, there was nothing surprising in all of this. But the chaos only spiraled further. He had heard all of this in his past life. But the chaos only spiraled further. Suddenly a notification came on his phone. But the chaos only spiraled further, followed instantly by several more. But the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng immediately saw that it was a group of residents of his house. But the chaos only spiraled further, who had started making noise again. But the chaos only spiraled further. And he simply couldn't help but join in the discussion. But the chaos only spiraled further. The noise around was unbelievable. But the chaos only spiraled further. Everyone was discussing the morning news. But the chaos only spiraled further. Some believed that the rescuers would come and help them. But the chaos only spiraled further. Others thought it was all empty promises. But the chaos only spiraled further and made plans to save themselves. But the chaos only spiraled further. Only one avatar stood out from the crowd. But the chaos only spiraled further and asked the gullible. But the chaos only spiraled further. If they really believed what was being said on the news. But the chaos only spiraled further. It was old Uncle Lou. But the chaos only spiraled further. And he absolutely did not believe what was being said on TV. But the chaos only spiraled further. If everything was under the control, but the chaos only spiraled further. Of the government, the rescue teams would have arrived long ago. But the chaos only spiraled further. Instead, he had heard rumors from old friends. But the chaos only spiraled further. That the government was assembling armored vehicles. But the chaos only spiraled further. Tanks and other heavy weapons in City A. But the chaos only spiraled further. The capital of the country. But the chaos only spiraled further. They are probably preparing, but the chaos only spiraled further. Preparing for the war that is about to break out, but the chaos only spiraled further. After hearing the very real possibility of an all-out war, but the chaos only spiraled further. Against an unknown enemy, but the chaos only spiraled further. A chilling silence swept through the group chat, but the chaos only spiraled further. Full of paranoid survivors, but the chaos only spiraled further. Then came the eruption of concerns, but the chaos only spiraled further. Asking Uncle Lou if what he said was true, but the chaos only spiraled further. If it was, weren't they basically done for? But the chaos only spiraled further. Meanwhile, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng was just fascinated by the coming up of the issue of war, but the chaos only spiraled further. He had heard something about this progression in his previous life, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. John interjected to quiet all the noise, but the chaos only spiraled further. He asserted that if what Uncle Lou said was true, but the chaos only spiraled further. Then they had to start taking survival measures to save everyone. But the chaos only spiraled further. Some owners in the neighborhood had already run out of supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. With support resources from the government still uncertain, but the chaos only spiraled further. He proposed organizing for those who were facing difficulties, but the chaos only spiraled further. He passionately suggested that those with ample supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. Donate some of their stash, but the chaos only spiraled further. To serve as an example, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. John pledged to donate half of his supplies to anyone in need, but the chaos only spiraled further. Other owners quickly discussed what was being put forward, but the chaos only spiraled further. In hushed tones, one guy wholeheartedly agreed with Mr. John's proposal, but the chaos only spiraled further. As everyone was just trying to get through the crisis, but the chaos only spiraled further. He pledged to donate what he could and even roped in Lee Haona, but the chaos only spiraled further. She knew this crazy guy Wu Quan, but the chaos only spiraled further. That man was trying to humiliate her in front of everyone, but the chaos only spiraled further. Just because she rejected him before, but the chaos only spiraled further. So Lee Haona had to play some defense, but the chaos only spiraled further, bringing out her meek girl persona while apologizing, but the chaos only spiraled further. As she didn't have any spare supplies left, but the chaos only spiraled further. Most of her simps immediately jumped to defend the witch, but the chaos only spiraled further. This little commotion almost made the plan to organize impossible, but the chaos only spiraled further, as they couldn't even unite themselves with selfless acts. But the chaos only spiraled further. But donations eventually started pouring in, but the chaos only spiraled further. A lot of people must have been moved by Mr., but the chaos only spiraled further. John's impassioned speech food, but the chaos only spiraled further. Clothing medicine, but the chaos only spiraled further. All the necessities were put forth, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. John expressed his gratitude to those who were willing to help, but the chaos only spiraled further. Since there were quite a lot of people to manage, but the chaos only spiraled further. He thought it wise to appoint some owners, but the chaos only spiraled further. To take charge of the operation, but the chaos only spiraled further. He would naturally lead the team, but the chaos only spiraled further. It would be an interim emergency committee, but the chaos only spiraled further. Responsible for planning and distributing donated supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng smirked as soon as he read the announcement, but the chaos only spiraled further. This interim committee thing happened in his previous life too, but the chaos only spiraled further. Sometime later, it would be revealed, but the chaos only spiraled further. That it was all a scheme to take other people's resources, but the chaos only spiraled further. Today was the 19th of July, but the chaos only spiraled further. The 5th day of the apocalypse, but the chaos only spiraled further. Temperatures outside had already dropped to -40 degrees, but the chaos only spiraled further. Now was finally, but the chaos only spiraled further. The day, but the chaos only spiraled further. When the building's central heating system was no longer running, but the chaos only spiraled further. Due to the extreme frost, everyone, but the chaos only spiraled further, was desperately thinking and trying ways to keep their bodies warm, but the chaos only spiraled further. Without the convenience of heaters, but the chaos only spiraled further. Some managed to make a tiny fire inside their homes, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was the same as the previous timeline, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was terrible now, but the situation would only continue to get worse, but the chaos only spiraled further. The exception to this was our MC, but the chaos only spiraled further. Of course, Han Feng was set with all his failed experimental charcoals, but the chaos only spiraled further. Perfect for fueling his fireplace, but the chaos only spiraled further. On the table was a fizzy iced cola, but the chaos only spiraled further. And a scrumptious slice of strawberry cake, but the chaos only spiraled further. As for Han Feng himself, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was doing what most of us would do in his situation, but the chaos only spiraled further. Playing single-player video games, but the chaos only spiraled further. While not giving a damn about the outside world, but the chaos only spiraled further. But his peace would be interrupted by a sudden phone call, but the chaos only spiraled further. Taking a break from gaming, but the chaos only spiraled further. He picked up the call while sipping on Coke, but the chaos only spiraled further. On the line was the person in charge of Block 8, but the chaos only spiraled further. They planned to clear the roads in 20 minutes, but the chaos only spiraled further. And were in need of manpower, but the chaos only spiraled further. In the basement car, Park Han Feng resisted cursing this random guy out, but the chaos only spiraled further. These people still didn't get it yet, but the chaos only spiraled further. The snow wouldn't stop piling up, but the chaos only spiraled further. Against his will, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng still chooses to leave the comfort of his home, but the chaos only spiraled further. And go down to the main lobby, but the chaos only spiraled further. He reckoned falling out with the neighbors would be troublesome, but the chaos only spiraled further. Now he must lower the possibility of his secret being discovered, but the chaos only spiraled further. After all, from the first look at the gate, but the chaos only spiraled further. Everyone could see the snow had already trapped them, but the chaos only spiraled further. In the building, but the chaos only spiraled further. Other volunteers were pissed that the paths they had cleared before, but the chaos only spiraled further, had been erased with the highest snow pile they'd ever seen, but the chaos only spiraled further, deciding to at least get the door open, but the chaos only spiraled further. The volunteers saw Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further, and called them over to help with opening the entrance. But the chaos only spiraled further. They placed their whole body weights into the door, but the chaos only spiraled further, and pushed at the count of 3, but the chaos only spiraled further. Much to everyone's surprise, but the chaos only spiraled further. Opening the entrance led in copious amounts of snow, but the chaos only spiraled further, and opened the lobby up to the frigidity of a raging snowstorm. But the chaos only spiraled further. The storm was too extreme, and none of them could take the cold, but the chaos only spiraled further. When you get close enough to the storm, but the chaos only spiraled further. Even opening your eyes could become a possible injury, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng regretted leaving his cozy couch, but the chaos only spiraled further. To subject himself to manual labor, but the chaos only spiraled further. And frostbite if people went out in that weather, but the chaos only spiraled further. Death wouldn't be far-fetched, but the chaos only spiraled further. Thankfully, but the chaos only spiraled further. The rest of the volunteers also came to the same realization, but the chaos only spiraled further. Only an idiot would try to go out in that temperature, but the chaos only spiraled further. Speaking of idiots, he was finally here, but the chaos only spiraled further. A voice that sounded all too familiar in Han Feng's ear, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was none other than Homeless Joe, but the chaos only spiraled further. Also known as Brother Lee, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was roasting everyone for acting like cowards, but the chaos only spiraled further. When they needed to be imposing at tough times like this, but the chaos only spiraled further. The volunteers shivered in their boots, but the chaos only spiraled further. While trying to talk Brother Lee out of his stupidity, but the chaos only spiraled further. No one should go out in the harshness of that snowstorm, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee was built different though, but the chaos only spiraled further. First he finished the cigarette he was smoking in one puff, but the chaos only spiraled further. Pumped to go in like the madman that he was, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee plowed through the snow, but the chaos only spiraled further, trapping everyone in with his hands, but the chaos only spiraled further. The dumbass started chanting like an anime character, but the chaos only spiraled further, while literally punching the snow, but the chaos only spiraled further, scattering the pile all over the place, but the chaos only spiraled further. He continued doing this for a while, but the chaos only spiraled further. He even managed to dig a homeless, but the chaos only spiraled further. Joe's size hole in the middle of the human length pile of snow, but the chaos only spiraled further. Then came the silence after a few moments, but the chaos only spiraled further. All the volunteers could hear were garbled pleadings for help, but the chaos only spiraled further, coming from under the snow pile, but the chaos only spiraled further. The others had to drag Homeless Joe out of the snow, but the chaos only spiraled further. His face looked purple from the cold, but the chaos only spiraled further, and being trapped under the heavy snow, but the chaos only spiraled further. Volunteers finally decided that venturing outside was impossible, but the chaos only spiraled further, and closed the gate. Han Feng ran up to Brother Lee, but the chaos only spiraled further, trying to make sure that the stupid gangster was alright, but the chaos only spiraled further. He asked everyone to go to the car park first, but the chaos only spiraled further, so they could look for the person in charge of attendance, but the chaos only spiraled further. They could always decide what to do next when the snow stopped, but the chaos only spiraled further. With such a severe blizzard rampaging throughout the world, but the chaos only spiraled further. People were no longer in a situation where the problem could be solved, but the chaos only spiraled further. With manpower in the building's car park, but the chaos only spiraled further. It seemed like the atmosphere was a little more comfortable, but the chaos only spiraled further, on account of it being underground, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. Jiang, the de facto leader, but the chaos only spiraled further, was surrounded by the owners, but the chaos only spiraled further. As always upon receiving reports from the lobby, but the chaos only spiraled further. He concurred that the clearing operation should take a pause, but the chaos only spiraled further. Also for now on the basement car park, but the chaos only spiraled further, will be the designated donation and collection point, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng stayed low-key in the background, but the chaos only spiraled further. This was the first time he had met that guy with the surname Jiang, but the chaos only spiraled further. From the group chat, this meant that this was the guy, but the chaos only spiraled further, who had spearheaded the establishment of that eventual scam committee, but the chaos only spiraled further, with his kind and well-spoken demeanor. But the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. John would manipulate everyone with politeness, but the chaos only spiraled further. And the illusion of support and unity, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. John commented about the overwhelming downpour of donations, but the chaos only spiraled further. From so many owners, but the chaos only spiraled further. These generous donations would help those who were struggling, but the chaos only spiraled further. And for that, he was grateful, but the chaos only spiraled further. The general vibe in the car park was quite positive, but the chaos only spiraled further. People were feeling good about their selfless acts, but the chaos only spiraled further. It gave them a false sense of unity, but the chaos only spiraled further. As they worked on the same goal of survival, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng knew something they didn't though, but the chaos only spiraled further. They just had to wait and see, but the chaos only spiraled further. As the disaster continued to go on for an eternity, but the chaos only spiraled further. They would soon regret giving up their resources, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee, still shivering from the stunt he tried to pull earlier, but the chaos only spiraled further. Decided to head up first and say goodbye to Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further. Looking around the car park, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng noticed someone eye-catching, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was that airhead nurse that he had met in the hospital, but the chaos only spiraled further. When he broke his leg, she was wearing some type of cute winter onesie, but the chaos only spiraled further. While clumsily carrying a stack of boxes, but the chaos only spiraled further. But the chaos only spiraled further, clearly struggling to navigate her way through the crowd of people, but the chaos only spiraled further. Standing around the committee, but the chaos only spiraled further. Given her awkwardness, but the chaos only spiraled further. She eventually bumped into some of the guys standing around, but the chaos only spiraled further. She would have slipped straight to the floor, but the chaos only spiraled further. If it hadn't been for Han Fine, but the chaos only spiraled further, swooping in to save the day, but the chaos only spiraled further. Once again while holding her in her box, but the chaos only spiraled further. He asked if the blushing nurse was okay, but the chaos only spiraled further. When she finally opened her eyes, but the chaos only spiraled further. She expressed her thanks for the save, but the chaos only spiraled further, and eventually recognized Han Feng from the hospital, but the chaos only spiraled further. Then she remembered that his leg was supposed to be severely injured, but the chaos only spiraled further. He shouldn't be in a condition to catch falling maidens, but the chaos only spiraled further. Realizing that he acted before thinking about the current situation, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng struggled to think of a way out, but the chaos only spiraled further. He stumbled over his words before getting out, but the chaos only spiraled further. That his speed of recovery had always been great since he was young, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was very unconvincing with all the nervous gestures, but the chaos only spiraled further. Fortunately, but the chaos only spiraled further. The nurse was too dense to gather any kind of untruthfulness, but the chaos only spiraled further from his words and actions, but the chaos only spiraled further. She just found his recovery speed to be fantastic, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng offered to help lift her boxes, but the chaos only spiraled further. She declined at first, saying that they were heavy, but the chaos only spiraled further. But our boy insisted it took a little bit of convincing, but the chaos only spiraled further. But she eventually entrusted the boxes to him, but the chaos only spiraled further. As soon as he got both hands on the supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was flabbergasted by how heavy they actually were, but the chaos only spiraled further. They were unnaturally weighty, but the chaos only spiraled further. Curious, he asked her what was inside, but the chaos only spiraled further. She explained that these were mainly medical supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. That she was donating to those in need, but the chaos only spiraled further. She also acknowledged that it might be a little too heavy, but the chaos only spiraled further, and that she would be fine carrying them to the donation point, but the chaos only spiraled further. Entranced by her beauty and kindness, but the chaos only spiraled further. You could give Han Fei a few more pounds to carry, but the chaos only spiraled further. And he would never complain, but the chaos only spiraled further. Since she claimed to be stronger than most guys, but the chaos only spiraled further. The nurse kept reminding him not to push too hard, but the chaos only spiraled further. When asked if she'd always been strong since she was young, but the chaos only spiraled further. She became a little guarded, but the chaos only spiraled further. While answering that there was a reason behind it all, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hearing those cryptic words made Han Feng naturally curious, but the chaos only spiraled further. But she looked uncomfortable telling the story, but the chaos only spiraled further. And apologized for bringing it up, but the chaos only spiraled further. It's just that something happened recently, but the chaos only spiraled further. That she can't quite explain, but the chaos only spiraled further. Also, they've been talking and walking for a while now, but the chaos only spiraled further. And she still didn't know his name, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng politely introduced himself, but the chaos only spiraled further. In turn, the angelic nurse also dropped her name, but the chaos only spiraled further. Jean Shui based on her big smile, but the chaos only spiraled further. It seemed like she really appreciated this unexpected meeting, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was speechless whenever he saw that smile, but the chaos only spiraled further. He would have been in, but Nurse Jean asked what he does, but the chaos only spiraled further. And he truthfully answered that he was unemployed, but the chaos only spiraled further. Talk about fumbling a baddie, so close to the finish line, but the chaos only spiraled further. My boy, but thanks to Manhwa logic, but the chaos only spiraled further. An impatient man just happened to pass by, but the chaos only spiraled further. Knocking Nurse Jean off balance, but the chaos only spiraled further. Struggling to maintain her balance, but the chaos only spiraled further. She eventually fell on Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was the only one she could grab to stabilize, but the chaos only spiraled further. This also led to her soft breasts pressing into Han Feng's arm, but the chaos only spiraled further. All of a sudden having zero wrists, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng just stood there and savored the moment, but the chaos only spiraled further. Nurse Jean immediately pulled away and apologized, but the chaos only spiraled further. While Han Feng tried to say that it was no problem, but the chaos only spiraled further. This would have been a perfect first meeting, but the chaos only spiraled further. If it hadn't been for Lee Hyona, but the chaos only spiraled further. Rearing her ugly head to approach Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further. Like a sleepless zombie, but the chaos only spiraled further. You could see the effects of hunger and cold taking a toll on her, but the chaos only spiraled further. Like the parasite that she is, but the chaos only spiraled further. The witch immediately pounced on Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further, deliberately rubbing her chest against his arm, but the chaos only spiraled further, grabbing him slowly, but the chaos only spiraled further. She asked who the pink-haired lady was, and if she was a friend, but the chaos only spiraled further. Nurse Jean immediately felt awkward, but the chaos only spiraled further, and grabbed the box supplies away from Han Feng's hands, but the chaos only spiraled further. She just wanted to get her donations logged, but the chaos only spiraled further, and not interrupt two friends chatting, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng asked why Hyuna was down here, but the chaos only spiraled further, while but the chaos only spiraled further. Regrettably watched Nurse Jean scurry her way to the donation point, but the chaos only spiraled further. The witch explained that she came to get some supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. Noting that she was worried about Han Fei given his inactivity, but the chaos only spiraled further. He scratched his head, but the chaos only spiraled further, and told her that he was just about to send a message, but the chaos only spiraled further. She called him a liar, but the chaos only spiraled further, seeing as he was happily chatting away with another lady just now, but the chaos only spiraled further. Then came the inquiries, but the chaos only spiraled further, about whether he had any spare food supplies at home, but the chaos only spiraled further. She claimed that she was almost out of food, but the chaos only spiraled further, and was wondering if she could share some of Han Feng's, but the chaos only spiraled further. He didn't get pissed off or anything like that, but the chaos only spiraled further. On the contrary, he smirked, but the chaos only spiraled further, continuing his simp act. But the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang claimed that he didn't have much food left either, but the chaos only spiraled further, but could spare some to share. But the chaos only spiraled further. But he'd only share food with people who reply to messages. But the chaos only spiraled further. Acting forward, he grabbed the witch by the waist. But the chaos only spiraled further, and asked if she would be willing to accompany him to his place. But the chaos only spiraled further. For a few days, but the chaos only spiraled further. Not used to the more confident version of her supposed simp, but the chaos only spiraled further. The witch lost her composure for a second, but the chaos only spiraled further. She pushed him away and smiled, but the chaos only spiraled further. Li Hyuna insisted that if Hanfang wanted to chat, but the chaos only spiraled further. They could just do so online, but the chaos only spiraled further. Taking that as a flat-out rejection, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang turned back to head up to his place, but the chaos only spiraled further. Being in a very desperate situation, but the chaos only spiraled further. The witch grabbed him before he could get far, but the chaos only spiraled further. Telling him to wait up, but the chaos only spiraled further. She asserted that he had changed quite a bit recently, but the chaos only spiraled further. Fiona, but the chaos only spiraled further. Also claimed that she had always been very serious about her feelings, but the chaos only spiraled further. With the most convincing puppy eyes imaginable, but the chaos only spiraled further. Iona professed, but the chaos only spiraled further, that she didn't want people to think that she was just with Hanfang, but the chaos only spiraled further. For his money, but the chaos only spiraled further. So she's going to need a little more time for something more serious, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang looked at her act with a blush, but the chaos only spiraled further. On his face, thankfully, but the chaos only spiraled further. He checked himself immediately, but the chaos only spiraled further. If he hadn't already died once by her hands, but the chaos only spiraled further. He would have believed those words, but the chaos only spiraled further. But right now he just wanted to tear her ugly mask off, but the chaos only spiraled further. The thing is, but the chaos only spiraled further. He still hadn't found out who the man behind the witch was, but the chaos only spiraled further. Thinking about it now, why would he even go look for the guy? But the chaos only spiraled further. Well, he could just act and proceed like he did in his previous life, but the chaos only spiraled further. Until Hyona naturally brought the man over, but the chaos only spiraled further. This time he'll be more prepared, but the chaos only spiraled further. Sure, they have a steel bat, but the chaos only spiraled further. But Hanfang has a sniper rifle, but the chaos only spiraled further. Realizing this, he decided not to rock the boat too much, but the chaos only spiraled further, and joked that he was just teasing her, but the chaos only spiraled further. Now the witch was feeling a little ashamed of putting on, but the chaos only spiraled further. Another acting masterclass, but the chaos only spiraled further. For a joke still, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang asserted that he would wait for her message, but the chaos only spiraled further. So he could deliver some food supplies the next day, but the chaos only spiraled further. With this, they finally bade each other goodbye, but the chaos only spiraled further. She even told him to hit her up, but the chaos only spiraled further. If there was anything he wanted to talk about, but the chaos only spiraled further. As the witch exited the car park, but the chaos only spiraled further. An evil smile crept up at the corners of her vile mouth, but the chaos only spiraled further. Unbeknownst to her, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang wasn't the one being played this time around, but the chaos only spiraled further. He really liked tormenting her on the low key, but the chaos only spiraled further. 2 days passed without Hanfang contacting the witch, but the chaos only spiraled further. This turned into Li Hyuna, but the chaos only spiraled further. Blowing up his phone, but the chaos only spiraled further. With angry text messages about the delivery of the promised supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. Hanfang was just letting all the salty messages pile in, but the chaos only spiraled further. While he ate a piping hot steak meal, but the chaos only spiraled further, paired with some fizzy drink, but the chaos only spiraled further. How good would it be to eat some good food? But the chaos only spiraled further. While tormenting a witch who killed you in the previous life, but the chaos only spiraled further. Finally, but the chaos only spiraled further. Figuring out the method to make some blissfully delicious meat, but the chaos only spiraled further. Was a game changer, but the chaos only spiraled further. The cold weather outside was perfect for such nice and warm food, but the chaos only spiraled further. Inside, while everyone was miserable in the cold, but the chaos only spiraled further. This guy was actually sweating it out in his bathrobe, but the chaos only spiraled further. Absolute Chad, but the chaos only spiraled further. He hadn't been just lounging around these past few days either, but the chaos only spiraled further. He conducted numerous experiments, but the chaos only spiraled further. That allowed him to confirm two important things, but the chaos only spiraled further. First, his meat could not be expanded limitlessly, but the chaos only spiraled further. Second, just like soybeans, but the chaos only spiraled further. Meat could be reproduced without a limit, but the chaos only spiraled further. His experiments had already yielded pounds and pounds of it, but the chaos only spiraled further. For every full stock of beans sprouted, but the chaos only spiraled further. He would use half to grow more beans and eat the other half, but the chaos only spiraled further. He could freely apply the same principle to meat, but the chaos only spiraled further. Under the red and green light, but the chaos only spiraled further. Half a steak, but the chaos only spiraled further. And a handful of soybeans could produce a whole piece of steak, but the chaos only spiraled further. Exploiting the same process over and over, but the chaos only spiraled further. Would yield an unlimited amount of steak, but the chaos only spiraled further. After conducting numerous tests to put this hypothesis to the test, but the chaos only spiraled further. He concluded that he wouldn't have to worry about eating good food, but the chaos only spiraled further. In the future, but the chaos only spiraled further. Some TV stations were still sending out reporters to chronicle but the chaos only spiraled further. Unprecedented snowstorm on its 19th day, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was August 2nd now, but the chaos only spiraled further. And even the picturesque islands of the Maldives, near the equator, but the chaos only spiraled further. Had reached average temperatures of negative 42 degrees, but the chaos only spiraled further. The entire island had been engulfed by ice and snow, but the chaos only spiraled further. Even the ocean was freezing at a speed observable to the naked eye, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was unreal according to expert readings, but the chaos only spiraled further. The ice layer had reached 55 centimeters deep, but the chaos only spiraled further. Similar situations could be observed in other countries, but the chaos only spiraled further. Near the equator, the supposed warm territories, but the chaos only spiraled further. Watching through his massive entertainment center, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng scoffed at the news coverage, but the chaos only spiraled further. In reality, the situation in the outside world, but the chaos only spiraled further, was far worse than the media's portrayal, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was peacefully sipping on his daily red wine, but the chaos only spiraled further, when a sudden noise from outside sent a shock to his system, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng hurriedly made his way to the window and opened the curtains, but the chaos only spiraled further. He could see a building engulfed in fire from a distance, but the chaos only spiraled further. This was the 7th explosion incident in the past few days, but the chaos only spiraled further. Even Han Feng was clueless about the cause, but the chaos only spiraled further. But what was certain was that this was not a good sign, but the chaos only spiraled further. There had been a ramp up in the number of military helicopters, but the chaos only spiraled further. Flying through the city too, but the chaos only spiraled further. If he was clueless, so were the rest of the survivors, but the chaos only spiraled further. The situation outside was causing panic among the residents, but the chaos only spiraled further. All of them were basically camping around the basement car park, but the chaos only spiraled further. To trade for goods and food supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. Human greed knows no limits, but the chaos only spiraled further. So there were many residents taking advantage of others, but the chaos only spiraled further, leading to several conflicts and altercations. But the chaos only spiraled further. At the center of all this was Mr. Zhang, but the chaos only spiraled further, who was still playing the role of the reliable leader. But the chaos only spiraled further, who provided necessary resources to the destitute for free, but the chaos only spiraled further. Today was a special day, but the chaos only spiraled further, as Han Feng decided to go down to the basement car park. But the chaos only spiraled further with the other survivors, but the chaos only spiraled further. He'd only been out of his place for a few minutes, but the chaos only spiraled further, and the cold was already getting to him. But the chaos only spiraled further. Every time he exited the comfort of his home, but the chaos only spiraled further. He regretted his decision, but the chaos only spiraled further. The real reason he came down was to gather some useful information, but the chaos only spiraled further. If it weren't for that, but the chaos only spiraled further. He wouldn't have shown his face to these people ever again, but the chaos only spiraled further. Before he was given the chance to reset, but the chaos only spiraled further. He remembered a rebellion sweeping through the neighborhood, but the chaos only spiraled further. If memory served him right, but the chaos only spiraled further. It should be related to the people in this basement right now, but the chaos only spiraled further. They were still standing by their promise to give away resources, but the chaos only spiraled further. Instead of outright scamming people, but the chaos only spiraled further. To find out what was really going on, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng, but the chaos only spiraled further. Decided to do some detective work on this messy and chaotic gathering, but the chaos only spiraled further. Based on the long lines in the collection area, but the chaos only spiraled further. It looked like the number of households facing shortages, but the chaos only spiraled further. Was relatively high at the front of the line, but the chaos only spiraled further. A man was complaining about how few resources he was getting, but the chaos only spiraled further. When he had donated several large boxes of supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. While Mr. Zhang insisted that everyone was given an equal slice, but the chaos only spiraled further. With a single canned good, but the chaos only spiraled further. And one sausage in hand the man demanded his donated resources back, but the chaos only spiraled further. But the committee couldn't really do that, but the chaos only spiraled further. Since the disaster was ongoing, but the chaos only spiraled further. Mr. Zhang urged the man to look at the bigger picture, but the chaos only spiraled further, and promised to pay back the man in cash several times over. But the chaos only spiraled further. Once things settled down, but the chaos only spiraled further. But a promise of money for an uncertain tomorrow, but the chaos only spiraled further. Wasn't worth anything right now, but the chaos only spiraled further. Finally, but the chaos only spiraled further. Other people in the line started speaking up against the whiny man, but the chaos only spiraled further. They bashed the guy, but the chaos only spiraled further, telling him to stop being so shameless and move along, but the chaos only spiraled further. It didn't take too long for a mob to form, but the chaos only spiraled further. Around the idea of hating this shameless man, but the chaos only spiraled further. Who just wanted a few more supplies for his family, but the chaos only spiraled further. They were thoroughly under the influence of the interim committee, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng knew all too well, but the chaos only spiraled further. That there was no way for the people in charge to concede, but the chaos only spiraled further. Their resources in this current situation, but the chaos only spiraled further. But placing yourself on higher moral ground, but the chaos only spiraled further. Against those who donated more resources at the start of the crisis, but the chaos only spiraled further. Was equally shameless, speaking of shameless, but the chaos only spiraled further. The man, the myth, but the chaos only spiraled further. The legend finally made another appearance in the basement, but the chaos only spiraled further. It was none other than Homeless Joe, but the chaos only spiraled further. I mean Brother Lee, but the chaos only spiraled further. He looked a lot worse than a few days ago, but the chaos only spiraled further. He looked frail, sickly, and thin, but the chaos only spiraled further. It had been a while since the Gun brothers had seen each other, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Brother Lee claimed that he wasn't doing too badly, but the chaos only spiraled further. But it was clear that he was, but the chaos only spiraled further. According to him, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was just trembling from being flustered and powerless. But the chaos only spiraled further. Not to mention the cold, he was far from doing not too bad. But the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee finally admitted that he had been having a difficult time. But the chaos only spiraled further. Just depending on drinking water to suppress his hunger. But the chaos only spiraled further. As he didn't have any food left, but the chaos only spiraled further. When the donation drive was in full swing, but the chaos only spiraled further. He donated most of his resources to the committee, but the chaos only spiraled further. In the end, but the chaos only spiraled further. His own supply ran out before the promised end of the snowstorm, but the chaos only spiraled further. In addition, the rations that the committee doled out were too little, but the chaos only spiraled further. If Brother Lee had only known how bad the weather would be, but the chaos only spiraled further. He would have kept more of his personal stash, but the chaos only spiraled further. Realizing that he had a possible solution for Brother Lee's plight, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng pulled the gangster closer to whisper a favor, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee pulled away in disbelief, but the chaos only spiraled further. Little Han Feng just offered him 4 packs of instant noodles, but the chaos only spiraled further. And 2 sausages to do a simple job, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng made a point of asserting, but the chaos only spiraled further, that this would put a significant dent in his supplies, but the chaos only spiraled further. The gangster took it, but the chaos only spiraled further. As his little bro was looking for an excuse to give him food, but the chaos only spiraled further. He was moved to tears, but the chaos only spiraled further, promising to remember his good will for the rest of time, but the chaos only spiraled further. Brother Lee grabbed Han Fei with sincere intensity, but the chaos only spiraled further, and assured him that this small matter would be settled, but the chaos only spiraled further. Without a fuss as for the food, but the chaos only spiraled further. He could just swing by Han Fei's house later, but the chaos only spiraled further. But first, Brother Lee really needed something to fill his stomach, but the chaos only spiraled further. So he lined up to get some rations, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng was just pleased with the perfect deal he cooked up, but the chaos only spiraled further. With just a few packs of noodles and sausages, but the chaos only spiraled further. He wouldn't have to come down here, but the chaos only spiraled further. Personally, to gather information in the future, but the chaos only spiraled further. He felt a little sorry for Brother Lee, but the chaos only spiraled further. But sticking his nose into other people's business, but the chaos only spiraled further. Wasn't as important as comfortably lazing on his sofa, but the chaos only spiraled further. Eating delicious food and playing games, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng would have had a perfect journey in the basement car park, but the chaos only spiraled further. If he hadn't been spotted by yet another familiar face, but the chaos only spiraled further. After hearing his name, but the chaos only spiraled further. The next thing he saw was a palm heading for his face, but the chaos only spiraled further. Han Feng never imagined he'd be slapped in the face before breakfast. His mind froze. What was he even supposed to do in a mess like this? Her glare burned with fury, sharp enough to cut. Hyona's voice trembled with rage as she called him a total failure. That penniless mess of a woman, every word she said stung like venom. Proceeded to yell at him for not responding to her messages, but things were only about to escalate. Asking for food, she made sure to raise her voice, but things were only about to escalate. So everyone in the car park could hear, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng was stun-locked, but things were only about to escalate. He just stood there trying to process what was happening, but things were only about to escalate. The witch he had been messing with, but things were only about to escalate. Just slapped him across the face in front of everyone, but things were only about to escalate. He hadn't even settled her previous life debts yet, but things were only about to escalate. Now she's coming into his space and slapping him for no reason, but things were only about to escalate. This was blasphemous at this point, but things were only about to escalate. With his anger rising an alarming rate, but things were only about to escalate. He reckoned that Lee Hyona still saw him as that pathetic wimp, but things were only about to escalate. Easy to bully, he remained silent for a few moments, but things were only about to escalate. As she berated him for not responding, but things were only about to escalate. She called him deaf and mute and demanded an answer to her questions, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng took a deep breath, but things were only about to escalate. The cold smoking up the air, but things were only about to escalate. Then he proceeded to put on another act, but things were only about to escalate. Sincerely apologizing to Hyona, but things were only about to escalate. He explained that his supplies were stolen, but things were only about to escalate. He had placed the food he was about to deliver outside his door, but things were only about to escalate. For a quick second to get his keys, but things were only about to escalate. But the boxes of supplies were gone by the time he returned, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng claimed that he tried to look for the culprit, but things were only about to escalate, but hadn't found any clues at all, but things were only about to escalate. At this point, she looked like a crackhead desperate for her next hit, but things were only about to escalate. As she asked him if he still had some resources left tucked away, but things were only about to escalate. He answered that he didn't have much, but things were only about to escalate. Only enough to last him a few days, if rationed to 1 meal a day. But things were only about to escalate. Hearing that he still had some food left, but things were only about to escalate. Hyuna's unhinged face lit up with a blushing smile, but things were only about to escalate. She was back to her sweet girl act, but things were only about to escalate. And the transition was flawless, but things were only about to escalate. But when she asked Han Feng to split half of his food, but things were only about to escalate. And just eat 1 meal every 2 days, but things were only about to escalate. So they could both get through the disaster together, but things were only about to escalate. She looked unhinged, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng could barely stand how shameless this woman could be, but things were only about to escalate. To be capable of saying such selfish words without batting an eye, but things were only about to escalate, was terrifying. Well, but things were only about to escalate. In her eyes, but things were only about to escalate. This man was still just a tool to use when needed and nothing more, but things were only about to escalate. Letting her continue thinking that way, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng smiled and lovingly concurred with the plan, but things were only about to escalate. He acted like a man who would stand by his promises, but things were only about to escalate, and split his supplies equally, but things were only about to escalate. With some girl, she even demanded to get the food now, but things were only about to escalate. But he scheduled the delivery for the night, but things were only about to escalate, insisting that he had some packing to do, but things were only about to escalate. She teased him that she'd be waiting for the message tonight, but things were only about to escalate. Heading back first, but things were only about to escalate. Hyona wished him well and hoped he wouldn't catch the flu going around, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng bade her farewell as well, but things were only about to escalate. A sinister plan already brewing in his petty mind, but things were only about to escalate. As early as 8 in the evening, but things were only about to escalate. Li Hyona was already badgering Han Feng for the food, but things were only about to escalate. She grew so impatient that she even went to the lobby near his room, but things were only about to escalate. At around 9:30, she was shivering in the halls alone, but things were only about to escalate. Cold and miserable Han Feng was back to his favorite hobby, but things were only about to escalate. Hooking Hyona with bait, but things were only about to escalate. Then completely ghosting her with texts and calls, but things were only about to escalate. The elevator was busted after weeks of cold without maintenance, but things were only about to escalate. So if she really wanted to cause a scene, but things were only about to escalate. She'd have to take the stairs up to Han Feng's unit, but things were only about to escalate. Seeing no other choice, but things were only about to escalate. Li Hyona swallowed her pride and took the creepy staircase, but things were only about to escalate. Halfway through the climb, but things were only about to escalate. She was already exhausted with the cold making her shiver, but things were only about to escalate. It was a hellish ordeal if it weren't for the supplies, but things were only about to escalate. She wouldn't be doing all this, but things were only about to escalate. The exhaustion kept piling on, but things were only about to escalate. As she had been starving for a few days now, but things were only about to escalate. Each step up the stairs took all the strength she had left, but things were only about to escalate. You've got to give it to her, but things were only about to escalate. There are very few people who would climb more than 16 floors, but things were only about to escalate. Just to leech off someone's food, but things were only about to escalate. Coincidentally, but things were only about to escalate. Even the emergency lights on the higher floors were also busted, but things were only about to escalate. This just made her climb darker and spookier, but things were only about to escalate. Upon hearing what she perceived as some kind of eerie sound, but things were only about to escalate. Lee Hyona anxiously asked who was there to answer her inquiry, but things were only about to escalate. A black plastic bag came directly from the higher floors, but things were only about to escalate. On track to land on her pretty little head, but things were only about to escalate. Shocked and unable to move, but things were only about to escalate. Hyuna was forced to just stand there, but things were only about to escalate, and wait for the black bag to hit her, but things were only about to escalate. As soon as the bag landed with a loud bang, but things were only about to escalate. The emergency lights kicked back on, but things were only about to escalate, and white dust filled the staircase, but things were only about to escalate. The always cheerful and smiling Lee, but things were only about to escalate. Hyuna was blasted with flour all over her head and body, but things were only about to escalate. In front of her was Han Fong, but things were only about to escalate. He claimed that he fell asleep, but things were only about to escalate, and immediately came running down with the supplies, but things were only about to escalate. When he saw her messages when the light turned off, but things were only about to escalate. He accidentally dropped the bag of flour, but things were only about to escalate, leading to this situation, but things were only about to escalate. Wiping off the flour and plastic from her hair and coat, but things were only about to escalate. Hyuna felt disgusting, but things were only about to escalate, as hints of her real nasty personality peeked through the mask, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng was quite pleased with this sight, but things were only about to escalate. He had specially prepared this mean-spirited prank for her, but things were only about to escalate. And it wasn't done yet. He lifted another plastic bag, but things were only about to escalate, telling the witch that he packed up his remaining resources for her, but things were only about to escalate. Upon inspection, but things were only about to escalate. She noticed that most of the food and produce were already moldy, but things were only about to escalate. It looked more like trash than edible food, but things were only about to escalate. Playing the fool, Han Fine scratched the back of his head, but things were only about to escalate, and claimed that he worked, but things were only about to escalate. Extra hard to keep these leftovers in stock, but things were only about to escalate. There was even rotting meat mixed in there, but things were only about to escalate. Then he expertly pivoted to acting offended, but things were only about to escalate. Grabbing the plastic bag and telling her to give it back if she, but things were only about to escalate. Didn't like it, afraid of starving for another day, but things were only about to escalate. The witch hurriedly grabbed the bag away, but things were only about to escalate, claiming that she wanted it, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng looked at her carefully from head to toe, but things were only about to escalate. He scoffed at himself in front of him, but things were only about to escalate. Was the so-called goddess, but things were only about to escalate. He had been pursuing with all his might before, but things were only about to escalate. Right now, but things were only about to escalate. She looked like a homeless crackhead stuck outside on a winter night, but things were only about to escalate. She was rummaging through the trash bag, but things were only about to escalate, and trying to find something edible in the moldy pile, but things were only about to escalate. But things were only about to escalate. Greedily grabbed the remaining bag of flour from Han Feng's hand, but things were only about to escalate. Lee Hyona was celebrating even half a bag of flour, but things were only about to escalate. Not minding that she got blasted by the white stuff just minutes ago, but things were only about to escalate. She then took off without saying thank you or goodbye, but things were only about to escalate. But Han Feng didn't mind giving her his literal garbage to eat, but things were only about to escalate. Should be enough to give the witch some stomach problems, but things were only about to escalate. For a few days showering in this weather was also impossible, but things were only about to escalate. So she would have to walk around with all that flour, but things were only about to escalate. Sticking to her body for a while, but things were only about to escalate. As Han Feng cheerfully headed back to his place, but things were only about to escalate. He started feeling something weird, but things were only about to escalate. He played it off as if he hadn't noticed, but things were only about to escalate. But there was something moving in the background, but things were only about to escalate. Keeping his wits about him, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng acted naturally heading to his unit, but things were only about to escalate. He exited the stairwell and walked like everything was normal, but things were only about to escalate. A shadow of a figure followed his footsteps a few seconds later, but things were only about to escalate. It was definitely a person, but things were only about to escalate. Judging from the snow boots they were wearing, but things were only about to escalate. Taking advantage of the surprise factor, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng actually hid behind the door, but things were only about to escalate, and pounced on the unknown figure tailing him. But things were only about to escalate. He made sure to grab the mysterious person firmly and aggressively, but things were only about to escalate, taking him down to the ground. But things were only about to escalate. Just as he was about to punch the bastard trying to spy on him, but things were only about to escalate. Something made Han Feng pause, but things were only about to escalate. His hostility dying down, but things were only about to escalate. The one tailing him turned out to be a girl with messy hair, but things were only about to escalate. Sleepy eyes and ultra-thick glasses, but things were only about to escalate. What the hell is going on, bro? But things were only about to escalate. Han Feng could think of only one reason why she could be here, but things were only about to escalate. At this late hour, she must have been spying on him, but things were only about to escalate. And our hero wanted to find out her intentions, but things were only about to escalate. But all he got in response was silence. But things were only about to escalate. And a blank stare from under her glasses, but things were only about to escalate. The girl was obviously not a chatty one, but things were only about to escalate. She didn't say a word, and Han fine, but things were only about to escalate. Surprised by this behavior, but things were only about to escalate. Decided to use more weighty arguments to make her talk, but things were only about to escalate. He threatened to take off her coat, but things were only about to escalate. Right here in the cold if she didn't talk, but things were only about to escalate. Even that wasn't enough to loosen her tongue, but things were only about to escalate. Han Fine got tired of messing with her, but things were only about to escalate, and decided to let her go this time. But things were only about to escalate. But next time, but things were only about to escalate. She might not be able to count on such favor if she spied on him now, but things were only about to escalate. She had to stop her silent games, but things were only about to escalate, and hurried to her home before she got cold, but things were only about to escalate. As our hero was about to leave, but things were only about to escalate. He suddenly felt someone grab his sleeve, but things were only about to escalate. This silent girl wasn't going to let him go so easily, but things were only about to escalate. Although Han Feng didn't understand what she wanted from him, but things were only about to escalate. She, on the other hand, but things were only about to escalate, just stared at him and remained silent. But things were only about to escalate. Han Feng told her to stop looking at him, but things were only about to escalate, and even threatened her to leave, but things were only about to escalate. If she didn't tell him what she wanted, but things were only about to escalate. But instead of answering, but things were only about to escalate. She pointed at something with her hand and pulled our hero with her, but things were only about to escalate. Even a laggard like Han Feng realized he was being shown something, but things were only about to escalate. They came to her room. It was surprisingly warm and bright inside, but things were only about to escalate. Our hero was even speechless, but things were only about to escalate. Looking around, he noticed piles of boxes of supplies, but things were only about to escalate. Of course, some of them were empty, and the room was full of trash, but things were only about to escalate. But the fact that this girl had so many supplies, but things were only about to escalate. Weeks after the apocalypse began was incredible, but things were only about to escalate. Had she also prepared in advance? But things were only about to escalate. Han Feng directly asked her if she knew in advance, but things were only about to escalate. That the ice apocalypse would begin, but things were only about to escalate. And surprisingly enough, she finally spoke, but things were only about to escalate. Although she said some strange things, but things were only about to escalate. It turned out that she had done the calculations herself, but things were only about to escalate, and got the result that predicted a future ice age, but things were only about to escalate. She turned out to be the strange person, but things were only about to escalate, who had been posting in the community chat, but things were only about to escalate, about the coming of the Ice Age apocalypse, but things were only about to escalate. Before it happened, Han Feng, but things were only about to escalate. Of course, didn't understand what she was talking about, but things were only about to escalate. It was hard for such a dumbass to, but things were only about to escalate. Realized that by doing research and calculations, but things were only about to escalate. One could sometimes know the future, but things were only about to escalate. Without even being a reborn regressor, but things were only about to escalate. But Han Feng, but things were only about to escalate, knew that she probably didn't bring him here, but things were only about to escalate. To talk about her research, but things were only about to escalate. And he was right, she had clearly shown him the real reason, but things were only about to escalate. The girl had a lot of screens in her room with CCTV footage on them, but things were only about to escalate. And on all of them was our hero, but things were only about to escalate. On the first footage, but things were only about to escalate. He was picking his nose while carrying a pile of boxes in an elevator, but things were only about to escalate. On the second, but things were only about to escalate. A delivery service was bringing a dozen gas cans into his room, but things were only about to escalate. On the third brother, Lee brought him a gun case and so on, but things were only about to escalate. It turns out that Han Feng's first guess about this girl, but things were only about to escalate. Upon meeting her, turned out to be correct, but things were only about to escalate. She had indeed been spying on him, and for a long time, but things were only about to escalate. She was now more comfortable than ever, but things were only about to escalate, and didn't hesitate to change her clothes right in front of our hero, but things were only about to escalate. Her room was too warm to wear warm winter clothes, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng still managed to blunder and misunderstood, but things were only about to escalate, and asked why she suddenly decided to undress here, but things were only about to escalate. She simply replied that it was hot in here, but things were only about to escalate. But of course he meant something else, but things were only about to escalate. Why was she doing it here in front of him, but things were only about to escalate? He demanded that she should stop immediately and put her pants back on, but things were only about to escalate. Eventually after a while, but things were only about to escalate. As much as he was against it, but things were only about to escalate. He had to take off his coat too, but things were only about to escalate. This girl had dangerous information, and until he resolved this issue, but things were only about to escalate. He just couldn't leave, so summarizing what he understood, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng realized that she was spying on him, but things were only about to escalate, due to being suspicious of his behavior, but things were only about to escalate. When he started stocking up on supplies before it even snowed, but things were only about to escalate. Fortunately, this monitoring, but things were only about to escalate, wasn't for the purpose of gathering information on our hero, but things were only about to escalate. For blackmail, but things were only about to escalate. But to find out if Han Feng was smart and capable enough to cooperate, but things were only about to escalate. Now it was just a matter of figuring out what she meant by cooperation, but things were only about to escalate. Talking was difficult for her, but things were only about to escalate. So the girl decided it was better to show along the way, but things were only about to escalate. Of course, making our hero understand everything in his own way, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng couldn't even imagine what she was going to do, but things were only about to escalate. By making such movements, but things were only about to escalate. Of course, pulling out the generator from behind the bed, but things were only about to escalate. Instead of what you think she was going to do, but things were only about to escalate. She just wanted Han Feng to teach her how to use the generator, but things were only about to escalate. She was a master of all things computers and books, but things were only about to escalate. But the everyday skills necessary for survival were critically lacking, but things were only about to escalate. After a while, the generator was up and running steadily, but things were only about to escalate. We'll leave out the fact that running, but things were only about to escalate. A generator in a room is a very bad idea, but things were only about to escalate. Let's assume that this generator was hydrogen powered, but things were only about to escalate, and was fairly quiet, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng hoped that this would be the end of her requests, but things were only about to escalate. But that wasn't the case. Her blue eyes were asking for help again, but things were only about to escalate. This time with the hot water boiler, but things were only about to escalate. Our hero quickly set it up, but things were only about to escalate. And now she should have hot water around the clock, but things were only about to escalate. Thanks to the generator's power, but things were only about to escalate. But still, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng advised her to save water and remember to close the tap, but things were only about to escalate. Next she asked for help with the refrigerator, but things were only about to escalate. It was an unimaginable mess, but things were only about to escalate. And our hero had to teach her that raw meat, but things were only about to escalate, should be put in the freezer, but things were only about to escalate. Not in the refrigerator, otherwise it will quickly spoil, but things were only about to escalate. Also, she had to keep everything clean, or she would soon get sick, but things were only about to escalate. And he wasn't going to do all this for her, but things were only about to escalate. She had to do it herself, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng couldn't understand how she had lived to this point, but things were were only about to escalate. Without knowing such basic things, but things were only about to escalate. He even had to show her how to change, but things were only about to escalate. And connect the gas cans to the stove, but things were only about to escalate. She had to remember the safety precautions, but things were only about to escalate. And clearly repeat all his actions, but things were only about to escalate. It only got more complicated from there, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng had to teach her how to cook and roast food on the fire, but things were only about to escalate. Finally, when our hero was completely exhausted, but things were only about to escalate. A delicious dinner was ready, but things were only about to escalate. And he advised her to eat while the food was still hot, but things were only about to escalate. He himself couldn't understand how he'd gotten into this life, but things were only about to escalate. He had to spend all day babysitting an adult child, but things were only about to escalate. His new friend's ability to take care of herself was too low, but things were only about to escalate. Although she didn't seem to be embarrassed at all, but things were only about to escalate. The dinner was just too delicious, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng realized that there was no understanding on this matter, but things were only about to escalate, and awkwardly excused himself by saying that he was just joking, but things were only about to escalate. He was incredibly tired for the day, but things were only about to escalate, and couldn't dream of anything else but his warm bed, but things were only about to escalate. Turns out he wasn't the only one tired during the day, but things were only about to escalate. When he turned his attention to the girl, but things were only about to escalate. She was already asleep, but things were only about to escalate. And the table with food as a bed suited her just fine, but things were only about to escalate. This was the first time Han Feng had ever seen someone fall asleep, but things were only about to escalate. While eating, but things were only about to escalate. He decided to carry her to the bed, but things were only about to escalate. Who would have thought that he would spend the day teaching a child, but things were only about to escalate. During the night, but things were only about to escalate. The snowfall only intensified and the temperature dropped even lower, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng had just woken up, but things were only about to escalate. And he already had guests demanding his attention, but things were only about to escalate. It was the same girl again, but things were only about to escalate. She had brought gifts to thank him for his help, but things were only about to escalate. Even our hero was surprised by her generosity, but things were only about to escalate. She had brought so much, but after Han Feng took the boxes away, but things were only about to escalate. She continued to stand at the door and wasn't going to leave at all, but things were only about to escalate. That look he already knew, but things were only about to escalate. She wanted to ask for another favor, but things were only about to escalate. She had brought a generator with her, but things were only about to escalate. And asked him to teach her one more time, but things were only about to escalate. She didn't seem to have memorized yesterday's lessons, but things were only about to escalate. So Han Feng had to start all over again, but things were only about to escalate. After a few days of talking to the girl, but things were only about to escalate. He realized that she was a complete idiot when it came to survival, but things were only about to escalate. She was also critically lacking in common sense, but things were only about to escalate. An understanding of what was appropriate and what was not, but things were only about to escalate. But she didn't give up, and every day, but things were only about to escalate. She dragged Han Feng to her room, but things were only about to escalate. To be taught survival and everyday skills, but things were only about to escalate. After a while, she finally managed to cook something remotely edible, but things were only about to escalate. And resembling a meal, even such a cooking skill, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng considered an improvement, but things were only about to escalate. Previously, even dogs wouldn't want to eat such a thing, but things were only about to escalate. But in an ice apocalypse, even humans would line up for such food, but things were only about to escalate. After so long, Han Feng finally decided to find out the girl's name, but things were only about to escalate. She introduced herself as Jiao Xing'an, but things were only about to escalate. It was still a mystery to Han Feng why she spoke so strangely, but things were only about to escalate. And what was wrong with her? But things were only about to escalate. But he wasn't going to leave her to her fate, but things were only about to escalate. Meanwhile, downstairs in the basement, but things were only about to escalate, where supplies were being distributed to the needy residents, but things were only about to escalate. Things were not calm at all, but things were only about to escalate. The hungry residents were fighting amongst themselves, but things were only about to escalate. For what little supplies they had left, but things were only about to escalate. Chaos reigned, and the residents began taking supplies from each other, but things were only about to escalate, arguing that no one could prove whose supplies it was, but things were only about to escalate. The weak simply fell from powerlessness, but things were only about to escalate, and the strong tried to grab more, but things were only about to escalate. It seems that the quiet days in this community are over, but things were only about to escalate. People were fighting for resources they felt entitled to, but things were only about to escalate. They guarded what little they managed to loot with their lives, but things were only about to escalate. Any attempt at stealing quickly devolved into mindless violence, but things were only about to escalate. These people punched and kicked one another, but things were only about to escalate. Mercilessly until their fists and shoes were bloodied, but things were only about to escalate. While everyone was hastening the collapse of civilization, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. Jiang remained calm throughout the storm, but things were only about to escalate. He amplified the volume of the megaphone in his hands, but things were only about to escalate, and stopped the fighting altogether, but things were only about to escalate. As everyone covered their ears in pain, but things were only about to escalate. Bro was using a real sonic attack, but things were only about to escalate. That's a real supervillain, but things were only about to escalate. After a few seconds of that grating feedback sound, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. Jiang finally addressed his fellow survivors, but things were only about to escalate. He asked them if they had had enough of the fighting, but things were only about to escalate. He picked up one of the badly beaten men and explained that, but things were only about to escalate. Just because of these few remaining resources, but things were only about to escalate. They were risking death. Wasn't that the definition of ridiculous? But things were only about to escalate. But the masses were still angry, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. John was the one who suggested the donation system, but things were only about to escalate. And now they only received a packet of noodles every few days, but things were only about to escalate. If they didn't die fighting, but things were only about to escalate. They would die starving, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. John pretended as though he was listening to their complaints, but things were only about to escalate. About the problem with resource distribution, but things were only about to escalate. Or the lack thereof. He turned to his people and stood on business, but things were only about to escalate. If they were fighting for such ridiculous reasons, but things were only about to escalate, then perhaps they deserved to starve to death, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. John posed the question of, but things were only about to escalate. Who caused the situation in the first place? But things were only about to escalate, and urged them to think carefully, but things were only about to escalate. The irritated masses blamed him for this, but things were only about to escalate. He picked up a piece of bread and started working his magic, but things were only about to escalate. As he helped the people remember what was really happening, but things were only about to escalate. Bread that was originally sold for, but things were only about to escalate. A few dollars could now be bought from those with abundant resources, but things were only about to escalate. For tens or even hundreds of dollars, but things were only about to escalate. The elite squeezed the unfortunate dry, but things were only about to escalate. It came to the point of splitting a piece of bread, but things were only about to escalate into 5 or 10 pieces to be auctioned, but things were only about to escalate. They used the disaster to get rich, but things were only about to escalate. As for those down in the dumps in the basement car park, but things were only about to escalate. They had long since run out of cash and resources, but things were only about to escalate. But here they were having an internal strife, but things were only about to escalate. Due to the system that used to work, but things were only about to escalate. They were killing one another while the elites, but things were only about to escalate, who had plenty of supplies, but things were only about to escalate, hoarded their treasures without donating to the common good, but things were only about to escalate. They were the ones who raised the prices with malice, but things were only about to escalate. And yet here were the poor, but things were only about to escalate, starving and fighting to the death, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. Zhang asked if that was fair, but things were only about to escalate, feeling that he now had the masses gobbling up his words, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. Zhang urged everyone to stop what they were doing, but things were only about to escalate, and stand united to take back the resources that belong to everyone, but things were only about to escalate. These hungry and angry citizens started rationalizing, but things were only about to escalate. What they had just heard, but things were only about to escalate. Convinced that they were being treated unfairly, but things were only about to escalate. Why were the rich the only ones getting all the benefits, but things were only about to escalate, while the rest of them had to struggle, but things were only about to escalate, just to stave off starvation and death, but things were only about to escalate. Mr. Young watched as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, but things were only about about to escalate. On their own, after planting a seed of hatred in the people's minds. But things were only about to escalate. The dissatisfaction and anger that the masses, but things were only about to escalate, felt pointed upwards. But things were only about to escalate. To the rest of the apartment building's residents. But things were only about to escalate. The survivors, but things were only about to escalate. Believed that they were just taking the share that belonged to them. But things were only about to escalate. Seeing the bubbling of violence. But things were only about to escalate. Chaos and desperation, Mr. Jong smirked silently. But things were only about to escalate. In the midst of the mounting chaos. But things were only about to escalate. Homeless Joe, also known as Brother Lee, but things were only about to escalate, could be seen of all the people, but things were only about to escalate. He was the only one who could see through the bullshit of that speech, but things were only about to escalate. The people had practically gone mad, but things were only about to escalate, and something big was about to happen, but things were only about to escalate. He had to inform Han Feng as soon as possible, but things were only about to escalate. In Han Feng's room, he was just lounging around, but things were only about to escalate. Pretending to read a book while snoring, but things were only about to escalate. He was woken up by the ringtone of his phone, but things were only about to escalate. He received Brother Lee's texts, but things were only about to escalate. About the trouble brewing up in the basement car park, but things were only about to escalate. With Mr. Young's continuous incitement, but things were only about to escalate. The people were now planning to snatch resources from everyone else, but things were only about to escalate. They were going door to door and prying locks open, but things were only about to escalate. These raiders were armed and ready to cause harm, but things were only about to escalate. Brother Lee advised Han Feng to hide, but things were only about to escalate, and not face these lunatics head on, but things were only about to escalate. He could only hope that homeless Joe could take care of himself, but things were only about to escalate. Out there, Han Feng did not expect things to turn out like this, but things were only about to escalate. Although he bought 2 guns in case of crisis, but things were only about to escalate. The idea of using them against another human mortified him a little, but things were only about to escalate. Furthermore, if the people had formed such an organized operation, but things were only about to escalate, and revealed his resources, but things were only about to escalate. They would certainly have been gunning for him crazily, but things were only about to escalate. They would eat him up and leave nothing but bones, but things were only about to escalate. And for that he needed to be prepared for all kinds of scenarios, but things were only about to escalate. For now he retrieved a bunch of wires, but things were only about to escalate. Tools and a couple of fire extinguishers from the stockroom, but things were only about to escalate. Using this stuff, he tried to rig his door, but things were only about to escalate. By crudely strapping live wires on the doorknob, but things were only about to escalate. For security reasons upon finishing his janky rig, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng slowly unfurled the wire on the floor, but things were only about to escalate. His little experiment was interrupted by the sudden loss of power, but things were only about to escalate. Though from above, but things were only about to escalate. It was clear that every building in the area had lost power, but things were only about to escalate. At the same time, some people tried to contact management, but things were only about to escalate. But they lost contact with those people long ago, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng reckoned that with the snowstorm intensifying, but things were only about to escalate. And the overloaded usage of power by people trying to keep warm, but things were only about to escalate. This blackout would have happened sooner or later, but things were only about to escalate. Moreover, the snow built up in most areas, but things were only about to escalate. And the abysmal temperatures outside, but things were only about to escalate, made it impossible for maintenance, but things were only about to escalate. Considering all the factors at hand, but things were only about to escalate. The power failure and signal loss might be permanent this time around, but things were only about to escalate. Once the people realized that the power was never coming back, but things were only about to escalate. Things would only go downhill from there, but things were only about to escalate. Their feelings of panic, but things were only about to escalate, would only lead to an even more serious rebellion movement, but things were only about to escalate. And that's when the real hell would begin, but things were only about to escalate. 30 minutes before the power went out, but things were only about to escalate. The witch Lee Hyona was greedily shoving noodles down her gullet, but things were only about to escalate. Her current benefactor was, but things were only about to escalate, bragging about how he bought resources at 50 times the market price, but things were only about to escalate. Some time ago, and those poor people could not resist, but things were only about to escalate. As they shut their mouths and sold, but things were only about to escalate. For all the resources he had in stock, but things were only about to escalate. He only spent $500,000, but things were only about to escalate. He also started the practice of auctioning supplies, but things were only about to escalate. Letting the poor fight just to get a crumb from him, but things were only about to escalate. Using this tactic, Blondie earned quite a lot, but things were only about to escalate. He ran his hand alongside Lee Hyuna's face, but things were only about to escalate, and asked if she thought she had made the right decision, but things were only about to escalate. To follow him, the witch smiled and cheerfully nodded, but things were only about to escalate. The rich prick was already thinking of doing anything, but things were only about to escalate. He wanted with this pretty girl, but things were only about to escalate. As long as he had the resources to buy her obedience, but things were only about to escalate. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps, but things were only about to escalate. Pouring into the hallway, it was the car park people, but things were only about to escalate. And they brought tools to break doors open, but things were only about to escalate. In the middle of the night, but things were only about to escalate. Blondie overheard that he was being specifically targeted, but things were only about to escalate. For spearheading the rise of prices, but things were only about to escalate. In a group chat, the raiders started banging and kicking his door, but things were only about to escalate. Trying to force it open, Blondie might be rich, but things were only about to escalate. But could all that cash save him from what was coming? But things were only about to escalate. He stood there, but things were only about to escalate, unsure of what to do as the people continuously try to break in, but things were only about to escalate. Finally, but things were only about to escalate. The crazed cult of Mr. Jang's hungry soldiers had gone full tilt, but things were only about to escalate. The snowstorm continued to rage on, but things were only about to escalate, not showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. But things were only about to escalate. Inside Hanfang's stronghold, but things were only about to escalate. The mess had accumulated as wires and supplies littered the ground, but things were only about to escalate. He was still working on his Home Alone style trap on the door, but things were only about to escalate, causing a lot of mess. But things were only about to escalate. Hanfang did everything he was supposed to do to rig the door, but things were only about to escalate. But the energy reading indicated that there was no power going through, but things were only about to escalate. Just as he was wondering what went wrong, but things were only about to escalate. The hurriedly tied together bunch of wires exploded and burned, but things were only about to escalate. The line must have become live right then and there, but things were only about to escalate. Caught in the blast, Hanfang coughed and tried to recover, but things were only about to escalate. He extinguished the fire on the wire, but things were only about to escalate. He still could not figure out what he was doing wrong, but things were only about to escalate. And what was making the process so difficult? But things were only about to escalate. If the internet were still working, but things were only about to escalate. This would not be a problem at all, but things were only about to escalate. Unfortunately, someone started knocking on his door, but things were only about to escalate. Without him getting his door trap up in time, but things were only about to escalate. Hanfang stood up and carefully looked through the peephole, but things were only about to escalate. To confirm who was on the other side of the door, but things were only about to escalate. He could not see a face, but things were only about to escalate. But he saw someone with a very short stature and hair sticking out, but things were only about to escalate. It was that outcast girl again, but things were only about to escalate. This time she came over with her signature, but things were only about to escalate. Nonchalant face while asking for help, but things were only about to escalate. This was not a good time for Hanfang, but things were only about to escalate, as he was busy trying to improvise some traps inside, but things were only about to escalate. But then he remembered the incident that sent him back to the past, but things were only about to escalate. When he was seduced by a witch and clobbered by a madman, but things were only about to escalate. He released his grasp from the door handle, but things were only about to escalate, fearing what might be lurking on the other side, but things were only about to escalate. Hanfang warned the girl that people were breaking down doors, but things were only about to escalate, and robbing supplies instead of letting her in, but things were only about to escalate. He just told her to return home quickly, but things were only about to escalate, as he wouldn't open the door for her, but things were only about to escalate. Outcast girl stood in the gloomy, but things were only about to escalate. Cold hallway silence filled the air. But things were only about to escalate. Then she started banging on the door even harder and louder. But things were only about to escalate. When Han Fong still refused to let her in, but things were only about to escalate. She chose to sit and shiver at the entryway's floor, but things were only about to escalate. The cold was getting to her, but things were only about to escalate. And the voices of the raiders were starting to grow louder, but things were only about to escalate. As they reached Han Feng's floor, but things were only about to escalate. They did not care how many residents lived on the 18th floor, but things were only about to escalate. They just came here to break every door open, but things were only about to escalate. Two rough-looking men surveyed the 18th floor hallway, but things were only about to escalate, and celebrated the fact that they were the first ones to arrive, but things were only about to escalate. They immediately divided up the rooms to ransack, but things were only about to escalate. Coincidentally, Han Feng's room was the nearest one, but things were only about to escalate. One of the raiders took a crowbar to start working on the door, but things were only about to escalate. They introduced themselves as people who delivered resources first, but things were only about to escalate. To see if anyone was home inside, but things were only about to escalate. Han Feng had taken the girl and covered her mouth to prevent any noise, but things were only about to escalate. They charged the door, trying to break in by brute force. With just a crowbar in hand, Han Feng whispered a calm promise to the abandoned girl. That not even those thugs could scratch the steel he had bolted shut. Her trembling eased slightly as his words sank in. She visibly calmed down as the tension grew heavier in the air. The door handle flipped up and down multiple times as the tension grew heavier in the air. But the raiders could not figure out a way in as the tension grew heavier in the air, with the sturdy door getting them nowhere as the tension grew heavier in the air. The raiders decided to mark Han Feng's place as the tension grew heavier in the air and proceed to the next door first as the tension grew heavier in the air. It was a good thing that the reinforced door and handle were installed as the tension grew heavier in the air, with 5-centimeter thick iron plates as the tension grew heavier in the air. Reinforcing the frame, even the contractor who installed it was shocked as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng was so busy feeling good about his decisions as the tension grew heavier in the air that he forgot to let go of the girl's mouth as the tension grew heavier in the air. He was too afraid to make a noise and attract attention as the tension grew heavier in the air. Still, as the tension grew heavier in the air, Outcast Girl thanked him for taking her in before the raiders saw her. As the tension grew heavier in the air, sitting outside, they opted to wait a few more minutes just to be sure as the tension grew heavier in the air. But it sounded like those raiders were gone now as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng immediately got back to fixing his trap as the tension grew heavier in the air. If he could do this right, as the tension grew heavier in the air, those who dared to touch his door again, as the tension grew heavier in the air, would get electrocuted to death as the tension grew heavier in the air. The girl curiously asked what he was doing as the tension grew heavier in the air, and he introduced it as his electrocution defense measure as the tension grew heavier in the air. He even condescendingly told her that she wouldn't understand as the tension grew heavier in the air. Even if he explained well, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he didn't even understand the thing himself as the tension grew heavier in the air. And installing this electrocution device was proving impossible as the tension grew heavier in the air. Little did he know, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she was an expert when it came to anti-theft devices as the tension grew heavier in the air. In voltage differences, these were very simple concepts for her as the tension grew heavier in the air. So Outcast Girl coached Han Feng from the side as the tension grew heavier in the air, instructing him to cut the power supply as the tension grew heavier in the air, while wrapping the bare wire around the door handle carefully as the tension grew heavier in the air. From there, as the tension grew heavier in the air, they connected the next wire from the circuit box to the handle as the tension grew heavier in the air. And for the finale, turned on the power supply as the tension grew heavier in the air, where he measured the live current in the handle as the tension grew heavier in the air. The tester indicated a high level of electricity as the tension grew heavier in the air. When asked how she knew about this complicated stuff as the tension grew heavier in the air, she answered that the true eye of the evil king, as the tension grew heavier in the air, possessed the ability to see the truth of everything in the world as the tension grew heavier in the air. Since his trap was done with the help of Outcast Girl, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He asked what she needed help with, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She did not bother telling a story or anything like that, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She just emptied out the contents of her backpack on the couch, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Ignoring Han Feng then, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the girl boldly declared, as the tension grew heavier in the air, that the true Eye of the Evil King would be staying in this place, as the tension grew heavier in the air. From now on, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It took Han Feng a second to process what he had just heard, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He was obviously, as the tension grew heavier in the air, very opposed to having this girl living in his private space, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and desperately urged her to go back to her house quickly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng was so flustered by the idea that he tripped on the wires, as the tension grew heavier in the air, coiled around the floor, as the tension grew heavier in the air, his body launching forward after wobbling for a few seconds, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He fell on the solid ground, as the tension grew heavier in the air, making a mess in the process, as the tension grew heavier in the air. On his hands was a bright purple color, emanating a bizarre energy as the tension grew heavier in the air. Tripping on his feet as the tension grew heavier in the air, and falling on the ground should have hurt quite a lot as the tension grew heavier in the air. But it didn't. That was when he noticed where he fell as the tension grew heavier in the air. His coffee table, which was solid just a second ago, as the tension grew heavier in the air, had turned into some sort of moldable and clay-like form as the tension grew heavier in the air. Could it be that he unconsciously made the coffee table turn soft as the tension grew heavier in the air? Han Feng finally noticed the purple light dancing around his hands as the tension grew heavier in the air, and immediately connected it to the bizarre as the tension grew heavier in the air. Soft property of the table as the tension grew heavier in the air. Even the toolbox and the tools nearby had turned wonky as the tension grew heavier in the air. Upon being touched by the light, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he grabbed a hammer and the metal head bent on itself as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng waved the hammer around, and it started losing its shape as the tension grew heavier in the air. In simple terms, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the purple light could cause items to turn soft somehow as the tension grew heavier in the air. Outcast girl witnessed this bizarre incident with her own two eyes as the tension grew heavier in the air, and did not make a peep as the tension grew heavier in the air. She was so quiet that he forgot there was someone else in the room as the tension grew heavier in the air, and got too carried away figuring out his new ability as the tension grew heavier in the air. Outcast girl just looked at him with the same blank stare as the tension grew heavier in the air. Then she lit up and labeled him as an emissary as the tension grew heavier in the air, chosen by the true Eye of the Evil King as the tension grew heavier in the air. Whatever that might mean, Han Feng chose to play along as the tension grew heavier in the air, assuming the role of a subordinate as the tension grew heavier in the air, selected by the Evil King as the tension grew heavier in the air, instead of revealing his power as the tension grew heavier in the air. This girl's thinking seemed peculiar as the tension grew heavier in the air, so he might get away with it as the tension grew heavier in the air. As fellow emissaries, she proposed that they help each other as the tension grew heavier in the air, meaning Han Feng's apartment where he rested should be shared as the tension grew heavier in the air, just as he was about to outrightly reject her again as the tension grew heavier in the air. Outcast girl was already heading toward one of the rooms as the tension grew heavier in the air. As if she owned it, he hadn't even agreed to the proposal yet as the tension grew heavier in the air, and that lady already thought they were building a lair as the tension grew heavier in the air. For the Evil King, it wasn't too big of a problem as the tension grew heavier in the air, so he just let her be what was more important right now as the tension grew heavier in the air, was to figure out what exactly that purple light was as the tension grew heavier in the air. At a cursory glance, it seemed to have the ability to turn things soft as the tension grew heavier in the air, which meant he possessed more than just two kinds of lights as the tension grew heavier in the air. Maybe there were many more that he just hadn't discovered yet, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The inciting incident was him tripping over the cables, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and almost crashing into the coffee table that had turned soft, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It would be logical to try to recreate the feeling of that moment, as the tension grew heavier in the air. To reproduce the power after concentrating on that image for a while, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng managed to summon the purple lights again, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He was getting the hang of calling his powers automatically now, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The first thing he tried it out on was the cables, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That triggered the discovery in the first place, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Then he branched out to other things, as the tension grew heavier in the air, namely a sharp kitchen knife, curious, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He activated the purple light, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and its grimy essence quickly swallowed the whole blade, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He was shocked to see that the softening effect, as the tension grew heavier in the air, had no problem working on steel, as the tension grew heavier in the air. As well, it got so soft, as the tension grew heavier in the air, that the once sharp knife felt like jelly wrapping around his skin, as the tension grew heavier in the air. After that, he went on a spree, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and tried this softening touch on many other materials too, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Every household material he could think of, as the tension grew heavier in the air, was susceptible to the power, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The longer he used the purple light, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the softer they became, other than altering an object's softness, as the tension grew heavier in the air. There were no other changes, as the tension grew heavier in the air. By itself, the purple light's effect was pretty useless and impractical, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Then another idea struck Han Feng, as the tension grew heavier in the air, a concept that he was already familiar with, as the tension grew heavier in the air. What if he combined two different kinds of light, as the tension grew heavier in the air? What if he mixed purple and green, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and applied them to a softened object at the same time, as the tension grew heavier in the air? It did not take him long to get good at merging two lights into one, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He grabbed the softened and melted-looking kitchen knife, as the tension grew heavier in the air, applied purple and green lights all over it, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and screamed Bankai, as if he was from Bleach, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Much to his surprise, it really worked, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The melted and softened kitchen knife returned to its solid state, as the tension grew heavier in the air, tough and sharp as ever hell, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He could even use the blade as a mirror, as the tension grew heavier in the air, considering how polished it looked, as the tension grew heavier in the air. After applying the combined lights, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he surveyed the room and found a box of tissues lying around, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Curious Han Feng did the same thing to a piece of tissue paper, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and tried to bend it out of shape, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He had a very hard time doing so, as the tension grew heavier in the air, which meant that he could change the toughness of an item, as the tension grew heavier in the air, when two different lights were combined, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Moreover, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the toughness that green and purple lights imbued in these objects, as the tension grew heavier in the air, was quite extreme. Speaking of toughness, as the tension grew heavier in the air, doesn't he have a very important and practical use for this ability, as the tension grew heavier in the air? Meanwhile, the owners who had raided other people's supplies, as the tension grew heavier in the air, were starting to act selfishly, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as they refused to hand over the resources they stole, as the tension grew heavier in the air, choosing to keep them for themselves in fear of running out, as the tension grew heavier in the air. They argued that they didn't want to split their heart, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Earned haul with the women and elderly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But they still had to keep it a secret, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Or they could get screwed if it leaked, as the tension grew heavier in the air. While the raiders were plotting their shameless crime, as the tension grew heavier in the air, one of them noticed something odd happening on the walls as the tension grew heavier in the air. Much to their disbelief, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the wall of the 18th floor appeared to be wriggling around as the tension grew heavier in the air, shining a light on its surface as the tension grew heavier in the air. A face started emerging from the supposedly solid concrete wall as the tension grew heavier in the air. It moved and grimaced as the tension grew heavier in the air, as if it were trying to break free of the wall's clutches as the tension grew heavier in the air. The raiders might be tough criminals when they pillaged for resources as the tension grew heavier in the air, but this was something unexplainable and downright horrifying as the tension grew heavier in the air. As soon as the face's arms joined in, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as though it were a ghostly apparition, as the tension grew heavier in the air, trying to break through the mortal realm, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It was lights out anyone would have thought that they were witnessing as the tension grew heavier in the air. Paranormal activity in real life as the tension grew heavier in the air. The raiders hurriedly ran back to the floor below as the tension grew heavier in the air, afraid of what the 18th floor might have in store for them, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Meanwhile, Han Feng was struggling as the tension grew heavier in the air, as breathing while stretching the soft walls with his face, as the tension grew heavier in the air, was quite a hard thing to do as the tension grew heavier in the air. He had to get out of that soft and clay-like mess as the tension grew heavier in the air, before he ran out of oxygen, as the tension grew heavier in the air. For the sake of experimentation, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he picked one of his walls as a testing ground for his combined, as the tension grew heavier in the air, purple and green light powers, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But applying these lights to an entire wall was too strenuous, as the tension grew heavier in the air. After a while, he managed to get enormous amounts of light to join as the tension grew heavier in the air and blend with one another as the tension grew heavier in the air. It was an extremely exhausting process as the tension grew heavier in the air, but it gave him an even tougher and sturdier wall than he already had as the tension grew heavier in the air. To test it out, he brought out a sledgehammer for verification as the tension grew heavier in the air. He stood in front of the enhanced wall and lifted the sledgehammer up as the tension grew heavier in the air, determined to check if he had succeeded as the tension grew heavier in the air. With a look of anticipation, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he began. Han Feng swung the hammer as hard as he could as the tension grew heavier in the air, and it made solid contact with the wall's surface as the tension grew heavier in the air. He did this multiple times as the tension grew heavier in the air, so many times as the tension grew heavier in the air that he could barely hold the heavy sledgehammer properly as the tension grew heavier in the air. Nevertheless, the exhaustion was worth it as the tension grew heavier in the air, as his enhanced wall proved to be extremely tough as the tension grew heavier in the air. He couldn't even scrape its surface with all his strength as the tension grew heavier in the air. Back in the basement car park, as the tension grew heavier in the air, most of the raiders, as the tension grew heavier in the air, had come back to surrender a few bags of their loot as the tension grew heavier in the air. One man scratched his head as the tension grew heavier in the air, as he apologized for only managing to seize a little bit of food as the tension grew heavier in the air. While being audited, he seemed on edge as the tension grew heavier in the air. And when someone tapped him on the shoulder, as the tension grew heavier in the air, his nerves flared. The guy who tapped him on the shoulder, as the tension grew heavier in the air, proceeded to take him down to the floor as the tension grew heavier in the air, securing his arms behind his back as the tension grew heavier in the air. This concerned citizen was one of the Jean brothers. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he pressed down hard as the tension grew heavier in the air and demanded to know where the rest of the stolen food was hidden as the tension grew heavier in the air. The raider denied hiding the supplies as the tension grew heavier in the air, but Jean Bro clearly saw him carrying 3 big bags as the tension grew heavier in the air, before surrendering just one little bag as the tension grew heavier in the air. Even with his arms getting twisted up as the tension grew heavier in the air, he continued to vehemently deny hiding resources as the tension grew heavier in the air, since it looked like he was not not willing to speak, as the tension grew heavier in the air. With just a little arm twist, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Perhaps a good beating would squeeze some honesty out of the man, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Just as Gene Bro was about to wail at the dishonest raider, as the tension grew heavier in the air, someone calmly stopped him with a simple shoulder tap, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Much to everyone's surprise, as the tension grew heavier in the air, it was the man of the people, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Mr. Jiang urged the young man to let the raider go first, as the tension grew heavier in the air, so they could talk things out if there really was a problem, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He heard the case of secretly hiding food, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That was supposed to be for everyone, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and wanted to deal with the matter in his own way, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Gene Bro, finally, as the tension grew heavier in the air, relented and threw the piece of trash down the ground, as the tension grew heavier in the air. For Mr. Jiang's sake, when the raider looked up, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he saw a helping hand offering its assistance, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It belonged to the representative of the basement car park, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The benevolent Mr. Jiang, his smile, gave the people peace and calm, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But there was always something sinister behind that kind face, as the tension grew heavier in the air. After a few minutes of talking and convincing, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the man finally brought out the rest of the food that he pillaged, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Just as previously said, there were 2 more big bags unaccounted for, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The man shamefully apologized for being greedy, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as he had 5 mouths to feed at home, as the tension grew heavier in the air. And the food that was distributed was not nearly enough, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Hearing this, Mr. John took his share of today's ration, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and selflessly handed it over to the man, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He respected the rules, as the tension grew heavier in the air. People must hand over the things collected to receive rations, as the tension grew heavier in the air, according to the number of people in a household, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But he could sympathize, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and understand those who were having a hard time living like that, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The kind gesture almost made the dishonest raider cry, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Right then and there, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as he thanked Mr. John from the bottom of his heart, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The lying thief Lao Wang, as the tension grew heavier in the air, swore that if Mr. Jiang needed anything in the future, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he would be at his service, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Turning to the masses lined up in a single file, as the tension grew heavier in the air, Mr. Jiang urged them to quickly receive their rations, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and go back home quickly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The Jean brothers were curious, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as to how Mr. John, as the tension grew heavier in the air, got the thief to hand over everything so willingly, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and why he gave the guy extra rations from his own share, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He insisted that he did not do much, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and just helped the guy understand a certain principle as the tension grew heavier in the air. Of course, the Jean brothers were curious about this principle as the tension grew heavier in the air. Mr. Jiang explained that in the history of the country, as the tension grew heavier in the air, there were multiple times when riots and rebellions occurred, as the tension grew heavier in the air, due to the clash of benefits between different social classes, as the tension grew heavier in the air. However, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the nature of these riots was defined as a collective social behavior, as the tension grew heavier in the air. If you were not arrested on the spot, as the tension grew heavier in the air, you wouldn't be convicted in a court of law, as the tension grew heavier in the air. All Mr. Jiang did was inform the man that if he broke the rules, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the collective would no longer welcome him. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he would become nothing but a common robbing criminal. as the tension grew heavier in the air. Not to mention the punishment of the law, as the tension grew heavier in the air. After the disaster passes, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That guy would have to face the revenge of the owners he stole from, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Those fears compounded and made the decision easy, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Uncle Lou watched everything unfold from afar, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Just a passive observer, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He knew that Mr. Zhang deliberately left the fact that, as the tension grew heavier in the air, within those groups of rioters, as the tension grew heavier in the air, there would always be a leader leading the collective's actions. As the tension grew heavier in the air, heroes and even villains will always emerge in troubled times, as the tension grew heavier in the air. And he could see that potential in this John kid, as the tension grew heavier in the air. As for RMC, he was still busy, as the tension grew heavier in the air, swinging his sledgehammer on different parts of his house, as the tension grew heavier in the air, to make sure that they were virtually indestructible, as the tension grew heavier in the air. This activity was draining him quite a lot, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But at least he has invincible windows now, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Now that the entire house has been strengthened, as the tension grew heavier in the air. And toughness verification is also finished, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He can finally chill right at that moment, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Someone started knocking on his door again, as the tension grew heavier in the air. This is becoming more and more common, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He treaded softly on the floor, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and wondered if it was those resource-stealing neighbors again, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Upon arriving at the entryway, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he looked through the peephole to see what was up, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Much to his surprise, it was none other than Li Hyona, as the tension grew heavier in the air, calling out his name with tears in her eyes, as the tension grew heavier in the air, while shivering in the cold, as the tension grew heavier in the air. This was an extremely familiar scene, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She went on, as the tension grew heavier in the air, about how she couldn't betray the feelings he had towards her, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That one can only understand someone's heart during tough times, as the tension grew heavier in the air. And only someone who truly loved her, as the tension grew heavier in the air, would invest in her unconditionally, as the tension grew heavier in the air. If he just opened the door, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she would gladly open her heart, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Hanfeng's mind replayed the night he died, as the tension grew heavier in the air, after being ambushed in his own room, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He recalled how this witch and his partner made a dead fool of him, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Today this girl was repeating the exact same words she said to him, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Before he died, this means that outside that door, as the tension grew heavier in the air, there's a man lying in wait to bash his head in if he fell for the act, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Hanfeng's first thought, as the tension grew heavier in the air, now that his revenge can finally be put into action, as the tension grew heavier in the air, was to get the gun and kill this dog couple directly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But he stopped halfway through, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Since there was no electricity right now, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the enemy hiding in the dark, as the tension grew heavier in the air, would have the advantage while he was out in the open, as the tension grew heavier in the air. If Hanfeng can't kill in one shot, as the tension grew heavier in the air, then he might lose his life instead, as the tension grew heavier in the air. If he used electric shocks, as the tension grew heavier in the air, then tricking two people into touching a trap at the same time, as the tension grew heavier in the air, would be basically impossible, as the tension grew heavier in the air. For now he tried his best to calm down as he turned his generators off, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He had one shot at this, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and that's even more reason for him not to lose his focus, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He needed to calmly analyze the situation, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The one posing a higher threat wasn't the witch at the front door, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But the man hidden in the dark, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng needs to locate his position, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and deliver a fatal blow upon stepping out, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That first part could be a little tricky though, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But he had prior knowledge of how this event happened in the past, as the tension grew heavier in the air. As far as he could remember, as the tension grew heavier in the air. That man should be hiding in the blind spot behind the door, as the tension grew heavier in the air. He estimated the approximate position of his killer through the wall, as the tension grew heavier in the air, while clutching the sledgehammer tightly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng had an idea, as the tension grew heavier in the air, although he would need to spend some time to act it out, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It could be his best shot, as the tension grew heavier in the air, touching the surface of the wall, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Purple lights coalesced in his hand, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as he hoped that this plan would work, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Li Hyuna continued acting like a damsel in distress, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as she desperately called Han Feng's name to be saved, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The man she brought to kill, as the tension grew heavier in the air. And Rob Han Feng was already beginning to change his mind, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But she insisted that this loser, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng had a ton of resources, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Truckloads of supplies delivered a day before the disaster, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Anyone would jump on the chance to plunder, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Enough resources to feed themselves, as the tension grew heavier in the air. For quite a few days, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But they made the mistake of choosing the wrong superpower target, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The wall behind the killer morphed and moved like clay, as the tension grew heavier in the air. A sledgehammer-shaped protrusion came out, as the tension grew heavier in the air, seemingly trying to break through the soft wall, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The killer was starting to hear some weird noises nearby, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But Lee Hyuna was too focused on performing the scam, as the tension grew heavier in the air. When the killer identified that the noise was coming from behind, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he was too late to turn around, as the tension grew heavier in the air. A freaking sledgehammer, coated with a softened cement wall, as the tension grew heavier in the air, collided with his jaw, as the tension grew heavier in the air, undoubtedly breaking the whole thing with destructive force, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The witch stood back in shock, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as she watched her partner in crime fly like a rag doll, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She asked what happened, but he was in no shape to talk, as the tension grew heavier in the air. His body was shivering with agony and cold, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It was right then, as the tension grew heavier in the air, that the seemingly unopenable door slowly creaked open, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng burst out of his room, as the tension grew heavier in the air, with a fire extinguisher in his hand, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and a sly little smile on his face, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The haggard witch looked at the supposed loser in fear, as the tension grew heavier in the air, before she could even speak another word, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng let that fire extinguisher rip, as the tension grew heavier in the air, covering the thought with that white stuff as she screamed in pain, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Lee Hyuna was a good actress, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She managed to keep her soft cadence, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as she begged Han Feng to stop spraying her with the white substance, as the tension grew heavier in the air. She even ingested some of it, as the tension grew heavier in the air, which you weren't supposed to do, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The witch coughed and coughed, as the tension grew heavier in the air, as her body began breaking down from the cold, as the tension grew heavier in the air, brought on by the extinguishing agent, as the tension grew heavier in the air. When she opened her eyes, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she saw the rich blonde prick she had brought as muscle to rob, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Han Feng lying on the floor, as the tension grew heavier in the air, convulsing uncontrollably and desperately asking for help, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Unfortunately for him, as the tension grew heavier in the air, Lee Hyona wasn't in the best position to provide assistance either. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng's hand emerged from the extinguishing agent fog, as the tension grew heavier in the air. As he reached for the witch, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she reacted quickly, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But he managed to grab her hair and scarf simultaneously, as the tension grew heavier in the air. It must have been the adrenaline pumping through her system, as the tension grew heavier in the air. But Lee Hyona managed to break free, as the tension grew heavier in the air, though she lost a handful of hair in the process. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she was one slippery son of a gun. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she managed to stand and run out of the way while screaming for help. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng clicked his tongue as the witch escaped far too quickly. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the same couldn't be said for the man. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he had clocked with a sledgehammer. As the tension grew heavier in the air, though he was still struggling to even stand, as the tension grew heavier in the air, fueled by anger and frustration, as the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng kicked the rich prick in the stomach, as the tension grew heavier in the air, just as he was about to stomp on the man, as the tension grew heavier in the air, who had killed him in his past life. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the blonde prick pleaded for him to wait just a second. As the tension grew heavier in the air, this fool started bringing up his dad's name and all that nonsense. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he promised that if Han Feng touched him again, as the tension grew heavier in the air, bad things would happen. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng responded by delivering another solid punch to the face. As the tension grew heavier in the air, goading the spoiled brat about what he was going to do next. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng didn't give a damn who this prick's daddy was. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he intended to inflict as much pain as possible. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and beat the hell out of this brat to his heart's content. As the tension grew heavier in the air, seeing that threats wouldn't work. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Blondie tried a more respectful approach. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he called Han Feng a brother. As the tension grew heavier in the air, asserting that they didn't even have beef with each other. As the tension grew heavier in the air, so the beating was totally unjustified. As the tension grew heavier in the air, infuriated by memories of his past life. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng punched the bastard's head to the ground once more. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng mounted his chest and continued raining blows. As the tension grew heavier in the air, while voicing everything in his heart. As the tension grew heavier in the air, this man had treated his life as if it were worthless. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he was killed when he was just minding his own business. As the tension grew heavier in the air, with his gloves painted with blood and his eyes filled with malice. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng urged the prick to say something. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Blondie might have wanted to, as the tension grew heavier in the air, but his jaws and mouth were too messed up to form another sentence. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng stood up and grabbed the modified baseball bat. As the tension grew heavier in the air, lying on the floor, as the tension grew heavier in the air, holding the weapon that had ended his life and started a new one. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he looked at the defenseless culprit lying helpless on the ground. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the rich prick cried and coughed up blood. As the tension grew heavier in the air, as he demanded to know why he was being treated this way. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng's temper flared. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the man who had killed him without any valid reason, as the tension grew heavier in the air, now dared to demand one from him. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he raised the steel bat customized with nails. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and swung it down on Blondie's face with full force. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the sound of skull cracking. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and blood splattering filled the hallway of the 18th floor. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he had finally gotten his revenge. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he had killed the man who killed him. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng's blood was pumping. As the tension grew heavier in the air, his adrenaline was spent. as the tension grew heavier in the air. And he looked at the gruesome sight before him, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Realizing the gravity of what he had done, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he almost threw up at the gory mess, as the tension grew heavier in the air. Luckily, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he managed to turn his head to the side and vomit on the ground. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng tried his best to recover his composure, as the tension grew heavier in the air. When a familiar voice cleared her throat, as the tension grew heavier in the air, he turned around and saw outcast girl sitting by the door, as the tension grew heavier in the air, quietly playing with a man's blood. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she must have seen everything transpire, as the tension grew heavier in the air, and offered to help him with the mess. As the tension grew heavier in the air, they took care of the crime scene quickly. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she wasn't even fazed by the gore and blood. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng reckoned there was something off about this girl. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and it wasn't a good idea to let her stay in his place. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he used the excuse of being targeted by more criminals. As the tension grew heavier in the air, seeking revenge at any moment. As the tension grew heavier in the air, to convince her to go back home. As the tension grew heavier in the air, lest she get caught in the crossfire. As the tension grew heavier in the air, sipping her orange juice. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she didn't seem bothered by the threat of more intruders at all. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng just really wanted to get her out of there for her own good. As the tension grew heavier in the air, but she was adamant about staying in the apartment. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and it seemed like nothing could convince her otherwise. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he emphasized that the following days would be dangerous. As the tension grew heavier in the air, and both of them could die in the process. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she resolutely placed her glass of orange juice on the table. As the tension grew heavier in the air, as if making a stand outcast girl, as the tension grew heavier in the air, assured him that the evil king's true, I would protect them. As the tension grew heavier in the air, no matter what, but for now, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the evil king's power is depleted and she needs some sleep. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng was done with his stick. As the tension grew heavier in the air, so he grabbed her arm before she could lock herself in the room. As the tension grew heavier in the air, he demanded she stop trying to brush him off with her wannabe. As the tension grew heavier in the air, edgy nonsense and listen. As the tension grew heavier in the air, as they were about to face something very serious. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she simply glanced at his tight grip on her shoulder. As the tension grew heavier in the air, then looked up, she told him to go on and opened the door to the room. As the tension grew heavier in the air, confused Han Feng chose to follow her lead and peeked through the door. As the tension grew heavier in the air, I don't know what he saw, but it shocked him to his core. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Han Feng was speechless meanwhile. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the basement parking lot was bustling with activity. As the tension grew heavier in the air, some people were loitering around. As the tension grew heavier in the air, blocking the way for others who hadn't received their rations yet. As the tension grew heavier in the air, nevertheless, the system worked once more. As the tension grew heavier in the air, they were still short on supplies to accommodate everyone. As the tension grew heavier in the air, but it seemed peaceful for the most part. As the tension grew heavier in the air, Li Hai-Yona, who had just escaped Han Fei's grasp, as the tension grew heavier in the air, lined up with the plebeians to get her share. As the tension grew heavier in the air, now that she had nowhere else to go and no one to suck up to, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she stated her name and apartment number. As the tension grew heavier in the air and was given a piece of bread, as the tension grew heavier in the air, the witch was still bitter about how everything had gone down. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the night before her wealthy sugar daddy hadn't returned. As the tension grew heavier in the air, after inexplicably collapsing so suddenly. As the tension grew heavier in the air, the only logical explanation was that Han Feng had set a trap. As the tension grew heavier in the air, in advance, but that only made her more curious. As the tension grew heavier in the air, about what he had hidden behind that door. as the tension grew heavier in the air. Before the commotion, as the tension grew heavier in the air, she had seen a light flicker and felt a warm breeze coming from inside as the tension grew heavier in the air. That meant he had some kind of power source as the tension grew heavier in the air. Maybe he hadn't just stockpiled supplies as the tension grew heavier in the air. Maybe he had been prepared for the whole snowstorm in advance as the tension grew heavier in the air. All she felt was bitterness as the tension grew heavier in the air. The sneaky bastard, as the tension grew heavier in the air, hadn't said a word to her about this impending disaster as the tension grew heavier in the air. He enjoyed the good stuff as the tension grew heavier in the air, while she accepted his trash as the tension grew heavier in the air. She wanted to find a way to get a closer look inside Hanfeng's place as the tension grew heavier in the air, while she was busy daydreaming and seething. As the tension grew heavier in the air, she bumped into another man lined up for rations as the tension grew heavier in the air. The man recognized her as the tension grew heavier in the air, and a mysterious bright light flared right in Lee Hyona's direction as the tension grew heavier in the air. The man with the flashlight, as the tension grew heavier in the air, cheerfully invited Lee Hyona to Block 5's lobby as the tension grew heavier in the air, where some survivors lit a brazier for warmth as the tension grew heavier in the air. Not interested, she insisted on keeping herself warm at home as the tension grew heavier in the air. But the man was being way too pushy as the tension grew heavier in the air. He bragged about how much food he had as the tension grew heavier in the air, alleging that he had enough food for a few days as the tension grew heavier in the air, if shared by two at his house, as the tension grew heavier in the air. The creep had always liked girls with her style as the tension grew heavier in the air. So this was his chance to score as the tension grew heavier in the air. Lee Hyona might be an insufferable witch as the tension grew heavier in the air, but even she felt her skin crawl at the creep's proposal as the tension grew heavier in the air, seeing as his attempts to lure her with supplies failed as the tension grew heavier in the air. The creep started making a scene as the tension grew heavier in the air, accusing her of falsely claiming resources for other households as the tension grew heavier in the air, which was true hearing the commotion as the tension grew heavier in the air. The other survivors were starting to pay attention as the tension grew heavier in the air. Lee Hyona shoved the creep out of the way as the tension grew heavier in the air, slapping him with the food she had just scammed as the tension grew heavier in the air, humiliated in front of everyone as the tension grew heavier in the air. The creep raised his hand as the tension grew heavier in the air, motioning to bash her with his flashlight as the tension grew heavier in the air, before he could assault the witch as the tension grew heavier in the air. Nurse Jean intervened. She slapped the creep with so much force as the tension grew heavier in the air. It sent the bastard flying to a nearby wall as the tension grew heavier in the air, seeing how the situation had escalated as the tension grew heavier in the air. The other survivors opted to call their almighty Mr. Jong as the tension grew heavier in the air. To handle the situation, Lee Hyona was stunned by the nurse's strength as the tension grew heavier in the air, in case she's injured or feeling unwell as the tension grew heavier in the air. The angelic nurse handed her a name card and an invitation for a check as the tension grew heavier in the air. I nodded to Nurse Jean and bolted, just wanting to escape that nightmare. But that freak didn't give up so easily. Suddenly, he lunged straight at Nurse Jean like a madman. He slammed her down and held her there, full of rage. And then, in a disgusting twist, he hurled vile insults at the kindest soul in that place, just when he was about to wail on her, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Someone grabbed the creep off the nurse with a forceful yank, as the chaos spiraled out of control. With one swift motion, our favorite gangster, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee neutralized the raging creep, as the chaos spiraled out of control. His lips might be chapped, and he might be severely malnourished as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Brother Lee cannot stand men who hit women as the chaos spiraled out of control. Finally, Mr. Jong arrived to diffuse the commotion as the chaos spiraled out of control. The creeps started pointing fingers at Hyuna as the chaos spiraled out of control, snitching about her as the chaos spiraled out of control, falsely claiming resources and hanging out with the rich kid as the chaos spiraled out of control, inflating supply prices as the chaos spiraled out of control, seeing as the bastard hadn't learned his lesson yet as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee jumped him once more as the chaos spiraled out of control. But before he could get to the creep, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Mr. John grabbed the snitching creep by the collar as the chaos spiraled out of control, lecturing him about the committee's purpose as the chaos spiraled out of control. They're supposed to protect the weak as the chaos spiraled out of control, and make sure that everyone has something to eat as the chaos spiraled out of control. In the end, all the creep got was a stern warning for his offense as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Jong approached Nurse Jean and Brother Lee as the chaos spiraled out of control, apologizing and inviting the two to the committee as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee passed as the chaos spiraled out of control. He is not interested in robbing others in the name of the committee as the chaos spiraled out of control. He would rather starve to death than compromise his principles as the chaos spiraled out of control. Likewise, Nurse Jean declined as the chaos spiraled out of control, albeit more politely, as the chaos spiraled out of control. She can't just accept the committee's forceful methods as the chaos spiraled out of control, but she will be glad to help the sick as the chaos spiraled out of control. While the two made their way out of the car park as the chaos spiraled out of control, Hyuna interjected and asked Mr. Jong if she could join the group as the chaos spiraled out of control. The witch clung to Mr. Jong's arm as the chaos spiraled out of control. As shitty as she looked, as the chaos spiraled out of control, she tried to use her diminished feminine charms to latch onto someone as the chaos spiraled out of control, with power being the sigma that he is, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Jang, as the chaos spiraled out of control, clarified that they only accept people who can offer valuable skills as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee is a fighter and Nurse Jean can treat the sick as the chaos spiraled out of control. A whole like Lee Hyuna is useless in the apocalypse as the chaos spiraled out of control. The current her has no value worth roping into the committee as the chaos spiraled out of control. The witch racked her brain as the chaos spiraled out of control and insisted that she knew a place that had plenty of resources as the chaos spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, inside Hanfeng's room, as the chaos spiraled out of control, it sounds like he's playing a guessing game with his new roommate as the chaos spiraled out of control. Between Outcast Girl's hands, as the chaos spiraled out of control, there was some sort of black hole as the chaos spiraled out of control. As she pulls one item after another from the hole, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han finds shears. He's been trying to describe an item he needs as the chaos spiraled out of control. But this girl just pulled out a mannequin as the chaos spiraled out of control. To explain what's happening as the chaos spiraled out of control, Outcast Girl revealed that she has a dimensional storage ability as the chaos spiraled out of control. She can open a black hole that can suck everything in the vicinity as the chaos spiraled out of control. While it's easy to suck items in as the chaos spiraled out of control, taking them out is not as easy as the chaos spiraled out of control. Her accuracy in finding items is very low as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng is curious about the black hole's insides as the chaos spiraled out of control and how the ability works as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast Girl herself had never explored the interior before as the chaos spiraled out of control, since she had no problem rummaging with her hands as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng reckoned that he could take a look inside as the chaos spiraled out of control, so he inserted his head into the girl's black hole as the chaos spiraled out of control. Don't call the cops, it's not how it sounds like as the chaos spiraled out of control, with half of his body inside the subspace as the chaos spiraled out of control. He opened his eyes to a vast dimension filled with endless supplies as the chaos spiraled out of control. The scale was unbelievably massive as the chaos spiraled out of control. Supplies and random bullshit floated around in chaos as the chaos spiraled out of control. As expected of the superhuman, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Who emptied the supermarkets in the East region overnight, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Suddenly Han Feng started tearing up as he realized something, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The space inside the black hole is devoid of oxygen, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He forcefully pulled his head out of the gasless subspace, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and gobbled air like a madman, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Just a few seconds inside, as the chaos spiraled out of control. That accursed subspace was traumatizing enough, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He complained to Outcast Girl, as the chaos spiraled out of control. She did not even warn him that there was no air inside, as the chaos spiraled out of control. It felt like all the moisture in his body was nearly sucked dry, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Not minding his complaints, as the chaos spiraled out of control. She continued to rummage through her infinite stash, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and finally found what they were looking for, as the chaos spiraled out of control. As it turned out, Han Feng was looking for remote-controlled toys, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Boxes of drones and RC cars poured out of the black hole, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng was so hyped, as the chaos spiraled out of control, that he forgot about his near-death experience in an instant, as the chaos spiraled out of control. On the cold, icy stairs of floor 18, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Some raiders try their luck to rob some poor souls again, as the chaos spiraled out of control. By now, this floor has garnered infamy, as the chaos spiraled out of control. With rumors of a monster roaming the halls, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Glass's raider doesn't believe such supernatural rumors, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Besides, Mr. Zhang personally sent them here to scout the floor, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They cannot afford to let their boss down, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Some of them are skeptical of the info they got from that girl, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Li Hyo-na still, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Workers must work and earn their keep, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Unbeknownst to the raiders, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They're being watched by Han Feng and his new toys, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Fortunately, they managed to get the monitoring system in place, as the chaos spiraled out of control, just in time to anticipate the uninvited guests, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They've devised a plan to deal with situations like this, as the chaos spiraled out of control. One Han Feng will light the fire, and Plan 2 can commence, as the chaos spiraled out of control, setting a 2-minute timer on his stopwatch, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He exited the room on the stairs, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders stopped in their tracks, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Upon hearing a faint and creepy sound, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Up ahead, what followed the sound was a cacophony of lights, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The source of those lights was none other than the remote, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Controlled cars Han Feng had set in advance, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders calmed down upon seeing the toys, as the chaos spiraled out of control. What they did not see were the explosives strapped on those toys, as the chaos spiraled out of control. When the fuse burned out, small explosions filled the stairs, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Swallowing the raiders, don't worry, as the chaos spiraled out of control. It's not lethal, as the chaos spiraled out of control. It was just some lime explosives to blind the intruders, as the chaos spiraled out of control. While incapacitated, a drone flew over their heads, as the chaos spiraled out of control. On the drone's tail, they saw yet another explosive, as the chaos spiraled out of control. That made the raiders scatter and retreat to where they had come from, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They tried to outrun the flying drone, as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Outcast Girl is an adept pilot, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng insisted, as the chaos spiraled out of control, that they must really teach these bastards a lesson this time around, as the chaos spiraled out of control. But in his desire to toy with the raiders, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the drone got way too low and too close to one of them, as the chaos spiraled out of control, leaving it vulnerable to an attack, as the chaos spiraled out of control. In a desperate attempt to get out of Glass Raider's swings, as the chaos spiraled out of control. One of the drone's propellers got clipped by the crowbar, as the chaos spiraled out of control. With the loss of control on the drone's left side, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Stabilization became impossible as the chaos spiraled out of control. They can't afford to lose this one, as it's their only aerial toy, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast Girl tried to regain control as the chaos spiraled out of control. But the spiraling flying toy had flown out of the window as the chaos spiraled out of control. The timer Hanfeng had set finally hit 0 as the chaos spiraled out of control, and the firework attached to their only drone exploded as the chaos spiraled out of control. Like it was an Arctic New Year's celebration outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. This explosion caused the right propeller to malfunction as the chaos spiraled out of control, and they finally lost all control as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast Girl tried to salvage the situation by making a touch as the chaos spiraled out of control. Emergency landing outside the window of a certain floor as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng suited up preparing to go out and get their toy as the chaos spiraled out of control. That drone is way too important to them right now as the chaos spiraled out of control. But their aerial camera caught something odd as the chaos spiraled out of control. Between the stairs lies what looks like a corpse as the chaos spiraled out of control. Upon zooming in, it became clear that the alleged corpse as the chaos spiraled out of control looked an awful lot like Brother Lee as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng wonders what the gangster is doing out on the cold stairs as the chaos spiraled out of control. Maybe he was robbed too right now as the chaos spiraled out of control. There are two reasons to go out there as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng warned his roommate not to open the door for anyone as the chaos spiraled out of control. He packed some light essentials in case anything happened as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast Girl also handed him a radio to maintain communication as the chaos spiraled out of control. As a final touch, Hanfeng grabbed his pistol as the chaos spiraled out of control, loaded it up, and hoped that he wouldn't need to use it outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. Flashlight in hand, Hanfeng cautiously descended the staircase as the chaos spiraled out of control. The 17th, 16th, as the chaos spiraled out of control. And 15 floors were safe now that the scouting raiders had retreated as the chaos spiraled out of control. Based on the measurements from the drone, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The temperature outside is already at negative 49.8 Celsius as the chaos spiraled out of control without any protective measures. As the chaos spiraled out of control, humans will freeze to death within minutes as the chaos spiraled out of control. If not seconds, Brother Lee is in a very precarious situation as the chaos spiraled out of control. And Hanfeng needs to be quick if he wants to rescue his bro as the chaos spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the scouting team relayed what happened to them on the upper floors as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. John calmly listened and thanked them for their efforts as the chaos spiraled out of control, for their troubles as the chaos spiraled out of control. All they got was 3 pieces of thick clothes and a pack of noodles as the chaos spiraled out of control, each given how scarce resources have become as the chaos spiraled out of control. These noodle packs have become priceless as the chaos spiraled out of control, rewarded only for those who contribute to the cause as the chaos spiraled out of control, looking raggedy as fuck as the chaos spiraled out of control. Li Hyun-na asked Mr. Jong if she could finally join their group now as the chaos spiraled out of control. He coldly rejected her again as the chaos spiraled out of control. Right now, they can't even confirm if this attack was Hanfeng's doing as the chaos spiraled out of control. Moreover, if not for Uncle Lou personally, as the chaos spiraled out of control, witnessing someone moving resources before the disaster as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. John wouldn't even entertain her words as the chaos spiraled out of control. For now, as the chaos spiraled out of control, they need to gather up and check the floor with superior numbers as the chaos spiraled out of control. Whether Lee Hyona's information is real or false as the chaos spiraled out of control will be confirmed in this next operation as the chaos spiraled out of control. This is her chance to demonstrate her worth as the chaos spiraled out of control, taking a steel pipe and gripping the weapon with both hands as the chaos spiraled out of control. She's determined to do whatever it takes to get in as the chaos spiraled out of control. Before going up, Mr. John reiterated that everyone is important as the chaos spiraled out of control. Manpower for the collective as the chaos spiraled out of control. And must mind their safety as the chaos spiraled out of control. With the big boss at the forefront as the chaos spiraled out of control. A sizable raiding group assembled and took to the stairs as the chaos spiraled out of control. Halfway through their climb, as the chaos spiraled out of control, they spotted the unconscious and freezing Brother Lee as the chaos spiraled out of control, taking a hot water canister as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Jang made Lee Z drink and woke up with his tongue burning as the chaos spiraled out of control. When he finally opened his eyes, as the chaos spiraled out of control, he looked at the raiding force surrounding him with contempt as the chaos spiraled out of control. He clicked his tongue as the chaos spiraled out of control, feeling unlucky that these bastards were the ones that rescued him as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Zhang's lap dog jumped into action as the chaos spiraled out of control and demanded that he thank Mr. Zhang for saving his life as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee just sarcastically laughed at that as the chaos spiraled out of control. The gangster still refuses to bend to the collective's will as the chaos spiraled out of control, calling them out for pretending to be heroes when they're just thieves as the chaos spiraled out of control. The lapdog tried to curse and beat him up as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Mr. Zhang held him back as the chaos spiraled out of control. Once more, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the always smiling big boss extended another invitation to Lizzie as the chaos spiraled out of control to join forces with them, and just like before, as the chaos spiraled out of control, he harshly rejected the offer as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders were getting annoyed at his stubbornness and shamelessness as the chaos spiraled out of control. After being rescued, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Brother Lee does not like being forced to do as he's told, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Before he could turn around and climb up the stairs, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Mr. Zhang firmly grabbed him by the shoulders as the chaos spiraled out of control. The shady bastard smiled broadly as the chaos spiraled out of control and asked if there was some kind of misunderstanding here as the chaos spiraled out of control. He insisted that they just wanted to bolster their strength as the chaos spiraled out of control, to give those weaker a higher chance of survival as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Brother Lee can see through Bastard Zhang's phony smile as the chaos spiraled out of control. The committee, which is supposedly committed to protecting the weak as the chaos spiraled out of control, had been rationing only one meal every 3 days for the elderly as the chaos spiraled out of control. That's practically a death sentence in this situation as the chaos spiraled out of control. Moreover, Brother Lee has no other relatives nearby as the chaos spiraled out of control. So guilt tripping him into joining won't work at all as the chaos spiraled out of control. On the stairs leading to the next floor as the chaos spiraled out of control, Han Fong is silently observing and listening to their conversation as the chaos spiraled out of control. What he heard just now, as the chaos spiraled out of control, confirms that Zhang Shuayu doesn't really care about everyone, as the chaos spiraled out of control. It also makes sense why they want to rope in younger people, as the chaos spiraled out of control, while letting the old weak, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Sick and disabled people slowly rot away, as the chaos spiraled out of control. If this goes on, the committee will eventually erupt in conflicts as the chaos spiraled out of control. Done with Brother Lee's rudeness, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The lapdog jumped in to bark on the gangster's face as the chaos spiraled out of control for not appreciating the kindness they were extending as the chaos spiraled out of control. Lapdog made the mistake of entering Brother Lee's attack range as the chaos spiraled out of control without batting an eye the gangster with a heart as the chaos spiraled out of control. Of Gold headbutt the lapdog as hard as he could as the chaos spiraled out of control. After that headbutt, Brother Lee's whole body trembled in pain as the chaos spiraled out of control. But he continued to stand on business as the chaos spiraled out of control. Just one stare from the man with nothing to lose as the chaos spiraled out of control, made the armed raiders subconsciously step back as the chaos spiraled out of control, while his men wordlessly looked at him as the chaos spiraled out of control, in anticipation of the next order. As the chaos spiraled out of control, Mr. John contemplated slowly as the chaos spiraled out of control. The armed raiders got over their fear as the chaos spiraled out of control and slowly started closing in on Lee as the chaos spiraled out of control, while trembling and swaying as the chaos spiraled out of control, struggling to even stay upright as the chaos spiraled out of control. He challenged these thieving bastards to come at him as the chaos spiraled out of control, still monitoring the situation from one floor above as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng noticed that his bro was about to fall at any moment as the chaos spiraled out of control, and he needed help as much as he wants to as the chaos spiraled out of control. There are way too many raiders down there as the chaos spiraled out of control. If he intervenes, he might fall victim to their numbers as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Brother Lee had helped him out so many times before as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng can't just watch his benefactor throw his life away as the chaos spiraled out of control. In a miserable last stand, as the chaos spiraled out of control, suddenly an idea struck the young man's mind as the chaos spiraled out of control. He pulled out his pistol and aimed downwards as the chaos spiraled out of control. He calmly watched the commotion unravel as the chaos spiraled out of control. With a blicky in his hand and a finger in the trigger, as the chaos spiraled out of control. No one has even swung at him as the chaos spiraled out of control. And Brother Lee's already swaying like he's about to collapse again as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng finally had enough of the raiders ganging up on his boy as the chaos spiraled out of control and fired a warning shot as the chaos spiraled out of control. The bullet nearly hit Mr. Zhang's lapdog in his crotch as the chaos spiraled out of control, freaking everybody out as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hearing the sound of a gunshot cut through their confidence as the chaos spiraled out of control. They could not believe that someone had a firearm in the building as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng slowly descended the stairs while his gun was raised as the chaos spiraled out of control, demanding that nobody move as the chaos spiraled out of control. It was quite effective in getting the raiders off their backs as the chaos spiraled out of control. Nervously looking around Brother Lee saw the familiar gun as the chaos spiraled out of control and immediately identified his little bro as the chaos spiraled out of control, while the robbing raiders were shitting their pants as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Jiang remained unnaturally composed in the crowd as the chaos spiraled out of control. Lee Hyona's eyes widened at the sight of the gun toting Han Feng as the chaos spiraled out of control. He carefully handed Brother Lee his house key as the chaos spiraled out of control, and they slowly retreated as the chaos spiraled out of control, while keeping an eye on the intruders as the chaos spiraled out of control. The underlings looked at their big boss for their next move as the chaos spiraled out of control. Some of them wanted to attack the two while they were fumbling around as the chaos spiraled out of control. That thought was quickly dashed away as the chaos spiraled out of control when Han Feng fired yet another warning shot as the chaos spiraled out of control. He had already warned them not to move as the chaos spiraled out of control, and they were still trying his patience as the chaos spiraled out of control. He then ordered them to throw their weapons away and kneel as the chaos spiraled out of control. Slowly the raiders followed the order as the chaos spiraled out of control, while maintaining their fearful vigilance as the chaos spiraled out of control. This should by Han Feng and his bro as the chaos spiraled out of control. Enough time to go back to the room safely as the chaos spiraled out of control. After a few seconds of kneeling in silence, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and as the duo's footsteps got farther, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. John was the first one to stand up as the chaos spiraled out of control, and ask if anyone knew who the gunman was, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Li Hyuna took this opportunity to snitch that it was Han Fyung, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the owner of the place they were aiming for in the first place, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Zhang's lapdog directed his anger towards the witch, as the chaos spiraled out of control, for not warning them that they were targeting an armed man, as the chaos spiraled out of control. As the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Zhang de-escalated the situation as the chaos spiraled out of control, believing that Hyona had no reason to lie as the chaos spiraled out of control. He also laid down what this means to his men as the chaos spiraled out of control. If that Han Fei guy even has such a weapon as the chaos spiraled out of control, isn't it only fair to assume that he also has supplies as the chaos spiraled out of control? The thought of stealing more supplies as the chaos spiraled out of control lit a fire under the brainwashed crowd's asses as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. John is pretty much convinced that the deliveries as the chaos spiraled out of control Uncle Lou saw before the catastrophe as the chaos spiraled out of control are the real deal as the chaos spiraled out of control. While they have renewed hope of securing more supplies as the chaos spiraled out of control, it might be tough to proceed with their original plan as the chaos spiraled out of control, given that any one of them could get shot as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Mr. Jiang believes that Han Feng is a wuss as the chaos spiraled out of control, incapable of murder, or he would have capped a few of them by now as the chaos spiraled out of control. Furthermore, no one can hide in their house forever and not come out as the chaos spiraled out of control. Right still, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The big boss gave his men the rundown for a change of plans as the chaos spiraled out of control. For now, as the chaos spiraled out of control, they will return and prepare some safety measures before coming back as the chaos spiraled out of control. They must take down room 1804 as soon as possible as the chaos spiraled out of control. Speaking of room 1804, the duo had finally arrived outside the room as the chaos spiraled out of control. Until now, Brother Li's hands are still trembling as the chaos spiraled out of control, making it hard to unlock the door as the chaos spiraled out of control. While Han Feng keeps his eyes peeled and fingers ready as the chaos spiraled out of control for any retaliation as the chaos spiraled out of control. As soon as Brother Li successfully unlocked the door as the chaos spiraled out of control, he felt pleasant, warm air wafting from inside as the chaos spiraled out of control, a sensation he had been craving for as the chaos spiraled out of control. When they got in, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Brother Li was surprised to see a fully functional radiator as the chaos spiraled out of control, and a running generator behind one of the glass doors as the chaos spiraled out of control. Was a sea of supplies that would make anyone's mouth water as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Li turned to his little bro and curiously asked as the chaos spiraled out of control, what was the deal with this heavenly house as the chaos spiraled out of control? While the gangster was reveling at the luxurious setup as the chaos spiraled out of control, Outcast Girl popped out of her room to ask as the chaos spiraled out of control if Han Feng retrieved the drone as the chaos spiraled out of control. He was so caught up in rescuing his bro as the chaos spiraled out of control that he forgot what he came down there for in the first place as the chaos spiraled out of control. 2 hours and several hefty meals later as the chaos spiraled out of control, Brother Li, as the chaos spiraled out of control, has finally been caught up with a portion of the true story as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng simply told the gullible gangster as the chaos spiraled out of control that he had predicted the disaster as the chaos spiraled out of control and had prepared as much as possible as the chaos spiraled out of control. The young man also apologized to his bro for not looping him in as the chaos spiraled out of control. He was just worried about the information as the chaos spiraled out of control, about his supplies being leaked as the chaos spiraled out of control. So he limited the number of people who knew as the chaos spiraled out of control. After finishing his meal, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Brother Li stood up and bowed with utmost gratitude as the chaos spiraled out of control. If not for his little bro, as the chaos spiraled out of control, he would have starved and frozen to death as the chaos spiraled out of control. The fact that he can enjoy a warm meal again as the chaos spiraled out of control is already an extreme kindness as the chaos spiraled out of control. When the gangster lifted his head as the chaos spiraled out of control, tears of appreciation were streaming down his face as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng insisted that he was just returning the favor as the chaos spiraled out of control. For all the help Brother Lee had given him, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Feeling moved to the core, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee praised Han Feng for being such a good guy and brother, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Now that he's here, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Lee also shared the overall situation in the building complex, as the chaos spiraled out of control. As of now, things have become very different now, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The last time he updated Han Feng about current events, as the chaos spiraled out of control, was before the power supply was cut off, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Since that day, that Zhang bastard has been going around, as the chaos spiraled out of control, stealing supplies from everyone, as the chaos spiraled out of control. In the name of collectivism, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He amassed a lot of followers as the chaos spiraled out of control, but also made some formidable enemies who disapproved of his methods as the chaos spiraled out of control. Some people could not live off the minuscule rations as the chaos spiraled out of control and left the group, but as the chaos spiraled out of control. The big boss, as the chaos spiraled out of control, seemed not too concerned about the dwindling of their numbers as the chaos spiraled out of control. He might look unbothered, but behind everyone's back as the chaos spiraled out of control. He regularly sends Jin Chinu as the chaos spiraled out of control, his lapdog, to take care of deserters as the chaos spiraled out of control, under the guise of reducing the threat against the collective as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng was surprised Jin Shin Wu and Jin Shin when used to be his suite as the chaos spiraled out of control. Smart and caring pair of twins as the chaos spiraled out of control. Basically, as the chaos spiraled out of control, this collective committee expanded its influence and size quickly as the chaos spiraled out of control through underhanded tricks as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Brother Lee firmly believes in the saying, as the chaos spiraled out of control, that evil has its retribution as the chaos spiraled out of control. Jiang and his goons made their biggest mistake as the chaos spiraled out of control when they tried to rob a man named Li Cheng as the chaos spiraled out of control. How you see, as the chaos spiraled out of control. That guy was a boxer who was once the country's middleweight champion as the chaos spiraled out of control. If that was the case, as the chaos spiraled out of control, it is natural that the twerps in the committee got beaten up badly as the chaos spiraled out of control. But that John bastards refused to admit defeat as the chaos spiraled out of control, lose face and lose the respect of his cult as the chaos spiraled out of control. Under his direct orders, raiders kept going to Li Zhang how to fight as the chaos spiraled out of control. Of course, all of them got pummeled to a bloody pulp as the chaos spiraled out of control. Because of this incident, the boxer amassed a following of his own as the chaos spiraled out of control. Among them, as the chaos spiraled out of control, there are two standouts who are starting to make a name for themselves as the chaos spiraled out of control. One is Yung Yang Yu, a boxing fan, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He used to participate in underground boxing matches for a few years as the chaos spiraled out of control. He is notorious for his speed as the chaos spiraled out of control. The other is called Jin Zhang Sai as the chaos spiraled out of control. Another diehard fan of Young as the chaos spiraled out of control. How he is blessed with overwhelming strength as the chaos spiraled out of control. And he is built like a monster as the chaos spiraled out of control. With these two on the boxer's corner, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the birth of a new faction in the neighborhood was imminent as the chaos spiraled out of control. And they hate the hypocrisy of Zhang Shuaiyu with passion as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brotherly added, as the chaos spiraled out of control. That bastard Zhang was desperate to resolve this conflict as the chaos spiraled out of control, and finally decided to target Hanfang supplies as the chaos spiraled out of control. He tried to warn his little bro as the chaos spiraled out of control, but he passed out on the stairs as the chaos spiraled out of control. This is good, as it means that Mr. Zhang's empire is slowly crumbling as the chaos spiraled out of control. From the inside, while the trio were discussing their next move, as the chaos spiraled out of control, skittering noises could be heard from outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast Girl pulled out the live camera feed outside the door as the chaos spiraled out of control, and saw the raiders gathering right outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. Hanfeng stood up to set up his electric door handle trap as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast girl stopped him from rushing as the chaos spiraled out of control and warned him about the smell of sulfur coming from the hallway as the chaos spiraled out of control. Without warning, the whole room shook as the chaos spiraled out of control. Something just exploded outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. John and the raiders are actually crazy enough to use bombs as the chaos spiraled out of control. By the sound of it, as the chaos spiraled out of control, they should be using localized demolition explosives as the chaos spiraled out of control. And they shouldn't be too powerful as the chaos spiraled out of control. Looking at the live feed, as the chaos spiraled out of control, it finally makes sense why they're lugging heavy riot shields as the chaos spiraled out of control. It's also apparent that Lee Hyona, as the chaos spiraled out of control, was the one who tipped off these bastards as the chaos spiraled out of control. While the raiders set up their next load, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Han Feng hurriedly plugged in his electric trap as the chaos spiraled out of control. A second later, an anguished scream can be heard outside as the chaos spiraled out of control. It looks like the trap worked and it took down some poor schmuck as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders stepped back in fear as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Mr. Zhang ordered them to continue placing explosives as the chaos spiraled out of control. This time, as the chaos spiraled out of control, they need to target the borders of the door and double the packets as the chaos spiraled out of control, blindly following his orders. As the chaos spiraled out of control, the raiders armed the walls and blew it up once more as the chaos spiraled out of control. The boom cracked the walls but failed to blow open the entrance as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Zhang is certain that their explosives are not the problem as the chaos spiraled out of control. The doors are just equipped with ample defensive measures as the chaos spiraled out of control. Refusing to give up, Mr. Young upped the packets to 3 as the chaos spiraled out of control. This time around, if nothing happens as the chaos spiraled out of control, then they'll just continue increasing the load as the chaos spiraled out of control. He is determined to take this house down today as the chaos spiraled out of control. Inside, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Han Feng and Brother Li barricaded the entrance as best as they could as the chaos spiraled out of control. The third explosion shook the barricade out of place as the chaos spiraled out of control and nearly shattered their eardrums as the chaos spiraled out of control. After that loud ass explosion, as the chaos spiraled out of control, an odd cracking sound can be heard as the chaos spiraled out of control. It seems like the demolition explosives are doing their job as the chaos spiraled out of control and weakening the walls if this goes on as the chaos spiraled out of control. The cracks will only get bigger and bigger until they give in as the chaos spiraled out of control. Blocking and barricading the entrance is useless as the chaos spiraled out of control. But Han Feng has another idea he wants to try out as the chaos spiraled out of control. They just need to remove the random stuff as the chaos spiraled out of control. They lifted and crammed in the entrance as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast girl stepped in to help as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee was skeptical that the little doll could help much as the chaos spiraled out of control until she raised her hands and produced her black hole as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee stepped back in shock and confusion as the chaos spiraled out of control. When she started sucking in the heavy stuff barricading the entrance as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee nearly passed out at the incredulous sight as the chaos spiraled out of control. The work that should have taken the minutes was done in just a second as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee felt a newfound fear for the little girl and her ability as the chaos spiraled out of control. Without any time to explain, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Han Feng activated his purple light as the chaos spiraled out of control, coated his hands, and ran for the walls as the chaos spiraled out of control. He spread the purple light all over its surface as the chaos spiraled out of control, softening it like last time as the chaos spiraled out of control to see if he could reshape the cracks on the spot as the chaos spiraled out of control. He has to stay focused and in control as the chaos spiraled out of control. The hardening process would take a long time as the chaos spiraled out of control. After making sure that all the cracks were accounted for, as the chaos spiraled out of control, he activated the green light for the next part, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Thankfully, his idea worked, as the chaos spiraled out of control, combining purple and green lights, as the chaos spiraled out of control, can repair and strengthen the targeted area, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Brother Lee just saw his two new roommates perform tricks, as the chaos spiraled out of control, outside the realm of possibility, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He is tweaking right now, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast girl popped out and nonchalantly warned them to get down, as the chaos spiraled out of control, just in time for the third explosion, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The trio squatted down and covered their ears, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng had just finished strengthening his walls, as the chaos spiraled out of control. But new cracks were quickly forming again, as the chaos spiraled out of control. This time, as the chaos spiraled out of control, the raiders have switched their focus and are now bombing the floor, as the chaos spiraled out of control. If that's the case, then it will be useless, as the chaos spiraled out of control. No matter how much Han Feng repairs the affected area, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He had to devise yet another plan, as the chaos spiraled out of control. But what he came up with might be a bit dangerous, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and require absolute trust between the three of them, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Outcast girl is down with whatever, as the chaos spiraled out of control. And Brother Lee is a real ride or die, as the chaos spiraled out of control. No matter what the move is, as the chaos spiraled out of control, all they have to do is proceed according to what Han Feng says, as the chaos spiraled out of control, down to the letter after a few more rounds of bombing, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The door to room 1804 finally gave in, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Those demolition explosives finally did their job, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and blew the entrance wide open, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders remained vigilant as they slowly crept inside, as the chaos spiraled out of control. With their shields up, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They're set on clearing up all the supplies they can find, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Mr. Zhang also warned his men of any possible angles for ambush, as the chaos spiraled out of control. They swarmed Han Feng's house, as the chaos spiraled out of control, sweeping the kitchen and the living room for supplies, as the chaos spiraled out of control. And mysteriously, they came up empty, as the chaos spiraled out of control. All they could find was some rubbish and a box of seeds in the kitchen, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Seeing as they wasted so many explosives for trash and seeds, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The raiders turned to Lee Hyona for answers, as the chaos spiraled out of control. She insisted that she did not lie, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and directed the raiders to the bedroom, as the chaos spiraled out of control. As soon as they tried opening the door to the last unchecked room, as the chaos spiraled out of control, Brother Lee came out kicking the shield into the raiders' faces, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Behind him was Han Feng, who had his pistol in his hand, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He raised the gun and pointed it at Mr. John, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Without hesitation, Han Feng pulled the trigger, as the chaos spiraled out of control. But the bullet was stopped by the heavy-duty shield, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng warned the fools to get out or he won't be so polite anymore, as the chaos spiraled out of control. Behind the shields, Mr. John confronted him about hiding supplies, as the chaos spiraled out of control, and neglecting the needs of the collective, as the chaos spiraled out of control, making so many residents suffer and starve, as the chaos spiraled out of control. He asserted that they came here to demand justice, as the chaos spiraled out of control. For such a grave offense, as the chaos spiraled out of control. The bastard was shameless enough to tell Han Feng, as the chaos spiraled out of control, to cough up his resources, as the chaos spiraled out of control, to clear his conscience, spouting some bullshit about working together, as the chaos spiraled out of control, to triumph over the apocalypse as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng cannot stand this man's unreasonably righteous as the chaos spiraled out of control. Awe-inspiring but ultimately insane words as the chaos spiraled out of control. When all they're doing is moral kidnapping as the chaos spiraled out of control. But his men have completely bought into the insanity as the chaos spiraled out of control. They're hanging on to their leader's words as the chaos spiraled out of control, while looking like a pack of starving wolves as the chaos spiraled out of control, looking to vent instead of despairing as the chaos spiraled out of control. Han Feng sees this as a chance to manipulate the narrative as the chaos spiraled out of control, putting on his award-winning offended face as the chaos spiraled out of control. Lee Hyona cut in sharply, refusing to stay silent. She swore up and down that the stash had to be hidden nearby. She doubled down, claiming she saw a strange glow. She even remembered warmth radiating through the cracks last time. Fed up with her constant nagging tone, Han Feng fired another shot that made the witch buckle in fear, while tension kept boiling in the room. Unfortunately, the shield protected her from a clean headshot, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng called her shameless for spouting lies, while tension kept boiling in the room. He added that, while tension kept boiling in the room, if this witch had not scammed him into exchanging his food, while tension kept boiling in the room, and necessities for useless seeds, while tension kept boiling in the room, he would not have been in such a poor state today, while tension kept boiling in the room. Slowly but surely the raiders started turning on Hyona, while tension kept boiling in the room. Unfortunately, Mr. Jiang was level-headed, while tension kept boiling in the room, enough to stop the internal strife from developing, while tension kept boiling in the room, and proposed a simple method to see who was lying, while tension kept boiling in the room. All they have to do is go into the bedroom, while tension kept boiling in the room, to check if Han Feng's home is really empty, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng acted tough, but he permitted them to do a thorough check, while tension kept boiling in the room, his fingers still on the trigger, while tension kept boiling in the room. After a few minutes of tossing the bedroom, while tension kept boiling in the room, all the raiders found there was some more rubbish, while tension kept boiling in the room. And a little girl inside Outcast Girl then played her part, while tension kept boiling in the room, calling Han Feng her brother, while tension kept boiling in the room. She hugged him and cried that she was hungry and afraid, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now the raiders are pissed, while tension kept boiling in the room, that they worked so hard to break the door for half a day, while tension kept boiling in the room, just to get nothing, evidently incensed, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. Zhang demanded an explanation from the witch, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now that things have developed this way, while tension kept boiling in the room, and they've wasted so much time, while tension kept boiling in the room, and resources on this raid, while tension kept boiling in the room. She must give a plausible explanation, while tension kept boiling in the room, or the raiders would gladly tear her apart, while tension kept boiling in the room, slowly losing her mind, while tension kept boiling in the room. All she could do was insist that she was not a liar, while tension kept boiling in the room. While that may be true, while tension kept boiling in the room, no one's buying her words anymore, while tension kept boiling in the room. The only logical explanation she can think of, while tension kept boiling in the room, is that Han Feng is playing tricks on everyone, while tension kept boiling in the room. As always, she blamed Han Feng for putting her in a tough spot, while tension kept boiling in the room. Lee Hyona finally snapped and ran out of the shield's cover, while tension kept boiling in the room, charging at Han Feng, while tension kept boiling in the room. He was blinded by her flashlight and got his gun taken away, while tension kept boiling in the room. In a careless twist of fate, while tension kept boiling in the room, the witch managed to grab the pistol, while tension kept boiling in the room. She aimed it at Han Feng's chest, while tension kept boiling in the room, and demanded to know where the supplies were hidden, while tension kept boiling in the room. The raiders looked at her like she was utterly insane, while tension kept boiling in the room, while she threatened to shoot Han Feng, while tension kept boiling in the room, egging her on to shoot the young man, while tension kept boiling in the room, continued to insist that she already scammed all his resources, while tension kept boiling in the room. Long ago, just as when she was about to pull the trigger, while tension kept boiling in the room, the raiders, while tension kept boiling in the room, surprisingly stepped in and knocked the gun out of her hand, while tension kept boiling in the room. Before she could harm anyone, while tension kept boiling in the room, Mr. Zhang's lapdogs restrained the insane witch, while tension kept boiling in the room. While she continuously claimed that she was not a liar, while tension kept boiling in the room. Before Han Feng could grab hold of his gun, while tension kept boiling in the room, Mr. Zhang's hand extended and picked up the blicky, while tension kept boiling in the room. He slowly raised the pistol, while tension kept boiling in the room, while staring Han Feng directly in the eyes, while tension kept boiling in the room. His lapdogs continued berating the witch, while tension kept boiling in the room, for leading them on a wild goose chase, while tension kept boiling in the room, before they could start beating her up with metal pipes, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. Zhang intervened and stopped any more unnecessary bloodshed, while tension kept boiling in the room, seeing as their plan failed, while tension kept boiling in the room. He's in damage control mode now, while tension kept boiling in the room. He hypocritically, while tension kept boiling in the room, reminded his men that the committee was not a violent group, while tension kept boiling in the room. And Han Feng's house was not an execution ground, while tension kept boiling in the room, scaring her with a gun, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. Zhang is willing to give her a chance to turn over a new leaf, while tension kept boiling in the room. He even apologized to Han Feng for causing distress, while tension kept boiling in the room. And for everything that happened today, while tension kept boiling in the room. Surprisingly, he willingly handed the gun back to its owner, while tension kept boiling in the room, and promised to give a proper explanation and apology soon, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng cautiously took his weapon back, while tension kept boiling in the room. And the shameless Mr. Jiang, while tension kept boiling in the room, extended an invitation for him to join the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. He insisted that Han Feng should mull it over for a bit, while tension kept boiling in the room, and get back to him with an answer, while tension kept boiling in the room. As he and his goons retreated, while tension kept boiling in the room, he urged Han Feng to answer at the supply collection spot tomorrow, while tension kept boiling in the room. And so, while tension kept boiling in the room, the trio were left in the mysteriously empty and depressing home, while tension kept boiling in the room. By themselves, Han Feng's head hung low, while tension kept boiling in the room. Concerned with Brother Li, while tension kept boiling in the room. With a sigh of relief, he lifted his head in reprieve, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now that this farce was finally over, while tension kept boiling in the room. With the performance done, while tension kept boiling in the room, they can finally go back to chilling, while tension kept boiling in the room. With the comfort of electricity and warmth, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now that his place is compromised, while tension kept boiling in the room, they transferred over to outcast girls, while tension kept boiling in the room. Surprisingly cozy and spacious house right above Han Fei's, while tension kept boiling in the room. It's all thanks to her, while tension kept boiling in the room, that they can put on such a convincing performance so quickly, while tension kept boiling in the room. You see, before the raiders got in, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng coordinated the plan flawlessly, while tension kept boiling in the room. First, while tension kept boiling in the room, they stored all valuables and resources inside Outcast Girl's subspace, while tension kept boiling in the room. They made sure to leave some rubbish and wrappers in random places, while tension kept boiling in the room, to really sell the performance, while tension kept boiling in the room. They even opened the windows to quickly lower the temperature inside, while tension kept boiling in the room. They had to make it seem like they had run out of supplies a while ago, while tension kept boiling in the room. Those committee bastards can just waste their energy, while tension kept boiling in the room, tearing down a door holding nothing inside, while sharing a lavish meal, while tension kept boiling in the room. The trio celebrated the fact that Zhang Shuaiyu's failed mission, while tension kept boiling in the room, which yielded nothing would surely stir up anger within the group, while tension kept boiling in the room. In that situation, while tension kept boiling in the room, those greedy raiders will start pointing fingers at the weak links, while tension kept boiling in the room. Since Han Feng has a gun, the unarmed and hateful, while tension kept boiling in the room. Li Haiyona will definitely get the worst of it, while tension kept boiling in the room. The plan worked wonderfully, while tension kept boiling in the room, but did not go down without a hitch, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng's gun was even taken, while tension kept boiling in the room, but the young man had already accounted for that, while tension kept boiling in the room. As the worst-case scenario, while tension kept boiling in the room, he was mostly certain that, while tension kept boiling in the room, when Zhang Shuaiyu gets his hands on the gun, while tension kept boiling in the room, he will most likely opt to resolve the situation peacefully, while tension kept boiling in the room, to maintain his righteous image, while tension kept boiling in the room. If it did not go down that way, while tension kept boiling in the room, and the madman decided to pull the trigger instead, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng had already emptied the mag with the 2 shots, while tension kept boiling in the room. He fired that way, letting the raiders take the gun on purpose, while tension kept boiling in the room, only enhanced the reality of the performance, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Li finally relaxed, while tension kept boiling in the room. He thinks that from now on, while tension kept boiling in the room, they just need to pretend to be suffering while tension kept boiling in the room, while secretly enjoying a luxurious life, while tension kept boiling in the room. But Han Feng corrected him, while tension kept boiling in the room. Their main mission from now on is to bring the committee down, while tension kept boiling in the room. Back in the car park, the distribution of poultry supplies continued, while tension kept boiling in the room, even though they're getting less and less food, while tension kept boiling in the room. The people's gratitude for Mr. Zhang is still there, while tension kept boiling in the room. While everyone is busy with the distribution, while tension kept boiling in the room, 2 sneaky figures are moving in the background, while tension kept boiling in the room. They quickly entered the off-limits area, while tension kept boiling in the room, where only a few were permitted entry, while tension kept boiling in the room. The committee members in charge of securing the supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room, are just getting back to the car park, while tension kept boiling in the room. Those 2 sneaky figures, Han Feng and Brother Li, while tension kept boiling in the room, tried their best to blend into the background to remain undetected, while tension kept boiling in the room. Surprisingly, it worked, while tension kept boiling in the room. According to Brother Li's prior investigations, while tension kept boiling in the room. The first 4 floors of the building have been cleared out, while tension kept boiling in the room. The 5th and 6th floors house the logistics workers, while tension kept boiling in the room, and their family members, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. Jiang and his inner circle reside on the 9th to 12th floor, while tension kept boiling in the room. And the warehouse is likely to be on the 7th and 8th floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. There will be guards posted up from the 5th floor onwards, while tension kept boiling in the room. The duo has to be sneaky, while tension kept boiling in the room. Avoid firing the gun and get by with metal rods as much as possible, while tension kept boiling in the room. As the 2 ascended to the higher floors, while tension kept boiling in the room, there was an odd absence of security, while tension kept boiling in the room, without even needing to use their weapons, while tension kept boiling in the room. The 2 reached the 7th floor without a fuss, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Li is starting to doubt if they're on the right path at all, while tension kept boiling in the room. While it's understandable that the committee is understaffed, while tension kept boiling in the room, having no guards at all is a bit much, while tension kept boiling in the room. Splitting up Han Feng and Brother Li, while tension kept boiling in the room, decided to search the entire floor for the warehouse, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng was expecting some action, while tension kept boiling in the room, but was pleasantly surprised with how smoothly they infiltrated, while tension kept boiling in the room. This far, since the committee still boasts superior numbers, while tension kept boiling in the room. The trio has to work smart, while tension kept boiling in the room, and start from the inside to bring the whole thing down, while tension kept boiling in the room. As far as Han Feng can see, while tension kept boiling in the room, that thieving organization, while tension kept boiling in the room, is only held together by the promise of supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room. If they can find that stash outcast girl or the evil king, while tension kept boiling in the room, as she likes to be called, while tension kept boiling in the room, they can go in and empty their coffers, while tension kept boiling in the room, still finding the exact room where they hide the supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room. Within an entire floor will take quite a bit of time, while tension kept boiling in the room. And they must watch their steps along the way, while tension kept boiling in the room. Eventually Han Feng heard Brother Li giving him the signal, while tension kept boiling in the room. When he saw what Brother Li was clamoring about, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng was flabbergasted, while tension kept boiling in the room. One of the rooms had the word warehouse blatantly stuck to it, while tension kept boiling in the room. This was such an obvious trap, while tension kept boiling in the room. Even the key was left in the keyhole, while tension kept boiling in the room. But if Brother Li was alone, while tension kept boiling in the room, he would have fallen for it already, while tension kept boiling in the room. Look, this dumbass blondie might be a good homie, while tension kept boiling in the room. But he is not the sharpest tool in the shed, while tension kept boiling in the room. There are thin wires wrapped around the key and handle, while tension kept boiling in the room. Indicative of the simplest trap there is, while tension kept boiling in the room. If these raiders can afford to bomb Hanfeng's door, while tension kept boiling in the room, who knows what kind of trap they have set up, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng had to direct Brother Li not to touch anything, while tension kept boiling in the room. And all willy-nilly for now, while tension kept boiling in the room. They just need to scout and know the key locations for their attack, while tension kept boiling in the room. While the duo was quietly discussing their plan, while tension kept boiling in the room, to continue searching the higher floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. The door next to them creaked open, while tension kept boiling in the room. Two guards came out, while tension kept boiling in the room, just as the dumbass duo were discussing their plan, while tension kept boiling in the room. To clear the supplies out, while tension kept boiling in the room. They all stared at each other, while tension kept boiling in the room, taking a second to process what the hell was happening, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng regained composure and bolted out as fast as he could, while tension kept boiling in the room. With Brother Li and Tao, they eventually reached the stairs, while tension kept boiling in the room. But the guards quickly caught up, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng had to step in, save his bro from a nasty concussion, while tension kept boiling in the room, and block a metal rod strike with one of his own, while tension kept boiling in the room. Retaliating Brother Li landed a painful kick on the guard's groin, while tension kept boiling in the room. That bought them enough time to get back to the staircase, while tension kept boiling in the room, and locked the door behind unfortunately, while tension kept boiling in the room. The commotion attracted other guards coming from the lower floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. With no other choice, they have to hurry and proceed upwards, while tension kept boiling in the room, with hopes of not encountering any more enemies, while tension kept boiling in the room. When they reached the 8th floor, while tension kept boiling in the room, Brother Li noticed Han Feng clutching his right arm, while tension kept boiling in the room. It was probably fractured from blocking that strike earlier, while tension kept boiling in the room. For now, they must find a place to hide, and quickly, while tension kept boiling in the room. Just as they were about to look for a hiding spot, while tension kept boiling in the room, Brother Li saw something that made him stop in his tracks, while tension kept boiling in the room. Before he could warn Han Feng of the figure looming behind, while tension kept boiling in the room, the young man was snatched away into a dark room, while tension kept boiling in the room, as if he were weighing nothing, while tension kept boiling in the room. As soon as Han Feng was dragged into a dark and isolated room, while tension kept boiling in the room. The door shut closed when he opened his eyes, while tension kept boiling in the room. The sight of it all, while tension kept boiling in the room. Hooded man towering over him freaked him the hell out, while tension kept boiling in the room. While Brother Li bangs on the locked door, while tension kept boiling in the room. The hooded man sternly asked what they were doing on these floors, while tension kept boiling in the room, trying to salvage the situation, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng lied and answered that they had just come to collect supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room. But his BS did not work, while tension kept boiling in the room. The man stomped on his arm, while tension kept boiling in the room, making Han Feng scream in anguish, while tension kept boiling in the room. Under the hood was an old man with gray hair and an unkempt beard, while tension kept boiling in the room. He urged Han Feng to stop lying as he was not buying it, while tension kept boiling in the room. He saw the duo deliberately avoid the 5th and 6th floors, while tension kept boiling in the room, clearly doing something shady against the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. When asked if he was tailing them, while tension kept boiling in the room, the old man simply asked Han Fei, while tension kept boiling in the room, why he thinks there are no guards around the higher floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. In the corner of the room, while tension kept boiling in the room, the guards who were supposed to watch and roam around the warehouse, while tension kept boiling in the room, were unconscious and stacked on top of one another, while tension kept boiling in the room. Before they could talk a little more in depth, while tension kept boiling in the room, the sound of more committee guards flooding into the floor, while tension kept boiling in the room, sounded outside. That must mean Brother Lee has been caught, while tension kept boiling in the room. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, while tension kept boiling in the room, and slowly walked over to the nearest window, while tension kept boiling in the room. He turned the freezing handle, while tension kept boiling in the room, letting the cold, frigid air into the dark room, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng asked the old man what he was doing, while tension kept boiling in the room, opening the 8th floor window, while tension kept boiling in the room. He argued that the height is just equivalent to 4 stories, while tension kept boiling in the room. The piled up snow, while tension kept boiling in the room, has already reached between the 3rd and 4th floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. With all that snow cushion, while tension kept boiling in the room. Jumping from such height should not be that big of a deal, while tension kept boiling in the room. With a battalion of raiders hot on their heels, while tension kept boiling in the room. They can either jump down or wait to get beaten to death, while tension kept boiling in the room. Speaking of the raiders, while tension kept boiling in the room, they're already working on busting the locked door open, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng is starting to consider the old man's words, while tension kept boiling in the room. The mad lad had already jumped down without hesitation, while tension kept boiling in the room. As soon as the door busted open, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng chose to risk it all and follow in the old man's footsteps, while tension kept boiling in the room. As scary as it was, he jumped from the 8th floor, while tension kept boiling in the room, hoping that the snow would be enough to soften his fall, while tension kept boiling in the room. For added insurance, Han Feng positioned himself to fall hand first, while tension kept boiling in the room, so he could use the purple light, while tension kept boiling in the room, to cushion his landing spot while he lands, while tension kept boiling in the room. The old man digs himself out of the snow completely fine and intact, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng might have landed awkwardly, while tension kept boiling in the room, but he's alive, albeit a little winded, while tension kept boiling in the room. The raiders up in the window, while tension kept boiling in the room, looked at the two like they were absolutely insane, while tension kept boiling in the room. Moving quickly, the old man ran for the nearest window, while tension kept boiling in the room, and elbowed the brittle glass open, while tension kept boiling in the room. Even Han, while tension kept boiling in the room. Feng was impressed with the old man's relentless survival skills, while tension kept boiling in the room. He followed him into the room, while tension kept boiling in the room, successfully escaping the clutches of angry committee raiders, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. Zhang's men did not have the balls to jump and make chase, while tension kept boiling in the room. They had to take the stairs like normies, while tension kept boiling in the room. Eventually, the old man led Han Feng to one of the rooms, while tension kept boiling in the room, and lit a fire for a little bit of warmth, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng admitted that he would have been caught, while tension kept boiling in the room, if it hadn't been for this bearded, while tension kept boiling in the room. Old man, he practically dragged him back up to the 5th floor, while tension kept boiling in the room, instead of settling for the 3rd, while tension kept boiling in the room. Those goons chasing them, while tension kept boiling in the room, would naturally think they'd hide out in the lower levels, while tension kept boiling in the room, and are now swarming the place and placing traps, while tension kept boiling in the room. Seeing the uneasy look on the young man's face, while tension kept boiling in the room, Beardy asked if he was scared, while tension kept boiling in the room, which was only natural, while tension kept boiling in the room, considering they were chilling on a bonfire next to a dead man, while tension kept boiling in the room. When asked why he saved Han Feng, while tension kept boiling in the room, the old man corrected him immediately, while tension kept boiling in the room. Given the chance, he'd like to off Han Feng himself, while tension kept boiling in the room. He then praised the young man, while tension kept boiling in the room, for at least having enough brain cells, while tension kept boiling in the room, to not fall for the lame trap in that fake warehouse, while tension kept boiling in the room. For now, he wants Han Feng to spill the beans on anything, while tension kept boiling in the room. He knows about the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. If he clams up or lies, Beardy would gladly beat the truth out of him, while tension kept boiling in the room, considering that he had taken all those guards down, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng reckoned that the old man was lurking on the higher floors, while tension kept boiling in the room, either to steal supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room, or to settle some enmity against the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. Either way, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng and Brother Li's appearance must have disrupted his plans, while tension kept boiling in the room. When asked if he has some sort of vendetta against Mr. Zhang, while tension kept boiling in the room, and his goons, the old man admitted that he did, while tension kept boiling in the room. He's also aware of a secret that Zhang Shuaiyu is hiding, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng perked up and asked what sort of secret that was, while tension kept boiling in the room. The old man stood up, while tension kept boiling in the room, confirming that this kid must be connected to Zhang Shuaiyu somehow, while tension kept boiling in the room. Prodding further Beardy, while tension kept boiling in the room, demanded that Han Feng spit out everything, while tension kept boiling in the room. He knew about the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room, unless he wanted to be the second corpse in this room, while tension kept boiling in the room. The choice is solely up to him, while tension kept boiling in the room. Afraid of being beaten to death, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng started trauma dumping, while tension kept boiling in the room, about his unpleasant encounters with that Eisen-looking bastard, while tension kept boiling in the room. To summarize, John blew up his house, while tension kept boiling in the room, stole his girl, and ransacked his supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room. He even pulled out all the stops and threatened them with a gun, while tension kept boiling in the room, for the sake of revenge, but a paltry pistol wouldn't cut it, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng mixed in a little bit of truth with a few lies, while tension kept boiling in the room, and threw in the pistol bit, while tension kept boiling in the room, hoping that the old man would buy his story, while tension kept boiling in the room. It looks like Beardy did, he sighed, while tension kept boiling in the room, and confirmed that a junkie pistol is nothing, while tension kept boiling in the room, for those big shots in the committee to worry about, while tension kept boiling in the room. The fact that Zhang set Han Feng free without taking the gun, while tension kept boiling in the room, proves that when asked why, while tension kept boiling in the room, the old man presented two theories, while tension kept boiling in the room. First, the bastard is just putting on a show, while tension kept boiling in the room, to maintain his position as the righteous leader, while tension kept boiling in the room. The second, and a more terrifying theory, while tension kept boiling in the room, is that he has an arsenal of even more powerful weapons stashed away, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng added that he brought his brother with him, while tension kept boiling in the room, to finish Zhang Shuaiyu off, while tension kept boiling in the room, hoping that the committee would slowly die, while tension kept boiling in the room, without the head of the snake, while tension kept boiling in the room. While the original intention of the committee was good, while tension kept boiling in the room, they managed to help some people survive, while tension kept boiling in the room. Zhang Shuaiyu's increasingly pragmatic philosophy, while tension kept boiling in the room, got everyone thinking, while tension kept boiling in the room. That doing bad is the only way to live comfortably, while tension kept boiling in the room, even if the apocalypse subsides, while tension kept boiling in the room. The people who've lost their conscience and fallen to depravity, while tension kept boiling in the room, won't ever fit back into society, while tension kept boiling in the room. That's precisely why they must put a stop to the corrupt committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. The old man is on board, while tension kept boiling in the room, but he's worried about what would happen if they do succeed, while tension kept boiling in the room. In this world, the strong have always preyed on the weak, while tension kept boiling in the room. Killing Zhang Xiyu, while tension kept boiling in the room, would only plunge the whole neighborhood into lawless. While tension kept boiling in the room, plunder and slaughter for the little resources available, while tension kept boiling in the room. If that's the case, they might as well ask for a third opinion. While tension kept boiling in the room, it just so happens, while tension kept boiling in the room, that another person has been listening in on their conversation, while tension kept boiling in the room. From the other side of the door, while tension kept boiling in the room, whoever it was, while tension kept boiling in the room. They tried to throw a water canister at the old man's face and missed, while tension kept boiling in the room. Upon retaliating, while tension kept boiling in the room, Beardy was surprised that his fist was stopped by such a small body, while tension kept boiling in the room. He then noticed that the hands holding his fist back were trembling, while tension kept boiling in the room. In fear, Beardy repositioned and motioned to bash the Snoop's head, while tension kept boiling in the room, but stopped as soon as he heard her familiar voice, while tension kept boiling in the room. With pink hair and an adorable coat, while tension kept boiling in the room, it was none other than the charming Nurse Jean, while tension kept boiling in the room. Seeing the man inside the room, while tension kept boiling in the room, she recognized him as Mr. Han from the hospital, while tension kept boiling in the room. When things calmed down, Nurse Jean treated Han Feng's fractured arm, while tension kept boiling in the room, while she profusely apologized, while tension kept boiling in the room for eavesdropping on their private conversation, while tension kept boiling in the room. She just came by after receiving Grandpa Lee's supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room, and for the re-examination, while tension kept boiling in the room. She came in and discovered the poor old man dead, while tension kept boiling in the room. And then she heard the door open, while tension kept boiling in the room. She got frightened and subconsciously hid in the other room, while tension kept boiling in the room. Beardy suspects, while tension kept boiling in the room, that the little nurse must have been involved in the old man's death, while tension kept boiling in the room. He sees her selfless dedication as nothing but a joke, while tension kept boiling in the room. While he might be right in some respects, while tension kept boiling in the room, Nurse Jean does not regret her actions, while tension kept boiling in the room. People can say she's cruel or heartless, while tension kept boiling in the room, but only by surviving can she save more, while tension kept boiling in the room. People in dire need furthermore, while tension kept boiling in the room. Zhang Suyun gave her a pass, while tension kept boiling in the room, so she could freely walk anywhere she needed, while tension kept boiling in the room. She also benefits from the committee's supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room, even if she doesn't directly work for them, while tension kept boiling in the room. But Mr. John has been chasing out a lot of sick and old people recently, while tension kept boiling in the room. Grandpa Lee is one of them, while tension kept boiling in the room. It makes sense with one less mouth to feed, while tension kept boiling in the room. The committee can hold on to their authority for longer, while tension kept boiling in the room. However, according to Brother Lee, while tension kept boiling in the room, a new faction has been rising in the neighborhood, while tension kept boiling in the room, with those boxers at odds with the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room. Jiang Shuaiyu must be eager to eliminate the competition, while tension kept boiling in the room. That must be why he's ramping up the abandonment of the old and sick, while tension kept boiling in the room. He wants to keep the young and healthy fed and happy, while tension kept boiling in the room, with increasingly desperate measures, while tension kept boiling in the room. There's a good chance that a faction war will erupt sooner, while tension kept boiling in the room, rather than later if that's the case, while tension kept boiling in the room. It would be wise to try and find Zhang's alleged weapon arsenal, while tension kept boiling in the room. Beardy asked the young man what he could even do by himself, while tension kept boiling in the room. If he did find the stash, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng asserted that he'll figure something out when he gets there, while tension kept boiling in the room. But he refuses to sit around and die with everyone else, while tension kept boiling in the room. Beardy thinks they're fucked either way, while tension kept boiling in the room. So he won't stop Han Feng from digging his own grave, while tension kept boiling in the room. He then warned the young guns, while tension kept boiling in the room. That Jiang Shuaiyu and the committee, while tension kept boiling in the room, were just small fish in a big pond, while tension kept boiling in the room. There will be more bloodshed and slaughter for survival down the road, while tension kept boiling in the room. In a dog-eat-dog world, the one that survives till the end wins, while tension kept boiling in the room. With that being said, Beardy opened the window and made his exit, while tension kept boiling in the room. This dude is actually allergic to using doors normally, while tension kept boiling in the room. With only Han Feng and Nurse Jean left in the room, while tension kept boiling in the room. The nurse with super strength, while tension kept boiling in the room, eagerly asked if there was anything she could do to help, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng politely declined her offer to help, while tension kept boiling in the room, as he did not want to drag another person down with him, while tension kept boiling in the room. But Nurse Jean is persistent, while tension kept boiling in the room. She heard the whole story, while tension kept boiling in the room, and she can't just stand by while the neighborhood is in danger, while tension kept boiling in the room. She even got furious at that John bastard, while tension kept boiling in the room, for everything he did to Han Feng, while tension kept boiling in the room, seeing the determined and genuine look in her eyes, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng could not reject her, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now that she's on board, while tension kept boiling in the room. There's actually something that Han Feng needs help with, while tension kept boiling in the room. Back in the car park, while tension kept boiling in the room. The guards were reporting their encounter with Han Feng, while tension kept boiling in the room. And the old man speaking of the devil, while tension kept boiling in the room. The man who they thought would hide like a rat, while tension kept boiling in the room, appeared before everyone out in the open, while tension kept boiling in the room. Outing himself in the open got him dragged into the lion's den, while tension kept boiling in the room. In an isolated room away from everyone else, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng got beaten until he was coughing and throwing up, while tension kept boiling in the room. Mr. John's lapdog tied him up while tension kept boiling in the room, kicked him repeatedly while tension kept boiling in the room, and warned him of the dangers of stealing supplies from the committee while tension kept boiling in the room. The brainwashed twin threatened to cripple his other arm while tension kept boiling in the room. If he ever dared to step foot in their territory again, while tension kept boiling in the room, he would have wailed at Han Feng even more while tension kept boiling in the room. If Mr. Zhang hadn't needed all hands on deck, while tension kept boiling in the room, to deal with some sort of emergency that had just cropped up, while tension kept boiling in the room. After making sure that the goons had left, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng's body emanated a green light, while tension kept boiling in the room, healing his injuries, while tension kept boiling in the room. He paid the price in the form of bruises and wounds, while tension kept boiling in the room. But he finally made his way back to the committee's area, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng intends to look for the armory, while tension kept boiling in the room. Once he finishes healing his injuries, while tension kept boiling in the room. He can't afford to waste any more time, while tension kept boiling in the room. Every second counts after bathing his body with the green light, while tension kept boiling in the room. He softened the rope using his purple light, while tension kept boiling in the room. He even fixed his fractured arm, while tension kept boiling in the room. But using the green light drains way too much energy, while tension kept boiling in the room, that he almost fainted in the middle of doing so, while tension kept boiling in the room. He really needs to figure out how to heal specific parts, while tension kept boiling in the room, instead of blindly coating his whole body, while tension kept boiling in the room. Right after recovering and freeing himself, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng heard footsteps coming from outside, while tension kept boiling in the room. The door creaked open and the goons tossed the tied-up brother Li in, while tension kept boiling in the room. Fortunately, while tension kept boiling in the room, Han Feng moved fast enough to wrap the rope back onto his body, while tension kept boiling in the room. Seemingly in a hurry, the goons exited soon after, while tension kept boiling in the room, giving Han Feng a chance to check on his bro, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Li's face was unrecognizable, while tension kept boiling in the room. Look, he's not the best-looking guy in his normal state, while tension kept boiling in the room. But his bruised-up mug is even worse, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng added even more injury by slapping Brother Li awake, while tension kept boiling in the room. At least it was an effective way to wake him up, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Li just wished that little bro slapped the less swollen side, while tension kept kept boiling in the room. Now he can't even feel anything on the left side of his face, while tension kept boiling in the room. He then recounted how he was dragged through a different room, while tension kept boiling in the room. Before he got caught, while tension kept boiling in the room, he managed to get into the power distribution room and hid inside, while tension kept boiling in the room. In there he found a big, while tension kept boiling in the room, out-of-place hole connected downwards to an unnaturally deep location, while tension kept boiling in the room, thinking that they would eventually, while tension kept boiling in the room, check on the power distribution room, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Lee risked it for the biscuit, while tension kept boiling in the room, grabbed the wires and climbed down to the unknown, while tension kept boiling in the room. He initially thought he would come out of the basement car park one, while tension kept boiling in the room. But the line extended all the way to basement 2, while tension kept boiling in the room. Oddly enough, there wasn't even a single person in there, while tension kept boiling in the room. All he saw was a lot of boxes neatly arranged, while tension kept boiling in the room. Lying on the ground, all of them were sealed tightly, while tension kept boiling in the room. Curiosity got the best of him, and he opened up a few boxes, while tension kept boiling in the room. Imagine his surprise when he saw the boxes were filled with sausages, while tension kept boiling in the room. Each one as thick as his arm, while tension kept boiling in the room. He was about to investigate and take a closer look, while tension kept boiling in the room, when he heard something or someone come up behind him, while tension kept boiling in the room. The next thing he remembers is Hanfeng's wake-up slap, while tension kept boiling in the room. Now, while tension kept boiling in the room, it makes sense why the committee and that Jan bastard are so arrogant. While tension kept boiling in the room, they actually have heaps of supplies down on the lower floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. Hanfeng skeptically asked, while tension kept boiling in the room, if the contents of those boxes were really just sausages, while tension kept boiling in the room. If they have so much food, while tension kept boiling in the room, why would they work so hard, while tension kept boiling in the room, going as far as to use explosives to try and steal supplies, while tension kept boiling in the room? The boxes had nothing written on them, while tension kept boiling in the room. The contents were just shaped like sausages, while tension kept boiling in the room. So Brother Lee assumed they were, while tension kept boiling in the room. Nevertheless, something does not feel right, while tension kept boiling in the room. At least now, while tension kept boiling in the room. They know that Zhang Shuyu really has a secret warehouse, while tension kept boiling in the room. Suddenly the duo heard the guards coming back, while tension kept boiling in the room. They were talking about how odd it was, while tension kept boiling in the room, that Mr. John was rushing them to dispose of Li Zi, while tension kept boiling in the room. When they were trying to rope him in just the day before, while tension kept boiling in the room. Hearing that he has a kill order out there, while tension kept boiling in the room. Scared Brother Lee out of his wits, while tension kept boiling in the room. When the goons entered the room with weapons in hand, while tension kept boiling in the room. The prisoners were gone confused, while tension kept boiling in the room. They searched the room unbeknownst to the poor goons, while tension kept boiling in the room. The duo had already set up a vengeful ambush, while tension kept boiling in the room. And so they turned the tables, while tension kept boiling in the room. Jumped their captors, knocked them out, and tied them up, while tension kept boiling in the room. Since Zhang Shuayu is going as far as to issue a kill order, while tension kept boiling in the room. With a secret stash discovered, while tension kept boiling in the room. Whatever's down there is definitely worth investigating, while tension kept boiling in the room. Still, there are tens of boxes in there, while tension kept boiling in the room. Brother Lee wonders what they can even do, while tension kept boiling in the room. Once they managed to get back in the second basement, while tension kept boiling in the room. Hanfeng assured him that it wouldn't be a problem once they, while tension kept boiling in the room, got together with the evil king, while tension kept boiling in the room, retrieving and reactivating his earpiece, while tension kept boiling in the room. Hanfeng contacted the evil king, while tension kept boiling in the room, and asked if the big sister he had sent had arrived, while tension kept boiling in the room. Oddly enough, while tension kept boiling in the room, the little girl asked if it would really be okay to let the girl, while tension kept boiling in the room, who snatched Hanfeng's gun, while tension kept boiling in the room. Inside the house, this is bad, while tension kept boiling in the room. Instead of Nurse Jean knocking on the door, while tension kept boiling in the room. It is that which Li Hyo Na, while tension kept boiling in the room. Han Feng hurriedly warned the evil king to keep the door shut, while tension kept boiling in the room, and avoid the crazy witch at all costs, while tension kept boiling in the room. But it might just be too late while tension kept boiling in the room. The transmission was cut while tension kept boiling in the room, and Han Feng is in the dark about what's happening upstairs, while tension kept boiling in the room. They have to go back up and check on the evil king's status first, while tension kept boiling in the room. For the second time today, while tension kept boiling in the room, the duo sneakily traversed the frigid halls of the lower floors, while tension kept boiling in the room, making sure that they didn't get caught once more, while tension kept boiling in the room. While they were mindful of not making any noticeable noise, while tension kept boiling in the room. Loud crashes could be heard from up ahead, while tension kept boiling in the room. The survivors, while tension kept boiling in the room, relying on the committee, are evacuating to the higher floors, while tension kept boiling in the room. The injured elderly and women, while tension kept boiling in the room, or at least what's left of them, while tension kept boiling in the room, must proceed up the stairs, while tension kept boiling in the room. While the able-bodied are ordered to bring their weapons and gather, while tension kept boiling in the room. In the basement, it was pandemonium, while tension kept boiling in the room. They are panicking, while tension kept boiling in the room, and trying their hardest to prevent the enemies from coming up, while tension kept boiling in the room, and reaching their supply stash, while tension kept boiling in the room. The only explanation Han Feng could come up with was total chaos. It had to be. The clash with the Liu Jin house had finally erupted. No matter the cause, this pandemonium played perfectly into their hands. Now they just had to blend in, unnoticed, don their masks, and become ghosts in the storm, and try to blend into the crowd until they reach the evil king, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The stairs were crowded with distressed survivors, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And the duo fit right in, unfortunately, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Their plan to stay low-key might not be feasible anymore, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang's lapdog, coordinating the evacuation, just fell on his ass, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Li Jiang House number 1 and number 2, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, had intercepted the evacuees and were hungry for violence, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Brother Li subconsciously pulled his little bro aside, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, protecting him from the shit show that was about to unfold, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, the evil king is observing Li Hyo-na through the door's peephole, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The witch carefully moved and stuck her ear on the door's surface, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, trying her best to suss out if Han Feng was inside, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But she couldn't hear anything, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She looked highly suspicious in every sense of the word, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It was at that moment that Nurse Jean, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, finally pulled up with her med kit, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When asked what she was doing snooping around Han Fei's door, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, Hyona was stunned locked as she tried her best to formulate an excuse, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The best she could come up with, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, was that she came over to search for food, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Of course, Nurse Jean was not buying such flimsy bullshit, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. You see, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Lee Hyona was not alone. Behind her was a whole battalion of emaciated, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Good-for-nothings equipped with weapons, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Lee Hyo-na and her goons confronted Nurse Jean, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And she stood her ground, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, by saying that she'd been called to treat someone in the room, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Unfortunately, the Mad Witch is too sharp to buy that excuse, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She had seen the nurse and Han Feng talking before, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So she turned to her miserable goons, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Desperate for supplies and whispered poison into their ears, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. One by one, the creeps approached Nurse Jean as she slowly retreated, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and threatened to report the disruption to Jiang Shuayu, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hyona thinks using the nurse as a hostage would lure Hanfang out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The goons were not exactly enthused, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To hold the only medical staff in the building captive, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If they keep this ridiculousness up, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Nurse Jean threatens to drop the polite act altogether, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When they chose to ignore her warnings, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and kept on restraining her arms, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The dainty nurse lifted the goons and smacked them together, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Like they weighed nothing, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Iona and the rest of the creeps subconsciously retreated in terror, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Nurse Jean took a deep breath, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and warned them one more time, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That interfering with her work carries consequences, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The witch has gone absolutely cuckoo, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She pulled out a hidden knife from her pocket, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and swung it at the lovely nurse, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She had no regard for the well-being of others, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If Nurse Jean was not wearing a thick enough coat, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The blade could have cut her skin, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hyona warned her, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Goons to stand by and be careful of the freak's inhuman strength, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. While everyone was distracted, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The apartment door slowly creaked open, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The raiders were confused, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, as the weapons in their hands trembled in unison, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The trembling became so strong, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, that it turned into an irresistible suction force, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Standing at the door was the self-proclaimed Demon King, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With her hidden ability in full view, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She even executed some useless ninjutsu hand signs, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To make it more dramatic, knives, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Bats pipes, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And all sorts of improvised weapons were confiscated by her domain, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. She went at it so hard, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, that even Lee Hyona's dilapidated clothes started getting sucked in, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The sketchy raiders tried to run away, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But the suction was too strong, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They thought a ghost was playing with them, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Back in the lower floors, the war between factions continued, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, becoming more violent by the second, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Fists were thrown and skulls were bashed in, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In the midst of the chaos, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hanfeng and Brother Li are running from a hulking man, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hanfeng threw a punch at the wrong guy, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And now they're in a cartoon chase scene, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Who would not be fuming if a single punch made your cheek, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Swell to the size and color of an apple, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hanfeng threw a shot in the dark, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He combined his green and purple lights to form a reinforced glove, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and got a powerful result in a desperate situation, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To make matters worse, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang's lackeys recognized them in the middle of the riot, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If they get caught again, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Those sadists will never give them another chance to escape, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So Han Feng thought of a quick plan, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Separating from Brother Li, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. While the gangster picks up their little roommate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng will serve as the distraction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It's going to be hard to pull it off alone, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But he's confident in his chances, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng made a show of running around the basement parking lot, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, drawing as many eyeballs to himself as possible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He vaulted on top of a car and screamed at the top of his lungs, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, turning heads from every direction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng raised his middle finger to everyone in the room, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and falsely confessed, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, that he was the one who raised the prices of supplies, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So all the peasants would starve to death, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. What followed was dead silence, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Every raider, no matter which side they represent, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, gnashed their teeth in anger, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It was as though everyone forgot their differences, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Now they're united with the same goal, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To catch and kill Han Feng first, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The first part of his plan was a smashing success, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng vaguely recalls seeing the entrance of the basement car park, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Closed off by a metal gate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Right now, tons of snow are bearing pressure on that gate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And it is waiting to be released, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He single-mindedly ran for the gate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and failed to notice one of the infamous twins, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hot in his heels, he got socked off his feet, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, tumbling all the way to his intended destination with the metal gate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. On his back, the angry mob closed into the corner of Han Feng, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He touched the cold metal, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, focusing on stirring his ability, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, with immense concentration, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He covered the entirety of the gate with his bizarre purple light, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In fear of the light, the mob stopped their advances, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When the light was snuffed out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Their anger rose once more, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The final push was Han Feng screaming at the bastards to come at him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, while the angry mob rushes forward, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The once solid metal gate has turned soft and malleable, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The material is not nearly strong enough to hold back, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Tons and tons of snow from rushing into the floor, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Seeing the incoming indoor avalanche, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The mob quickly forgot their beef with the young man, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Now it's a run for survival, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The avalanche was brutal. It had enough force to wash away the cars, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Neatly parked in the basement, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The warring factions were swallowed by the great white coldness, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Burying them in frost those who were fast and lucky enough, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, were able to run towards the exit on time, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, saving themselves from the incoming disaster, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When the avalanche settled, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The entire basement floor had been rendered useless and inhospitable, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng planned ahead and found himself a decent hidey hole, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. After confirming that the threats had been washed out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, he dug himself out of the snow, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Much to his surprise, turning a giant metal gate into jelly, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Didn't cause him any fatigue at all, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Maybe he's getting a lot better at using his abilities, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. While he was lost in thought, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The old man that saved his ass before showed up in front of him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. For some reason, he feels as though setting the stage for something far more dangerous. This weird boomer has been watching him all this time, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. After confirming that the avalanche had stopped, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The mob re-entered the basement, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The old man forcefully dragged Han Feng away, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The two found themselves in a certain remote corner, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. On the first basement floor, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Trying to catch his breath, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng demanded to know just who this boomer really was, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And why he was trying to get all up in his business, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Seeing that there is no sense in hiding any longer, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The boomer introduced himself as Li Jianhao, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The man leading an all-out war against Mr. Jiang, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He offered a handshake to the young man, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But Han Feng felt hesitant about his reasons, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Well, Zhang Hao wants cooperation, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He might have rejected teaming up with Han Feng before, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But minds can change. Han Feng was reasonably skeptical, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He doesn't want to get scammed into something horrible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The way Zhang Hao sees things, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They're just two parties trying to accomplish a common goal, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Upon thinking about it, teaming up with someone capable, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Like Li Jianhao would drastically, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Increase the chances of successfully dealing with Mr. Zhang, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Although he doesn't fully trust the graying boomer, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng is willing to enter into a temporary alliance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The two shook hands as their collaboration was officialized, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. On a lower floor, Mr. John, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, is doing final checks on all the vehicles, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He had stashed in the second basement car park, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He's only now setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Receiving news about the avalanche that swept through the floor above, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The building's temperature is dropping fast, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And their people have been scattered all over the place, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In addition, their prisoners are nowhere to be found, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Jiang remained calm, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He believes that all of these side incidents, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Won't mess with the bigger picture, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Within earshot, Li Jianhao and Han Feng were sneaking around, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Jianhao found this place filled with military jeeps a while ago, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He also overheard plans about relocating some of the residents, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Elsewhere, a mystery as to where anyone could relocate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In a frozen wasteland outside, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To find answers, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Young Hao wasted no time and charged in with just his trusty fists, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Completely unaware of what was about to happen, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Young continued ordering his men around, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Their tight-knit operation, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of gunshots, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Coming from nearby, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before they could calm down and assess the situation, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The sneaky enemy had already infiltrated, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Behind enemy lines, Zhang Hao, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, used his strength and technique to take down Mr. Zhang's inner circle, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. One by one, trembling in fear and caught off guard, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang's guards started firing everywhere, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Zhang Hao was not fazed by the sound of gunshots, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And the smell of gunpowder, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The only weapon he trusts is his battle-worn hands, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Of course, Mr. John's best guards are stuck close to the boss, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They did not account for multiple assailants, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It was a big mistake. Han Feng managed to bypass the spotty defense, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Now he has a gun aimed at the back of the boss's head, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Instead of panicking, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang smiled and thanked Han Feng for finally showing up, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He claimed to know that this confrontation would come, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It was only a matter of time, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. One of the twins turned around to see his boss and a checkmate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And Mr. Zhang urged his boys to stand down, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He knows Han Feng as the man who stockpiled mountains of supplies, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before everything went to shit, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He thought Han Feng was in contact with certain people, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But that doesn't seem to be the case, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When urged to look at his pistols magazine, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng found a recording device attached, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang secretly stuck that in when the apartment incident happened, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Otherwise, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He wouldn't have freely given a perfectly good weapon to the enemy, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He knew every bit of the plan Han Feng had, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If he wanted to end the young man, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It would have been done already, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In truth, Mr. Zhang still wants Han Feng to join his faction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That way they can keep sending people to a certain group, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So the majority can survive, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Being a pawn is not really Han Feng's thing anymore, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So he passed with that being said, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. John gave a hidden signal, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And a bunch of soldiers clad in complete gear entered, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The scene looking at the expert and precise movements, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They must be special forces, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. There were 3 gunmen, setting the stage stage for something far more dangerous. Each of them aiming to riddle Han Feng's body with bullet holes, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He would have kept running like a headless chicken, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, hoping that he could dodge all the bullets, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If Young Hao didn't grab him to take cover, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Absolutely mortified, he turned to the old man for an escape plan, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Young Hao urged him to chill out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They're just against 3 special ops soldiers, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It's no big deal, Lee Young Hao will play the part of decoy, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And Han Feng must find and exploit an opening, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The plan was ridiculous. How can you even play decoy, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, when the enemies are equipped with automatic rifles, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, to prove that it was feasible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Young Hao left the cover, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, kept his center of gravity lowered and charged head first, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He was moving so fast that it looked like he was dodging bullets, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, without so much as getting grazed, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When he finally enters his effective range, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The guns in his fists are equally lethal, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. His close combat skills and reaction time cannot be those of a human, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. While the old man is dancing with bullets, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang is getting ready to board one of the vehicles, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, to make his next delivery, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng won't let him get away without interruptions though, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With his purple light, he coated the ground, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, turning the surface into mush, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As the concrete softened, the tire sunk into the floor, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. This was enough to stop Mr. Zhang's vehicle from exiting the car park, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Looking at the side mirror, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and seeing the soft ground eating up the tire, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng was glad that he could mess with them from a safe distance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Just when he was about to do the next tire, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A frag grenade flew in his direction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A hooded stranger found him messing with the Jeep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Skipped every weapon there was, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and jumped straight into throwing a grenade, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. While Han Feng's life flashed before his eyes, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The hood smiled and saluted, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The grenade bounced on the Jeep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The explosion is imminent, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng ate the blast at point-blank range, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A normal human cannot possibly survive being in that radius, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. His body was torn apart. The grenade did its job, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Well, the next thing you know, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng is opening his eyes to the feeling of being tickled, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Those goats that he used to dream about are back, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They're flocking all over him and licking his entire body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He closed his eyes and just enjoyed the ticklish process, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Wholeheartedly, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, until he felt an oversized tongue joining in on the fun, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Of course, the giant tongue belonged to a giant goat, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The enormous and slimy appendage appendage wrapped around his naked body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Traces of green light flickering, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The tiny flickers continued to grow, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, until his body melted and reformed around the green brilliance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In the real world, his body rapidly repaired itself, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, as the green light chose and healed the damaged parts, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, Hanfeng died and was resurrected, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, when his power kicked in automatically, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. His body might have been restored, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, but his mind seemed absent, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The gene twin in the driver's seat, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, managed to get the tire out of the sunken concrete, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and is now ready to drive away, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before he could step on the gas, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The whole side of the Jeep swiftly crumbled into nothingness, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, as a red light erased everything in sight, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The light flickered ominously, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, devouring every matter in sight, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With a single swipe of his hand, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The unconscious Hanfeng deleted half an armored Jeep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. After tearing the vehicle apart with a touch, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. One of the twins aimed his gun at Hanfeng, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He saw the barrel of the lethal weapon aimed at him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With bloodshot eyes, and grabbed that sucker with his glowing hand, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The pistol exploded to pieces, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Dismantled into smithereens, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The destruction continued, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Devouring the threads of Jean Chinhua's clothes, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Zhang's calmness had vanished alongside the Jeep's roof, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As he scurried out of the vehicle, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Exposed to the bone-chilling elements, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Exacerbated by the avalanche one floor above, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Jean Twin shivered in pain, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The cold quickly spread through his body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, as the red light devoured the top of his skin, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Within seconds, the poor underling died from the cold, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. His twin brother saw everything happen, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and felt the desire for vengeance brewing, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Jean Sheen, when charged the Berserk Han Fei with a metal pipe in hand, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He was eager to bust the guy's head open, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But it won't be easy when the metal pipe touched the red light, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The material burst into pieces, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Dissipating in the air, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. John called one of his men to request for reinforcements, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. This is beyond his expectations, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Ignoring the surviving twin, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The unconscious Han Fei sought a different target, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With purple bouncy lights in both hands, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He slowly strutted his way to a different armored Jeep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The driver and passenger didn't know what to do, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As the gooey light devoured the entire vehicle, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Suddenly, the exterior of the Jeep started dripping, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, like it was made of melting wax, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The vehicle had turned almost liquid, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The people inside the armored jeep screamed for help, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and tried to get out, but it was too late, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With an unrecognizable shape, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The material hardened once more, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, turning the driver and passengers into metal statues, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To stop his brutal rampage, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Someone started shooting at Han Feng, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A bullet lightly grazed his cheek, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And the green light immediately healed the wound back up, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The inexperienced guards trembled as they ran out of bullets, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They saw what Han Feng did to their comrades, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. All they can do now is run for their lives, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, covering their retreat, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The special ops shifted their main target to Han Feng, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They were tasked with prioritizing Mr. Zhang's party, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Seeing his playmates change course annoyed Li Zhang, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. How? Setting the stage for something far more dangerous. At least one of the special ops forces stayed behind to engage him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In hand-to-hand combat, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Throughout the whole sequence, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Zhang Hao, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, is trying to decipher what really is happening with Zhang Shuyu, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As bullets chased him down, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng used his purple light to gain some verticality, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. By sticking to the walls, he responded to their lethal force, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. By turning the floor into a gelatinous substance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Making it difficult to maintain balance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Once he successfully took away their ability to aim accurately, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He closed the distance and erased their automatic rifles from reality, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With a burst of red flash, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mixing it up a little, the green and purple light shone, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As their properties, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Made it possible to reshape the remaining metal from the guns, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Into a melee weapon, it was a twisted and crude blade, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Befitting a man bereft of control of his own body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With one clean swing, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Fei slit the throats of the special ops agents hounding him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. After those last two kills, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The exhaustion from using his power to its limits, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, had finally caught up to him, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As his body was shutting down, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The vengeful twin jumped out of the shadows for a sneak attack, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before Jin Shin Win's metal pipe could crack his skull open, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng collapsed on the cold, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Dark ground seeing as the terrifying monster had become defenseless, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Qinwen thought he could land the killing blow, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Unfortunately for him, Li Jinghao is still around, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To protect his business partner's unconscious body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In a one-on-one, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A single special ops bastard, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Could not possibly survive his champion's fist, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Today he learned that Han Feng is a madman when he loses control, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. After retrieving the young man's body, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He heard some movement from outside and immediately ran to hide, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. John had returned to the second basement car park, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With a fresh battalion equipped with riot shields and blunt weapons, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He commanded the battalion from the middle, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, while holding a gun tightly as his lifeline, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Upon doing a perimeter sweep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They found 2 dead special ops guys, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. There were supposed to be 3, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But only 2 corpses were found, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Jin Woo froze to death, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. His brother and a few others who ran were the only survivors, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With the soldiers dead, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They don't have a guide to reach the other base camp anymore, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Mr. Young accepted that today's plan was a massive failure, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They must recuperate and rethink a strategy, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Meanwhile, in an abandoned room, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Someone is burning books for warmth, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hanfeng woke up screaming about a grenade, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It seemed like that was the last thing he remembered, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If that's the case, then why is he still alive, setting the stage for something far more dangerous? And where is he? Those are the questions swimming in his mind, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Thankfully, there was a familiar face nearby, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The one who grabbed him to safety, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Lee Young-hao, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When asked what happened, Young-hao, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, can't even come up with a reasonable explanation of what transpired, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Without sounding insane, more importantly, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He has gained a general idea as to what Jiang Shuyu is planning, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. As for the specifics, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He has a willing volunteer to get some more answers, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Paid with blood and torture, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Based on what the soldiers had already confessed, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A so-called base sent them to conduct a transaction with Jiang Shuyu, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Allegedly, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They are bringing food and weapons in exchange for the residents, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When asked why the soldier awkwardly mumbled, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That they simply needed manpower for construction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Anyone with a brain could tell that that's a load of bull, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In this situation, no one is trying to take on more mouths to feed, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The soldiers insisted, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That they were just trying to rebuild civilization, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, while saving as many people as possible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To prevent any more lies from being spewed out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Lee Young-hao continued with the torture, setting the stage for something far more dangerous by breaking one of the soldiers' fingers, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It made him confess, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That the failure of today's mission would just lead to the base, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Sending more people over, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When asked if any superhumans would be involved, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The soldier averted his gaze, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and tried to pretend that he didn't know what Young, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Ho was talking about, well, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. That basically confirms that the base place has mutated people, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Making an enemy out of them would prove troublesome, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng had just woken up, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And now he's getting a close look at Li Yung Hao's cold cruelty, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Seeing as they won't be able to extract more information, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Yung Hao slayed the soldier in the most gruesome way possible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In his eyes, this new base is just another faction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, with unknown and possibly nefarious goals, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They can either get rid of that group, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, or they can leave and find a new place to settle down, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Away from chaos for now, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng would like to get back to his crew and discuss, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. On the way up to the apartment, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The young man mulled over the choices they had, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Given all the information at hand, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It sounds like searching for another foothold outside, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Might be the safest choice, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before heading back up, he stopped by the second basement floor, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. To check on the armored jeeps and heavy machinery, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He tried his best to sneak around, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, until he heard some light footsteps heading in his direction, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When he tried to get the jump on the person in front, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, he quickly realized that he had fallen for a well-placed bait, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A familiar figure snuck up from his flank, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, her fist homing in on his head, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng raised his arm enhanced by the green and purple light, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In time to block, he did it so fluidly, without much thought, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Much to his surprise, he didn't feel any pain at all, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It seems like the earlier incident unlocked some pretty good combos, setting the stage for something far more dangerous that he can access as he was about to retaliate, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A flashlight revealed that the assailant was Nurse Jean, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The allies almost threw hands, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Once things calmed down, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng gave his crew a rundown of what had happened, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and told them his plan to search for a path out of the building, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Brother Li was incensed to hear that, John, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Bastard was exchanging people for supplies, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The naive nurse, on the other hand, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Thought that sending people to an establishment, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, with a better chance of survival, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, was not a bad thing realistically speaking, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Zhang Shai would have already gone to that base, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If the promised utopia was real, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. He wouldn't need military escorts for trades, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The bottom line is setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They don't have all the necessary information as of now, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Hell, they don't even know if this so-called base is real or not, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. There's a strong possibility that more people will storm the building, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Soon for now, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They must secure a transport vehicle in case they need to get out, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. At least they have plenty of choices, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Among the many heavy-duty vehicles parked in this place, setting the stage for something something far more dangerous. Unfortunately, they don't have the keys for most of the good stuff, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Brother Lee snooped around the remaining armored jeeps, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and found a crate of weapons, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They should let the little demon king collect all this valuable loot, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. For future, use the crate was retrieved from the melted jeep, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. This is Han Feng's first time, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Seeing the aftermath of his unconscious rampage, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Meanwhile, the ladies are distracted by something elsewhere, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. In the corner of the second basement car park, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. A massive curtain has been placed to cover something up, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Nurse Jean swears she could hear noises behind the cover, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Demon King retrieved the biggest flashlight in her storage, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Pointed the intense light forward, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. And the other three pulled the curtain down together, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. When the cover was dropped, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Everybody stared in disbelief and awe, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. There was a huge tunnel crudely dug up under a pile of cold snow, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, leading to somewhere unknown, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Whoever dug this tunnel must be extraordinary, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. It sounds like setting the stage for something far more dangerous. What the soldier confessed is just the tip of a much bigger iceberg, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The neighborhood is no longer a safe place, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Brotherly looked around the sides, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, and found the neighborhood's frozen drain pipes, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Before they got carried away, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng called Paus and dragged everybody away from the tunnel, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. This exploration requires better preparation, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They should return and plan ahead for now, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So they gathered some convenient survival gear, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Food supplies and some explosives just in case, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With some handy weapons and a few more foodstuffs, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They should have enough to last for a while, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng made it clear that the purpose of this initial expedition, setting the stage for something far more dangerous, was purely just for scouting, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. If any emergency situation were to arise, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They would haul ass and return to camp, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Of course, this level of preparation wouldn't be possible, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Without the Little Demon King's convenient storage dimension, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng and Brother Lee head out and the girls stay back, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Han Feng, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Reinforce the walls and doors of the room they would be staying in, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So intruders wouldn't pose a problem, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The girl sent them off and Han Feng gave them a reassuring glance, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Little Demon King professed that her true eyes would bless her, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Adventuring apostles, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. With what they know now, Zhang Shuayu isn't the only threat anymore, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Something worse might come from that tunnel soon, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The scouting mission's main goal is to try and find, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Another survival point, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The Brotherly officially entered the tunnel and bravely marched forth, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They thought the underground would be warmer, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. But they were sorely mistaken, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. Everything is frozen, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. So it's a miracle miracle that someone managed to dig through, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. 15 minutes into exploring, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. They had to traverse some tricky terrain, setting the stage for something far more dangerous. The concrete paths split off like veins beneath the earth. They chose a route at random and kept moving, no time to hesitate. Up and down they went, an hour lost in this endless maze. Every time they stumbled upon a manhole lid, Brother Lee would check if it could be forced open from below. Everything is blocked by snow above. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the duo has been walking around for so long. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that they can't even remember where they came from. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, or which direction they should go. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. Thankfully, they saw another batch of distribution drain pipes. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and aside from a nearby residential area, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they followed the pipes. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, until they saw some brick and mortar structures. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, like a gift from the heavens. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they came across a map of the underground sewer. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they've been at it for half a day. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but they're still just next to the neighborhood where they came from. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, shushing out Brother Lee's disappointment. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Hanfeng whispered to turn their headlights off. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he heard the sounds of vehicles speeding nearby. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, it was a caravan of military trucks. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and they were heading in the direction of Han City's neighborhood. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Hanfeng and Brother Lee managed to conceal themselves in time. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, it's safe to assume that those things are affiliated. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the special ops soldiers. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they must be using those vehicles in the sewage system to ferry people. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, to allegedly construct the utopian base. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee had the brilliant idea of following the trail. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, to tail the trucks, funnily enough. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he knows the back door to Han City. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, a year ago, an old lady from Han City fell into the sewers. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and he swooped in to save the day. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he swore that he could still remember the way to that spot. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, bragging about his memory. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that made him a straight-A student in high school. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, when they arrived at the place he was boasting about. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the manhole cover was frozen shut. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, it might be a bit off from the location. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but they might as well try the other manhole up front. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee climbed and tried to force his way up 3 more times. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but every single one resulted in embarrassment. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, when they reached the 4th and farthest cover. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee almost cried tears of joy when it budged. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, thankfully they emerged in Han City's neighborhood basement car park. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. Man, this series loves parking lots. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Hanfeng urged Brother Lee to stop bragging about finding a way in. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and lower his voice now that they're in unfamiliar territory. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the duo stayed low and slowly crawled their way around the lot. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, making use of the cars as cover along the way. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they saw some frozen corpses and obvious signs of fighting. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, in the back wall a few men are slaving away to tear down the concrete. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with sledgehammers supervising them was a pair of special ops soldiers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, who were dissatisfied with their assignment, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, to guard people in a crappy neighborhood with shitty food, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The assault squad has no control over their deployment, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It looks like Han City is already under complete, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Control of the militaristic faction, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Suddenly the ground started shaking vigorously, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The soldiers yelled at the laborers to run away, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. As the real workforce was about to penetrate through, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. From the other side, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the wall they'd been toiling over started to crumble and crack, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Before the laborers could run to safety, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, a massive explosion sent them flying alongside boulder-sized debris, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Emerging from the other side was an overgrown baby with a shiny, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, bald head and an unusual glimmer in his eyes, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. That thing was so massive it didn't even look human, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It must be the one who dug the tunnel, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, connecting to their neighborhood without anyone noticing, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. No matter how you look at it, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han City is a bad place to be, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. If the duo is discovered, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They are finished after digging a brand new tunnel, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby demanded his snacks, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. And the soldier overseeing the operation promised snacks, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. After cleaning up the passageway, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby did not like the sound of that at all, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, with veins bulging along his neck, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He struck the ground and shattered the flooring, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The destruction reached all the way up to the duo's hiding spot, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. That's the biggest sign to get the hell out of this godforsaken place, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They crawled away, careful not to attract any unwanted attention, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Brother Lee was doing so well, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, sneaking away until he breathed in the dust particles from the tremor, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He could not hold it in and sneezed out loud, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Hearing his partner jeopardize their clean escape, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Mortified, Han Feng the soldiers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, took note of the bastards crawling towards the manhole, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and ordered the forces to give chase, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Now that they're exposed, all they can do is run as fast as possible, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and not dwell on their mistakes, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby was fast. The duo had a decent head start, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. But the superhuman was hot on their heels, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. When he entered his effective range, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the big baby slammed into the ground, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and made the sewer system fall apart, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The terrain turned jagged, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, making it borderline impossible to continue running, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With no other choice, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng urged Brother Lee to just run while he stalls for time, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Now should be a good time to test his abilities, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, against another superhuman, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Using the purple light, he blanketed the torn-up floors of the tunnel, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby marched forward, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and felt his boots sink into the jelly floor, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He tried to lift himself out of the sinking ground, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, but his weight made the process super fast, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He's now realizing that Han Feng is a superhuman too, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Someone worth capturing alive, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. That's going to be hard now, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. That the young man is mixing in his green light to harden the floor, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. That he softened, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The restoration of the soil's original properties was quick and easy, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby was infuriated, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Now he just wants to kill the dude, trapping him with weird powers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han Feng was sweating bullets, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Even with his combined power, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby is about to break free, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Through sheer strength and frustration, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Brother Lee, who was making some decent headway in his escape, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, saw that his little bro was in danger, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He saw some loose metal pipes strewn around the floor, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and was struck with an idea, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With tenacious and consistent power activation, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby is slowly drained, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Just a bit more, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. And Han Feng should be able to trap their sole pursuer completely, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He would have won the battle of attrition, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. If it wasn't for Brother Lee's overprotectiveness of his superhuman, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Little bro, the boastful gangster, abandoned the escape plan, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, grabbed the metal pipe and burst in to contribute to the fight, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With the big baby rooted on the ground, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He was able to land a clean hit to that big bald head, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Unfortunately, he didn't even deal damage with his full swing, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. All it did was anger the fat bastard even more, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. This is the second time Han Feng was screwed by Brother Lee's blunders, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The steadily weakening big baby hit his second wind, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, fueled by the desire to bury two pesky bugs underground, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Brother Lee quickly turned around and ran, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han Feng was forced to abandon his trap, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The duo is back to square one, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Brother Lee had good intentions, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He didn't want to leave his little bro alone, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. But it did more harm than good, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. After a few more minutes of endless running, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they miraculously shook the oversized meatball off their trail, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With the path behind them walled by loose boulders, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They should be cleared from immediate danger for now, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Now, they have a different set of problems to worry about, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. First is finding out exactly where they ended up running, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Brother Lee assured Han Feng that the map they had seen earlier, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, had been firmly imprinted in his genius brain, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. So he'd lead the way to safety, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The gangster merrily picked a path and confidently strutted forward, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han Feng was not in the least bit convinced, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. 10 minutes later, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee yelled that he recognized the sewer layout on the left, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. 20 minutes after that, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, he continued following some random pipelines, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. By the 40-minute mark, he was starting to doubt his navigating skills, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Thankfully, Han Feng felt a light whisper of wind coming from nearby, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He finally wrestled control of where to go and followed the wind, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They eventually reached a path going upwards, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. A literal light at the end of the tunnel, As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee jumped to the front. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and acted as though he was the one who found the exit. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they climbed a wall of ice. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, being careful not to slip on the icy grooves. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, finally they reached the end of the line and laid eyes on the outside. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, upper crust world, it was dark and gloomy. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but the snowfall had somewhat subsided. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the world they used to know no longer exists. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, everything is cold and frozen in time. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee jumped out of the sewer tunnel. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and confirmed that the surface that used to be water, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, had already hardened. Han Feng carefully observed his surroundings. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and identified a structure that looks, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, like the Ding Feng building. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the Ding Feng is supposed to be the tallest structure. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, within 5 kilometers northward of their neighborhood. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that means they wasted a lot of time heading in the wrong direction. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, after running away from danger underground. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. To illustrate, Xingfu district is located within the southern. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. Third ring of Hanchuan City. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. Right now they are in the northern fourth ring. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the tunnels compromised. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, their only option is to travel on land. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, in hopes of returning to the district. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, to do that they must first pass through Jingshan district. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, under current conditions, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, it's practically impossible to get home within the day. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, once again, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee bragged that he has plenty of contacts in Jingshan. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they could probably find a hookup for a good meal and a place to rest. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, while he was prancing around the snow-covered roads. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, his foot slipped. Thankfully, the snow cushioned his fall. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that's a sign of moving slowly. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, given how slippery the roads have become. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, as the night deepens, the snowfall gets heavier. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, perhaps they need to find a decent shelter for the night. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, so the duo tried to cover as much ground as they could. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, while keeping an eye out for a possible camping spot. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they are about 3 kilometers out of Jingshan district. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but the blizzard is getting worse. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, if they endured and powered through the cold for another hour. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they should be able to enter a familiar territory. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, a few more minutes later it became clear that, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they must either pick up the pace or freeze to death. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, to make matters worse, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they saw a pair of dudes frozen to death in the middle of the road. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, based on their packed bags, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they seemed prepared for the excursion. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but the cold trumps all, there was no food in the bag. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, perhaps that's why they were trying to head out in search of supplies. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, this is just the new normal now. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the snowstorm continuously intensifying. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, perhaps it would be wiser to rest for now. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and continue the icy track tomorrow. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. No one wants to suffer the same fate as these two frozen blokes. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the duo managed to reach the Jingshan district. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, as the snowstorm reached its peak, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Interestingly, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, some of the villas in the area weren't buried under the snow. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, as they headed for one of the possible campsites, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they spotted some silhouettes behind the heavy snowfall. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee volunteered to go ahead first. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and try to talk to whoever was ahead of them. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, before Han Feng could warn the gangster about the dangers. As the underground journey grew more uncertain of interacting with strangers. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Brother Lee was already gone. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he was captured by two men. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, now he has a gun pointed at his temple. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with Brother Lee held as a hostage. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng was robbed. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the young man tried to slyly grab his gun from his waist. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but the robbers weren't messing around and fired a warning shot. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the robbers yelled at him not to try anything funny. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, then the two muggers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, started quarreling about keeping their captives in one piece. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they don't want to get stuck carrying dead weight. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, up the hill Han Feng was forced to surrender his firearm. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, a muzzle is tapping his forehead. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, if he fights back. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he might be able to handle and heal one shot to the head. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with his ability. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but going down that route would certainly end up in Brother. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Lee's death. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, so he surrendered peacefully and they were escorted up to a hill. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the robbers were patting themselves on the back. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, for successfully apprehending some captives. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, who had guns Han Feng tried to act deferentially. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they've already surrendered all the supplies and equipment. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, it should be safe to let them go now, right? As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but the robbers have different plans for the two. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng reckoned that they might be heading into a cannibalistic den. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, as backup food supplies. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, still this is actually a pretty good spot to be in. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, from the top of the hill. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, one can basically observe the entirety of Hanchuan City. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, when they reached their destination. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, one of the robbers opened a villa gate with an automatic fob. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that means this place still has power. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, given that the inner city's electricity had long since been cut off. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the villa must be powered by a generator. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, even though everything is frozen and covered in snow. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the quality of the villas in this place is obviously high. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, much to Han Feng's surprise. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, defensive structures were even constructed around the house. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, at that moment a devilish plan sprung into his mind. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, if they can get rid of these incompetent captors. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he could turn this place into a fortress. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the help of the little demon king. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, his sly giggle at the notion was noticed. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and it earned him a crispy slap on the back of his head. As the underground journey grew more uncertain. Finally, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the robbers ordered them to finish digging near the protective wall as the underground journey grew more uncertain. If they did as they were tasked to do, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the robbers promised to let them go and even return their supplies. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, all they have to do is keep their heads down as the underground journey grew more uncertain and stop trying to pull any tricks as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Kaosi, the bigger and dumber one, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, was assigned to the first shift of watching the new manual workers as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Big Kaosi over here, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, is actually starting to get annoyed at how bossy the smaller one is. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he turned to the captives as the underground journey grew more uncertain and threatened to fire at will if they didn't start getting to work as the underground journey grew more uncertain. When asked to at least remove the cuffs, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Kaosi snapped and pressed them to dig with the cuffs on as the underground journey grew more uncertain. So Brother Lee and Han Feng did as they were told, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The superhuman and the gangster were reduced to simple laborers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It is uncertain whether the bastards would even keep their word, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and let them go after the job is done, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han Feng looked around the massive yard, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and saw a huge pile of snow near a truck, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Upon closer inspection, he found a bunch of frozen legs, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Arms and other body parts sticking out of the pile, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. This does not bode well for them, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Han Feng quietly pointed out the pile of frozen corpses to Brother Lee, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The hardcore gangster almost passed out, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, when his brain, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, finally comprehended that he was looking at dead people, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It is possible, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, that their captors were the ones who made that pile of death, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. One thing's for sure, they can't just sit and wait for their own deaths. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng devised a quick plan as the underground journey grew more uncertain and related to Brother Lee for execution as the underground journey grew more uncertain. After they went over the details, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the plan kicked off as the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the two yelling and hurling insults at one another. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they acted as though they were fighting about their shoveling methods. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, making the work much harder than it was supposed to be. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Kaosi took note of the scuffle. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, aimed his gun at the two and urged them to get back to work. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the duo continued bickering. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, completely selling the act. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, finally Kaosi gave up trying to stop them from arguing. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but asserted that the digging must be done before the sun sets. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, as soon as he nonchalantly turned his back on the duo, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the wrangling abruptly stopped. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Kaosi slowly walked back to his post. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, unaware that the flat, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, side of shovel was about to strike the back of his head. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the bigger captor is down and the duo just regained a firearm. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, inside the villa the smaller robber is sitting comfortably. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with a dirty magazine in hand. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he was practically drooling at the pages. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, thinking that no one was going to interrupt his gooning time. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, before he could get his pecker out. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, a light flashed in his face. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he looked up at a gun's muzzle, staring him down. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the duo waved the handcuffs provocatively. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and teased the robber for being such a gooner. as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Within just a few hours, the situation was completely reversed. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the captors are now the captives. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, according to them, they're just debt collectors. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, who came by the villa before everything went apocalyptic. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they swore to their gods. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that the pile of corpses outside had nothing to do with them. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they might be hardened debt collectors. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but they draw the line at massacring dozens of people. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng holstered the gun. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he believes their story since the pair of robbers aren't too bad. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they can freely go now. Brother Lee did not buy the story at all. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he thinks they shouldn't let such threats go. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, well, Han Feng promised freedom. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, of course that comes with a little stipulation. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Koz and his gunner buddy, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, were released into the biting coldness of the icy district. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with nothing but their underwear. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, it's only a matter of time before those two succumb to the elements. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with that side quest taken care of, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, it's time to prepare for the hike back home. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, this day started with the plan to scout the tunnels for a bit. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, due to unforeseen blunders, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they have strayed from that mission and from the home base too far. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng can only hope and pray that his allies, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, back in the neighborhood, are safe. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, speaking of allies, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Li Jianhao has joined Nurse Jean and the Little Demon King. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, inside the reinforced room, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they're still anxiously waiting for the duo's return. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the old man asserted that rather than worrying about the two, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they should be focusing on their own situation. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, a few hours after the scouting duo had left, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, an army emerged from the tunnel. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, among them was a baby-faced giant who could control Earth's elements. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Zhang Shuaiyu welcomed the delegation. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, with the influx of powerful allies, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the entire district is officially under Mr. Zhang's command. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, naturally that makes Zhang Hao's faction the public's #1 enemy. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, right now, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, Zhang Shuaiyu must be turning the entire building upside down. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, searching for Zhang Hao. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the old man can only laugh at the stupidity of the residents. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that army didn't come to this place as saviors. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they won't even realize that they've been sold out. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, until the day they die. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the little demon king spoke like a normal person. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, for once she believes that the residents are just choosing to obey. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, for a higher chance of survival. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, in this chaotic world, humans are simple creatures like that. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, after dropping some philosophical truth, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, she dozed off and Nurse Jean covered her with a blanket. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, somehow, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The idea of choosing to be obedient reminded Lee Young-hao of his life, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He used to be a formidable boxer, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He was a champion celebrated by many, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Even so, losses are unavoidable in the four corners of that ring, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He is a warrior, a vulnerable one, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. In his corner was his trainer, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, who did nothing but hurl verbal abuse while he was getting pummeled, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Black and blue, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. All that trainer cares about is getting that coveted victory, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He molded Lee Young-hao into the man that he is, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. And he could easily take everything back just as fast as an old man, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Memories of those days still haunt his mind, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Jiang-hao turned to the girls and urged them to get ready to move, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Zhang's dogs must be going unit by unit, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, in search of people who oppose him, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They can't stay in one place for too long, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Unfortunately for them, it's a little bit late to transfer locations, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The unit's reinforced door was forcefully smashed open, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Jiang-hao, Nurse Jean, and the Little Demon King are completely exposed, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It's a mystery how they have been discovered so quickly, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Well, that's because the overgrown, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Superhuman Baby sniffed them out, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and is drooling at the sight of his targets, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Down in the basement, the military people quickly got to work, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, organizing the massive boxes of mystery sausages, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and loading them onto trucks, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The man in charge of the faction received a headcount report, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. In total, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, they will be transporting 97 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Delivering that many assets back to their base should not be a problem, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The scarred faction captain smoked his cigar, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and asked about the 3 special ops soldiers, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He sent as an advanced party, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Mr. Zhang fearfully, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, confessed that the soldiers were killed by a man named Han Feng, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Washing his hands of any fault, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Hearing that his boys died obviously ticked off the scar dude, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Zhang Shuyu elaborated that Han Feng is a superhuman, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. His men would corroborate the story about the dude, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Using some sort of light-based power, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, to prove that he's a good partner, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Mr. John brought up the fact that he did the dirty work, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and made those sausages with mystery meat, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, before his tongue could slip, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and say something that should be left unsaid, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Captain Scar, shut him up. Mr. John is desperate to prove his worth, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, for the sake of his personal safety, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Captain Scar is actually very pleased with his contribution, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He's done enough to be considered one of the boys, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. And Captain Scar doesn't touch his boys without a good reason, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. For now, he will send someone to find this Han Feng fella, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, for a stern interrogation, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. You see, he hates liars, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The sleuth he sent to track down the alleged alleged superhuman. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, was none other than the big baby. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, after busting the door open, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the simple brute asked if Han Feng was around. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Li Zhanhao, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, grabbed the little demon king and shielded Nurse Jean with his body. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, anyone who could destroy the door. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, reinforced by Han Feng's power is bad news. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, more alarmingly, Li Yongho's instincts are telling him to flee. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the overgrown baby in front of him, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, is giving off the stench of a wild beast. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, his years of fighting experience, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, is telling him that he won't stand a chance in a brawl. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, they need to get the hell out of this room. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the old man tried to shatter the window using his elbow. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, but almost shattered his bone upon impact. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, unfortunately, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the glass was included in Han Feng's strengthening project. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, since they can't find a convenient escape route. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Young-ho urges the girls to run away. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, while he tries to hold off the beast. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, before things get crazy, Nurse Jean calmly approaches the big baby. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and insists that they don't know anyone called Han Feng. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, so there must be some sort of mistake here. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, surprisingly the beast bought her innocent act. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and even apologized for making a fuss. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Nurse Jean breathed in relief, while Li Yong-ho was speechless. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, on the way out, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the big baby double checked the unit number posted outside and read. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, number 1804. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he was on the right floor after all. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, that girl just lied to his face. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Big Baby slammed his palms into the ground. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and made the entire floor tremble and shake. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Li Jianhao grabbed onto the window and found that it could slide open. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he hurriedly grabbed the girls and tossed them outside the snowy view. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, before falling. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Nurse Jean saw the beast inches away from trampling the old man. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, if there's one thing the big baby hates, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, it is dishonest people from the 18th floor. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the girls made a free fall down to the snowy ground. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, while the neighborhood is in chaos. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, Han Feng and Brother Li, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, have just discovered a fun way to get back home. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, freaking snowboards. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, every blunder Brother Li had committed since they left. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, had been forgiven because of this sick snowboarding idea. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, of course he couldn't resist. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, bragging about how he used to negotiate. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, billion-dollar deals with clients in ski and snowboarding resorts. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, the board made the travel back to Xing Fu District quick. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, fun and easy, they finally arrived outside the neighborhood. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, and are now trying to find a window to sneak back into. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, at that moment the eruption from the 18th floor, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and the subsequent fall of the girls happened. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, keeping her calm, the little demon king opened her storage in midair. as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and dropped every soft and pillowy mat she had on their landing spot as the underground journey grew more uncertain, in addition to the 4-story deep pile of snow below as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The girls made quite a bang with their landing as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They almost fell on the duo below as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Thankfully, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, the mats and the snow were enough to absorb the shock from their fall as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Hanfeng jumped into the crater they made to help them up as the underground journey grew more uncertain, confused as to what was happening as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Nurse Jean detailed how a monster suddenly broke into the unit as the underground journey grew more uncertain, muttering Hanfeng's name speaking of that monster as the underground journey grew more uncertain. It looks like he's not patient enough to take the stairs himself as the underground journey grew more uncertain, running purely on adrenaline as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Nurse Jean grabbed Hanfeng and their chibi mascot as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Out of the snow crater, the beast doesn't like being called a monster as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He's a good baby as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Just when Hanfeng thought he was safe from the tunneling beast, as the underground journey grew more uncertain, he encountered the same big baby on the surface as the underground journey grew more uncertain, so soon straining over her limit as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Nurse Jean yelled at the dead weights to try running by themselves as the underground journey grew more uncertain. While the group runs, they all turn to Hanfeng for a quick plan as the underground journey grew more uncertain, to ditch the monstrous pursuer as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They are on the brink of a very painful fate as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby is hungry and he wants a snack on human flesh as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Finally, Hanfeng was struck with an idea as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He stopped running, urged the other three to continue ahead as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and fished something inside his pocket as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He found a bag and wound up before doing a baseball throw as the underground journey grew more uncertain, enhanced by his green light as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He threw the bag for the big baby to snack on as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The contents of the bag quickly reacted with the green light as the underground journey grew more uncertain, visibly growing at a stupendous rate as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby welcomed the bag with his mouth open as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He bit down like a starving animal and tasted some delicious soybeans as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Hanfeng apologized for what was about to happen as the underground journey grew more uncertain, before his green light was completely triggered as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The hundreds of seeds inside the big baby's mouth and throat expanded as the underground journey grew more uncertain and grew into full-grown plants as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Wild vines and leaves exploded out of the monster's orifices as the underground journey grew more uncertain, in a vicious fashion as expected, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby started choking on those beanstalks as the underground journey grew more uncertain, making it hard to breathe as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He had to grab the leafy obstructions and pull them out of his maw as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The forceful yanking drew some blood from inside his throat as the underground journey grew more uncertain, painting the white snow on his feet as the underground journey grew more uncertain. His anger for Hanfeng continues to rise as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He's been getting outplayed left and right as the underground journey grew more uncertain. The big baby barked his threats as the underground journey grew more uncertain. But his mortal enemy had already vanished as the underground journey grew more uncertain, like the child that he is. As the underground journey grew more uncertain, he throws a tantrum on the snow as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He looked like a spoiled brat who denied his snacks as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Finally, the special forces got their asses out of the basement as the underground journey grew more uncertain, to line up and lock down the perimeter as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Captain Scar gave his men a brief pep talk as the underground journey grew more uncertain. In a world filled with deadly ice and nowhere to hide, as the underground journey grew more uncertain. They should be able to smoke some rats out as the underground journey grew more uncertain. He made a beeline to his injured star pupil as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With curiosity, the big baby recounted what happened as the underground journey grew more uncertain, and how the beans instantly grew inside his mouth as the underground journey grew more uncertain. Captain Scar's interest was piqued as the underground journey grew more uncertain. With Hanfeng's ability, the food shortage problem can be easily solved as the underground journey grew more uncertain. His thoughts raced, trying to craft the perfect trap for the superhuman. The team made a break for it, hearts pounding. They widened the gap just enough to breathe again, barely. Nurse Jean detailed everything, voice still shaking. All of this unfolded while Han Fei and Brother Li were risking their lives outside. She warned Han Feng about being specifically, as desperation pushed them forward, targeted by that anomalous monster, as desperation pushed them forward. Someone who can easily destroy reinforced doors and walls, as desperation pushed them forward, is someone to be wary of after all, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng's strengthening managed to endure even against explosives, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jin's tears almost fell when she recalled how Li Yung-hao, as desperation pushed them forward, sacrificed his safety just to save the girls, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng, as desperation pushed them forward, coldly accepted that it was highly likely that Yung-hao was dead, as desperation pushed them forward. All they can do is move forward so his sacrifice won't go to waste, as desperation pushed them forward. Both Nurse Jean, as desperation pushed them forward, and the little demon king refused to buy into his pessimism, as desperation pushed them forward. They want to rescue the old man, as desperation pushed them forward. Even Brother Li agreed that they should repay Li Jianhao well, as desperation pushed them forward. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to go back, as desperation pushed them forward. It's just hard to jump in and risk their life, as desperation pushed them forward, with a minimal chance of survival, as desperation pushed them forward. The girls were right. Li Jianhao is still alive, as desperation pushed them forward, albeit beaten within an inch of his life, as desperation pushed them forward. They paraded the injured old man around the snow, as desperation pushed them forward, while Captain Scar spoke through a megaphone, as desperation pushed them forward. He's certain that Han Feng and his group are hiding nearby, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar assured the group that what happened earlier, as desperation pushed them forward, was just a big misunderstanding, as desperation pushed them forward. Seeing Li Jianhao being paraded in the snowy streets, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean nearly jumped out of their hiding spot, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar wants Han Feng to join his organization, as desperation pushed them forward, as long as he's willing to team up, as desperation pushed them forward. His wife, kid, and brother will all receive proper treatment, as desperation pushed them forward. For an official, that announcement confused the group, as desperation pushed them forward. It sounds like the enemies have some inaccurate info, as desperation pushed them forward. Seeing no response at all, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar turned to the old man, as desperation pushed them forward, and asked if Han Feng was the heartless kind, as desperation pushed them forward, who wouldn't care whether his brother lived or died, as desperation pushed them forward. Li Jianhao chuckled, as desperation pushed them forward, and revealed that he had just met the kid a few days ago, as desperation pushed them forward. That earned him a rough smacking, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar couldn't believe that this fool risked his life too, as desperation pushed them forward. Protect some girls he barely knew, as desperation pushed them forward. Jinghao added that, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng had also just met those girls a few days ago, as desperation pushed them forward. They're not his wife and daughter, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar couldn't believe that, as desperation pushed them forward. He was working with some faulty intel, as desperation pushed them forward. So he changed his strategy as desperation pushed them forward. He tried convincing Han Feng to stop risking his life for strangers as desperation pushed them forward. If he's interested in girls, as desperation pushed them forward. He could just pick as many as he wants from the base camp as desperation pushed them forward. For a second, Han Feng almost jumped at that golden opportunity as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee and Nurse Jean had to calm him down as desperation pushed them forward. Since the grown-ups are so unreliable, as desperation pushed them forward. The little demon king stepped forward with a plan as desperation pushed them forward. To help Uncle Zhang how down in the streets, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar is stepping on the old man's broken, as desperation pushed them forward. Arm torturing him for more information, as desperation pushed them forward. Unfortunately for these military dogs, as desperation pushed them forward. Young Hao is one resilient son of a gun, as desperation pushed them forward. Instead of answering, as desperation pushed them forward. He's more interested in asking questions about this so-called base, as desperation pushed them forward. Instead, Captain Scar parroted the vague answers everybody else gave, as desperation pushed them forward, saying that their camp was saving people, as desperation pushed them forward. A noble sentiment that normal people would not understand, as desperation pushed them forward. Young Hao laughed, as desperation pushed them forward. That cookie-cutter answer was obviously a rehearsed lie, as desperation pushed them forward. Well, since he's dying soon anyway, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar sat closer to his ear and whispered the real answer, as desperation pushed them forward. In the frozen urban areas, as desperation pushed them forward. What living creature is still thriving and is plenty in number, as desperation pushed them forward. A population so huge that they can be hunted and eaten freely, as desperation pushed them forward. Zhang Hao already suspected the worst, as desperation pushed them forward. But hearing it from the culprits was still bone-chilling, as desperation pushed them forward. These monsters are gathering residents as cattle for slaughter, as desperation pushed them forward. The living consumes food, and the dead become food, as desperation pushed them forward. Just as Captain Scar was about to blow Young Ho's brains out, as desperation pushed them forward. A bunch of random stuff big and small started falling from the sky, as desperation pushed them forward. Upon closer inspection, the soldiers marveled at the rain of cigarettes, as desperation pushed them forward. Alcohol and food, as desperation pushed them forward. There were fresh vegetables and meat mixed in there too, as desperation pushed them forward. The big baby led the charge, as desperation pushed them forward. As the soldiers ran up to the snow, as desperation pushed them forward. To grab whatever they could get their hands on, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar tried to stop his men from going crazy, as desperation pushed them forward. He fired his pistol in the air to regain control of his boys, as desperation pushed them forward. But it was ineffective. He raised his vigilance, as desperation pushed them forward. This is a textbook distraction, as desperation pushed them forward. At any minute now, the enemy will definitely launch some sort of ambush, as desperation pushed them forward. Sounds of crushing and cracking caught his attention, as desperation pushed them forward. From a distance, the walls of a nearby building crumbled, as desperation pushed them forward. As a giant bulldozer drove through, as desperation pushed them forward, leaving an enormous hole in the driver's seat, as desperation pushed them forward. Was Han Feng ready to get his hands bloody, as desperation pushed them forward? From the little demon king's perspective, as desperation pushed them forward. Her plan goes as follows. First, as desperation pushed them forward, she will sprinkle some alluring fodder from the sky, as desperation pushed them forward, to attract the starving sheep, as desperation pushed them forward. That means she's going to throw a bunch of random shit, as desperation pushed them forward, to create chaos amongst the soldiers, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng will then attack the flock of sheep with his metal beast form, as desperation pushed them forward, rescuing their injured comrade, as desperation pushed them forward. That means they will break through, as desperation pushed them forward, using a bulldozer to save Li Zhonghao, as desperation pushed them forward. Unfortunately, Han Feng is the only one in the group, as desperation pushed them forward, who can decipher her delusions of grandeur, as desperation pushed them forward. With the plan established, as desperation pushed them forward. The four moved according to the evil eye's enlightenment, as desperation pushed them forward. Disregarding how simple and crude the plan was, as desperation pushed them forward. They're not even sure if the soldiers would take the bait, as desperation pushed them forward. As for that metal beast, as desperation pushed them forward. She already has one store in the storage dimension, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng never would have thought that his evening would be spent, as desperation pushed them forward. Driving a big-ass construction machinery, as desperation pushed them forward. Driving such a powerful thing felt good though, as desperation pushed them forward. The dozer made a clean landing, as desperation pushed them forward. Plowing through the thick snow like it was nothing, as desperation pushed them forward. He swiftly turned in the direction of the soldiers, as desperation pushed them forward, and neatly pushed them away using the front blade, as desperation pushed them forward. The soldiers were way too busy with scrounging loot, as desperation pushed them forward, to care about being swept away, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar turned to his big baby, as desperation pushed them forward. He's their only hope to deter that dozer, as desperation pushed them forward. As ordered, as desperation pushed them forward. The baby-faced superhuman jumped in front of the barreling vehicle, as desperation pushed them forward. With the belief that there's no one stronger than himself, as desperation pushed them forward. Big baby pushed against the dozer, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng knows how strong the big baby is, as desperation pushed them forward. But try and have a contest of strength against heavy-duty machinery, as desperation pushed them forward. Is just insanity using the front blade, as desperation pushed them forward. He caught superhuman off guard, as desperation pushed them forward, flipping him into the air in one lift, as desperation pushed them forward. After what must have been a dozen spins, as desperation pushed them forward. His head dug into the snow, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar demanded that Han Feng stop, as desperation pushed them forward, or he would blow Li Jianhao's head off, as desperation pushed them forward. Inside the dozer's cab, Han Feng couldn't hear anything from outside, as desperation pushed them forward. So he drove forward unafraid of Captain Scar's empty threats, as desperation pushed them forward. It was a game of chicken, and Captain Scar lost, as desperation pushed them forward. He dived away from the collision course, as desperation pushed them forward, while praising the young man's ruthlessness, as desperation pushed them forward. All that's left to do is pick up the old man, as desperation pushed them forward, and get the hell out of here, as desperation pushed them forward. The rescue operation was a massive success, as desperation pushed them forward. Next up is the getaway scheme, as desperation pushed them forward. From inside the cab, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng used his purple light to soften the surface, as desperation pushed them forward. Where Young Ho was lying down, as desperation pushed them forward. For a more comfortable ride, as desperation pushed them forward. With comfort taken care of, as desperation pushed them forward. They sped up into one of the other skyscrapers nearby, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng gave a signal to the others, and they picked up Brother Li, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean and the little mastermind, as desperation pushed them forward. Broke through one of the building's windows, as desperation pushed them forward, and boarded the bulldozer's roof, as desperation pushed them forward. As they sped off to the distance, as desperation pushed them forward. The soldiers finally recovered, as desperation pushed them forward, picked up their guns, and rained down on the metallic beast, as desperation pushed them forward. They quickly boarded their armored jeeps and trucks, as desperation pushed them forward. To chase after the group that dog walked them, as desperation pushed them forward. With such a simplistic plan, as desperation pushed them forward. They were firing with vengeance, as desperation pushed them forward. But their aim could use a lot of work, as desperation pushed them forward. Captain Scar is practically screaming at his driver's ears to speed up, as desperation pushed them forward. Unfortunately for them, as desperation pushed them forward, the snow pile-up on the roads had become too thick, as desperation pushed them forward. Their tires are losing grip and increasing speed is impossible as desperation pushed them forward. They are up against a giant bulldozer as desperation pushed them forward that can just barrel through any sort of obstacle in its way as desperation pushed them forward. It's a massive mismatch as desperation pushed them forward. Even their camp only has a few of those valuable things as desperation pushed them forward. Actually, by the looks of it, as desperation pushed them forward. The bulldozer is their property as desperation pushed them forward. It was the one used by the advance party as desperation pushed them forward. That only served to infuriate the captain even harder as desperation pushed them forward. No matter how hard they try to keep up, as desperation pushed them forward. The lost grip was way too disadvantageous as desperation pushed them forward. One of their jeeps swerved and made a mess of a road as desperation pushed them forward, implicating the other vehicles and forcing everybody to stop the chase as desperation pushed them forward. The captain's car almost blew up from a loose gas canister as desperation pushed them forward. That flew to their windshield as desperation pushed them forward. Looking ahead as desperation pushed them forward. They found a bunch of appliances and junk littering the road as desperation pushed them forward, obstructing their only path as desperation pushed them forward. The little demon king had to step in and save the day once more as desperation pushed them forward by throwing another batch of random shit on the road as desperation pushed them forward. This time, as deterrent, she stood on the dozer's roof as desperation pushed them forward, extremely pleased with her contribution to this mission as desperation pushed them forward, making the enemies despair before her power as desperation pushed them forward. She looked badass until the cold made her sneeze adorably as desperation pushed them forward. The group drove for a few more hours as desperation pushed them forward, making it certain that no one could tail their trail as desperation pushed them forward. The rest of the group had long since entered the cab with Han Feng as desperation pushed them forward, and it was crammed in there as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee wants to get a turn in the driver's seat as desperation pushed them forward, while the old man is freezing in the back as desperation pushed them forward. Their next destination is the hillside villa as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng and Brother Lee found as desperation pushed them forward. It's a decent place where they can camp as desperation pushed them forward. Everybody agreed with the plan as desperation pushed them forward. But the bulldozer is starting to falter as desperation pushed them forward. The warning on the meter is blinking as desperation pushed them forward. And it seems like they've run out of fuel as desperation pushed them forward. Thankfully, they have the evil king's storage dimension as desperation pushed them forward. So Han Feng politely asked her to bring out some oil as desperation pushed them forward. This damn delusional freak opened her dimension as desperation pushed them forward and pulled out bottles and bottles of cooking oil as desperation pushed them forward. At least it's not baby oil as desperation pushed them forward. No Diddy at that moment as desperation pushed them forward. The dozer's engine finally died as desperation pushed them forward. The cab was flooded with bottles of cooking oil as desperation pushed them forward, and Han Feng felt a headache coming from it as desperation pushed them forward. He cleared up the confusion as desperation pushed them forward and asked the little one to take out the fuel he prepared beforehand as desperation pushed them forward. The little demon king, as desperation pushed them forward, fumbled around her storage dimension for a minute as desperation pushed them forward, growing more embarrassed by the second as desperation pushed them forward. As it turned out, as desperation pushed them forward, she accidentally included the fuel canisters together with the fridge as desperation pushed them forward. Sofas and other appliances in the pile she threw to clog the road as desperation pushed them forward. Even the generators were lumped in as desperation pushed them forward. Hearing that mortified everyone as desperation pushed them forward. They basically ditched their valuable stuff as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng had 1 year's worth of fuel ready for consumption as desperation pushed them forward. But now they have none as desperation pushed them forward. The little one tried to assuage him by bringing out natural gas as desperation pushed them forward. For cooking, she also has buckets of coal ready for use if that helps, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng can't even do anything with this trash, as desperation pushed them forward. While holding a lump of coal, as desperation pushed them forward. A wild idea popped into his head as desperation pushed them forward. Based on his extensive experiments with his powers, as desperation pushed them forward. Plants that failed to sprout, as desperation pushed them forward. Turned into a coal-like flammable substance, as desperation pushed them forward. Meat, on the other hand, as desperation pushed them forward. Turns into an unknown black liquid that has similar attributes, as desperation pushed them forward. Since they had no other choice but to throw a shot in the dark, as desperation pushed them forward. He demanded a metal bucket and some meat, as desperation pushed them forward. Once everything was prepared, as desperation pushed them forward. He used his green light on a piece of meat, as desperation pushed them forward. While it is difficult to enhance meat the right way, as desperation pushed them forward. Failing on purpose is so much easier, as desperation pushed them forward. A single piece of meat filled the bucket, as desperation pushed them forward. Half full of the mysterious black liquid, as desperation pushed them forward. Everybody recoiled at the smell of the sticky substance, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng has gotten used to it, as desperation pushed them forward. He fished a lighter from his coat and set the liquid on fire, as desperation pushed them forward. Just as he expected, the substance is highly flammable, as desperation pushed them forward. He was pleased with himself, as desperation pushed them forward. But Li Jianhao was skeptical, as desperation pushed them forward. They can't possibly replace fuel with this stuff, as desperation pushed them forward. Unless they want to ditch the bulldozer and walk, as desperation pushed them forward. In a harsh snowstorm, they have no other choice but to at least try, as desperation pushed them forward. So, as desperation pushed them forward, Han Feng produced a few more buckets of liquefied and putrefied meat, as desperation pushed them forward. Juice, he turned the ignition key, as desperation pushed them forward, and the hulking vehicle miraculously started, as desperation pushed them forward. It was a revelation Han Feng truly is a one-man survival kit, as desperation pushed them forward. Their drive continued, plowing through the cold and dark night, as desperation pushed them forward. Halfway through the ride, as desperation pushed them forward. The little demon king started offering snacks to everyone, as desperation pushed them forward. She brought out an entire rack's worth of assorted goodies, as desperation pushed them forward, for everybody to choose from, as desperation pushed them forward. Jinghao asked her, as desperation pushed them forward, just how many things she had inside that bizarre storage, as desperation pushed them forward. Then he recalled hearing the news about a supermarket that got robbed, as desperation pushed them forward, and mysteriously emptied overnight, as desperation pushed them forward, and put two and two together, as desperation pushed them forward, while the group munched on their preferred snacks, as desperation pushed them forward. The hillside villa finally came into view, as desperation pushed them forward. With the dozer, they could probably charge all the way up in one go, as desperation pushed them forward. As soon as Han Feng tried to put the pedal to the metal, as desperation pushed them forward, the dozer's engine finally gave in and exploded, as desperation pushed them forward. The makeshift fuel they used might be at fault for this one, as desperation pushed them forward. Thankfully, the dozer held on until they came close to the destination, as desperation pushed them forward. They're just a few steps away from the comfort of a proper camp, as desperation pushed them forward. So they made the trek while the blizzard raged, as desperation pushed them forward. On the way up, as desperation pushed them forward, they saw the frozen robbers that Han Feng sent out to the wild, as desperation pushed them forward. Without any winter clothes on, as desperation pushed them forward. Paying them no mind, the crew unceremoniously entered the secured villa, as desperation pushed them forward. By the time they entered, they were shivering from the lethal cold, as desperation pushed them forward. Dangerously close to hypothermia, as desperation pushed them forward. They found the fireplace, fed some coal into it, as desperation pushed them forward. Lit the fire and huddled close to the heat, as desperation pushed them forward. Now they can finally breathe, as desperation pushed them forward. They successfully survived the hunt of Captain Scar, as desperation pushed them forward, and his elite soldiers, as desperation pushed them forward. There is nothing more comforting than huddling around the fireplace, as desperation pushed them forward. In the middle of a deadly blizzard, as desperation pushed them forward. Even the ever so serious old man smiled, as desperation pushed them forward. He had to admit, as desperation pushed them forward, that the Villa District was a great place to hole up in, as desperation pushed them forward. The wind blows the accumulated snow downhill as desperation pushed them forward. So the hilltops shouldn't be buried in snow, as desperation pushed them forward. It's also hard for intruders to climb the hill without getting spotted, as desperation pushed them forward. The location is easy to guard and hard to attack, as desperation pushed them forward. If they want, they can use this place as a long-term base, as desperation pushed them forward. While Li Jianhao was asking serious questions, as desperation pushed them forward. Everybody was busy reorganizing the furniture around, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng took care of the generator, as desperation pushed them forward. The Demon King brought out the TV, as desperation pushed them forward. And Brother Li was gushing over a Gen 9 XPS game console, as desperation pushed them forward. Yeah, these guys are staying for the long term, as desperation pushed them forward. Since the generator they prepared has been thrown away, as desperation pushed them forward. They're lucky that the previous residents of this villa, as desperation pushed them forward, had prepared and fueled a generator beforehand, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng tinkered with the control system for a bit, as desperation pushed them forward, and successfully turned it on, as desperation pushed them forward. Finally, they have the convenience of electricity again, as desperation pushed them forward. He announced that they should have a celebratory feast tonight, as desperation pushed them forward. But the girls were more interested in using the water heater, as desperation pushed them forward. To take a bath, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean was particularly pumped upon hearing the word bath, as desperation pushed them forward. She admitted that she hasn't had a shower since the snowstorm started, as desperation pushed them forward. So warm water would be greatly appreciated, as desperation pushed them forward. She got that good stink, the mental image of Nurse Jean showering, as desperation pushed them forward. Made Han Feng blush like a tomato, as desperation pushed them forward. He assured her that the bath would be a priority to set up tonight, as desperation pushed them forward. He said that, but upon checking the basement, as desperation pushed them forward. It looks like his work is cut out for him, as desperation pushed them forward. The water pipes are frozen, as desperation pushed them forward. And the pre-installed water heater is busted, as desperation pushed them forward. The bathroom itself doesn't look too good either, as desperation pushed them forward. Everything has been snowed in and frozen, as desperation pushed them forward. The pipes are hopeless, as desperation pushed them forward. But they might still be able to salvage the situation, as desperation pushed them forward. As long as a bathtub is involved, as desperation pushed them forward. First they set up a bunch of space heaters to surround the tub, as desperation pushed them forward, and filled that thing with a big pile of snow, as desperation pushed them forward. Next is the secret tool to make the dream happen, as desperation pushed them forward. Some high-powered heating rods, as desperation pushed them forward. With a combination of multiple appliances, as desperation pushed them forward. They managed to melt the snow into serviceable water, as desperation pushed them forward. They've been watching the heating rods do their job, as desperation pushed them forward. But the water is still heating up too slowly, as desperation pushed them forward. Every time Han Feng checks, as desperation pushed them forward. It's still basically cold water, and it's been hours, as desperation pushed them forward. Just as he was about to pull his hand away from the temp check, as desperation pushed them forward. A spark of electricity leaked from the heating rods, as desperation pushed them forward. Jolted him, as desperation pushed them forward. He hurriedly pulled his hand away and noticed something weird, as desperation pushed him forward. The spark made his red light surface automatically, as desperation pushed them forward. Upon checking again, as desperation pushed them forward. The cold water with hard-to-melt ice has turned warm, as desperation pushed them forward. It is highly likely that the red light, as desperation pushed them forward, has something to do with the rapid warming effect, as desperation pushed them forward. With the tub finally ready, as desperation pushed them forward. The girls hurriedly rushed to the bathroom, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean happily stripped naked, as desperation pushed them forward. Exposing her holy grail, we can't show that though, as desperation pushed them forward. The little demon king is there too, as desperation pushed them forward. And that's just disturbing, as desperation pushed them forward. She opened her dimensional storage, as desperation pushed them forward, and fished out a bunch of bath bombs, as desperation pushed them forward. With every fragrance available, as desperation pushed them forward. She also has every brand of shampoo conditioner, as desperation pushed them forward. Shower gel skincare, as desperation pushed them forward. Essential oils and moisturizer, as desperation pushed them forward. It's girl heaven in there, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean couldn't contain her happiness, as desperation pushed them forward. So she buried the Demon King in her mountains, as desperation pushed them forward. They stayed in that bath for way too long, as desperation pushed them forward. You can't really blame them, as desperation pushed them forward. This is heaven on icy earth, as desperation pushed them forward. With just the girls alone and naked, as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean commented on the Demon King's petite body, as desperation pushed them forward. She actually felt insulted since she was already 21 years old, as desperation pushed them forward. They've never asked her how old she is, as desperation pushed them forward. They all just assumed that she was a middle schooler or something, as desperation pushed them forward. She claimed that the power of the Demon King, as desperation pushed them forward, allowed her to preserve her eternal youthfulness, as desperation pushed them forward. She must be studied in a lab or something, as desperation pushed them forward. Just outside the bathroom, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng was eavesdropping on the girls, as desperation pushed them forward, and intently listening to the sounds of water dripping, as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee came over to drag him away to play some games, as desperation pushed them forward. And Han Feng expertly played it cool, as desperation pushed them forward. The gangster knows when a fellow perv is on the prowl, as desperation pushed them forward. No amount of playing it cool could convincingly mislead him, as desperation pushed them forward. He announced that, as desperation pushed them forward, a true person would openly take a peek at the ladies' peaks, as desperation pushed them forward. Without fear, in fact, as desperation pushed them forward. He would gladly do it right now, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng had to drag him away from that bathroom door, as desperation pushed them forward, before he did something criminal, as desperation pushed them forward. The boys settled by, as desperation pushed them forward, just playing video games in the comfort of the living room, as desperation pushed them forward. While Lee Young-hao watched, as desperation pushed them forward. He couldn't believe that the young guns, as desperation pushed them forward, were still in the mood to play games, as desperation pushed them forward. In such a grim situation, the way the duo sees it, as desperation pushed them forward. They have everything they could ask for, as desperation pushed them forward. Who wouldn't be in a mood to kick back and play, as desperation pushed them forward. They're going to stay in this villa for quite a long time, as desperation pushed them forward. If they don't entertain themselves, as desperation pushed them forward. Boredom will kill them before the weather does, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng knows that Li Jinghao's background is not normal, as desperation pushed them forward. As for himself, he just wants to live a comfortable life, as desperation pushed them forward. As long as the old man doesn't drag everyone into trouble, as desperation pushed them forward. He can hang and stay for as long as he wants, as desperation pushed them forward. Since they're on the topic of his background, as desperation pushed them forward. Lee Young-hao felt compelled to tell Han Feng his real identity, as desperation pushed them forward. He was about to confess about his mission to investigate superhumans, as desperation pushed them forward, before the young man cut him off, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng doesn't want to be implicated in anything, as desperation pushed them forward. Complicated and troublesome, as desperation pushed them forward. And he'll stand by that the two looked at each other dead in the eye, as desperation pushed them forward. And the old man saw the seriousness of Han Feng, as desperation pushed them forward. He sighed and respected the young man's stance, as desperation pushed them forward. Jinghao swore that he would leave as soon as his arm was healed, as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee and Han Feng continued gaming, as desperation pushed them forward, and talking trash to each other, as desperation pushed them forward. At that moment, the girls came out of the bath with new cutesy coats on, as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee wrapped his arm around Han Feng, as desperation pushed them forward, and invited him to bathe together, as desperation pushed them forward, so they could conserve water, as desperation pushed them forward. After scuffling and struggling, as desperation pushed them forward, Han Feng was forced to accept that this bath sharing was happening, as desperation pushed them forward. Whether he liked it or not, as desperation pushed them forward. He was forced into the water, as desperation pushed them forward. But it admittedly felt nice, as desperation pushed them forward. Once everyone was nice and clean, as desperation pushed them forward. The long-awaited feast finally happened, as desperation pushed them forward. They went all out and prepared a spread of all kinds of dishes, as desperation pushed them forward. After stuffing themselves full of good food, as desperation pushed them forward, everybody retreated to their rooms, as desperation pushed them forward, and had the best sleep of their lives for the next few days, as desperation pushed them forward. After settling into the villa, as desperation pushed them forward, Han Feng went to work and strengthened the walls, as desperation pushed them forward. Roof and fences, since he has all the time and the means, as desperation pushed them forward. He also modified one of the rooms on the top floor of the villa, as desperation pushed them forward, into a fully functional shared sauna, as desperation pushed them forward. He mainly hangs out in there to sweat, as desperation pushed them forward, and uses the massive watchtower window to observe the situation, as desperation pushed them forward. At the bottom of the hill, as desperation pushed them forward. At the same time today, as desperation pushed them forward. There are a few silhouettes, as desperation pushed them forward, walking closer and closer up to their fortress, as desperation pushed them forward. The figure limped for a minute and finally collapsed on the snow, as desperation pushed them forward. Halfway through, as desperation pushed them forward, the crew went out and grabbed the collapsed mystery man, as desperation pushed them forward. And Brother Lee surprisingly recognized him, as desperation pushed them forward. He's known as Brother Chong, as desperation pushed them forward. One of director Liu's men, Han Feng, had also met this guy before, as desperation pushed them forward. Director Liu is that intimidating gangster who sold him a gun, as desperation pushed them forward. A few hours later, Chong woke up with a severe headache, as desperation pushed them forward. Confused as to where he was, as desperation pushed them forward. He looked around and saw Brother Lee, as desperation pushed them forward. He just got even more confused, as desperation pushed them forward. Ching also recognized Han Feng, as desperation pushed them forward, even though they only met once before, as desperation pushed them forward. Once the dude calmed down, as desperation pushed them forward, they finally convinced him to share his story, as desperation pushed them forward. A few days ago, their office was ambushed by a group of nasty soldiers, as desperation pushed them forward. A lot of his brothers were hurt or lost their lives, as desperation pushed them forward. Hearing such alarming news, as desperation pushed them forward, Brother Lee was riled up, as desperation pushed them forward. He urgently demanded to know what happened to the director, as desperation pushed them forward. You see, Director Liu followed, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng's advice, as desperation pushed them forward, and stockpiled supplies before everything went to shit, as desperation pushed them forward. They had enough to tide through the crisis for a long time, as desperation pushed them forward. And the director generously helped hundreds of residents in need, as desperation pushed them forward. Everything was going great, as desperation pushed them forward, until they were attacked by a group of soldiers a few days ago, as desperation pushed them forward. They stole supplies and wantonly killed and shot everyone in sight, as desperation pushed them forward. To protect the civilians, as desperation pushed them forward, Director Liu gathered his men and led them to a fight to the death, as desperation pushed them forward. Most of the brothers were injured or worse, as desperation pushed them forward. The director himself, as desperation pushed them forward, got shot in the leg and was captured by the invaders, as desperation pushed them forward. Without their leader, as desperation pushed them forward, the brothers scattered and agreed to meet at another location, as desperation pushed them forward, where most of the supplies were kept, as desperation pushed them forward. That location is one of the villas in this hillside region, as desperation pushed them forward. The story made sense, as desperation pushed them forward. No wonder Chong appeared limping at the foot of the hill, as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee was concerned about the director's well-being, as desperation pushed them forward. Fortunately, as desperation pushed them forward, it was obvious that the soldiers were trying to capture him alive, as desperation pushed them forward. Brother Lee owed that man a great favor, as desperation pushed them forward. If it hadn't been for Director Liu, as desperation pushed them forward. He might have died in the streets long ago, as desperation pushed them forward. Fired up and motivated, Lee dragged Chong out of the couch, as desperation pushed them forward, and demanded that they save the director together, as desperation pushed them forward. Shine reprimanded the gangster, as desperation pushed them forward, for trying to drag him into a suicide mission, as desperation pushed them forward. With just 2 people, they stand no chance against an armed battalion, as desperation pushed them forward. The way Lizzie sees it, as desperation pushed them forward. They should take the chance and gamble on the sliver of hope, as desperation pushed them forward, even at the cost of their lives, as desperation pushed them forward. Li Jianhao overheard the story and asked if the director Liu, as desperation pushed them forward. They were talking about was from the Uprising Volunteer Group, as desperation pushed them forward. When he was an underground boxer, as desperation pushed them forward. That man was the one who paid his ransom, as desperation pushed them forward. Brought him out of the CD underworld, as desperation pushed them forward. And allowed him a second chance in life as a free man, as desperation pushed them forward. If they're going on a rescue mission to save that dignified man, as desperation pushed them forward. Li Jianhao will gladly lend them his strength, as desperation pushed them forward. He still has quite a few connections in the city, as desperation pushed them forward. If he can get in contact with them, as desperation pushed them forward. They can have the manpower needed, as desperation pushed them forward. Chong finally recognized Young Hao as the wild dog of the boxing arena, as desperation pushed them forward. The legendary fighter with 30 consecutive victories under his belt, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng laughed at the old man's corny nickname, as desperation pushed them forward. Even Zhang Hao felt awkward upon hearing that moniker, as desperation pushed them forward. So 3 people threw their hats in the ring to rescue Director Luo, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng just sat silently in the corner, as desperation pushed them forward. He couldn't believe that the gangster who sold him his guns, as desperation pushed them forward, was such a righteous guy nevertheless, as desperation pushed them forward. He has no reason to risk his life for a stranger, as desperation pushed them forward. So he preemptively announced that he would be staying inside, as desperation pushed them forward. The safety of his villa, he might not be able to contribute directly, as desperation pushed them forward. But he won't let the 3 go out into the wild empty-handed, as desperation pushed them forward. Also, he wanted to remind Young, as desperation pushed them forward, Hao and Lizzie to keep the superhuman shenanigans, as desperation pushed them forward. Secret for obvious reasons, as desperation pushed them forward. While Chong was recuperating, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng took care of the guy, as desperation pushed them forward. Within reason, as desperation pushed them forward. They can't bring out lavish food today, or they might incur suspicions, as desperation pushed them forward. They even prepare the most basic room imaginable for Chong, as desperation pushed them forward, so as not to look too extravagant, as desperation pushed them forward. When the day of their departure arrived, as desperation pushed them forward. Each bag was packed with plenty of supplies, as desperation pushed them forward. Guns and ammo, as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng could understand the demand for firearms and ready-to-eat food, as desperation pushed them forward. What confused him was Chang's request for so many cigarettes, as desperation pushed them forward. Outside of the world, fiat currency is useless now, as desperation pushed them forward. When major factions exchange supplies, as desperation pushed them forward. They usually use cigarettes as solid currency, as desperation pushed them forward. Equipped with some skis, Han Fei saw the 3 off with a smile, as desperation pushed them forward. Chung bowed in gratitude to brother Han and sister-in-law Jean, as desperation pushed them forward. He swore that the uprising, as desperation pushed them forward. Volunteer group would repay this generous favor, as desperation pushed them forward. It took Nurse Jean a few moments to understand, as desperation pushed them forward, that the guy mistook her for Han Feng's wife, as desperation pushed them forward. Upon realization, she blushed, as desperation pushed them forward. Her face heating up so hot it could melt the ice around her, as desperation pushed them forward. With just Han Fine and the 2 girls in the villa, as desperation pushed them forward. He felt more driven to keep everyone safe, as desperation pushed them forward. To have better surveillance around the hill, as desperation pushed them forward. He installed some cameras around the perimeter as desperation pushed them forward. He riddled the whole neighborhood with CCTV as desperation pushed them forward, so he could have a clear visual of anything as desperation pushed them forward that happened around the area as desperation pushed them forward, with security taken care of as desperation pushed them forward. He returned to a carefree daily life filled with snacks and video as desperation pushed them forward. Games today as desperation pushed them forward. Nurse Jean came running and screaming out of the kitchen as desperation pushed them forward, with a knife in hand as desperation pushed them forward. She trembled as she tried to explain what happened to little Choo Choo as desperation pushed them forward. It was a nightmare. They are now down to their last head of cabbage as desperation pushed them forward. Han Feng demanded to know as desperation pushed them forward just how many more essential fruits and vegetables they had in stock as desperation pushed them forward. And Choo Choo answered that they still had a lot as desperation pushed them forward. By a lot, she means about 3 carts as desperation pushed them forward. She doesn't really like vegetables that much as desperation pushed them forward, so she didn't grab too much when she emptied the supermarket as desperation pushed them forward. The only vegetable she loves is cucumbers as desperation pushed them forward, so she has a shit ton of those as desperation pushed them forward. This is a big mistake. They have been using and consuming supplies as desperation pushed them forward without doing a proper inventory check as desperation pushed them forward. If this goes on, they might run out of fresh supplies as desperation pushed them forward. Beans, wheat, broccoli, meat, everything else he touched, a total disaster. Now, only one cabbage remains, like the last lifeline. He has no choice. He must crack the code to grow more or perish. Everyone's health and happiness are on his shoulders as survival hangs by a thread. He brought the cabbage back to the living room as survival hangs by a thread and racked his brain for a solution as survival hangs by a thread. The only real option is to pray to God as survival hangs by a thread and hope that his green light will succeed as survival hangs by a thread. The first trial ended up reducing the delicious as survival hangs by a thread. Leafy vegetable into a pile of coal as survival hangs by a thread. He stripped another leaf and tried one more time as survival hangs by a thread, without changing his crude method as survival hangs by a thread. He just produced more coal as survival hangs by a thread. He repeated this process multiple times until the cabbage ran out as survival hangs by a thread, refusing to end at a loss as survival hangs by a thread. He moved on to carrots and potatoes as survival hangs by a thread. The girls just watched him from afar as entertainment as survival hangs by a thread. By the end of the day, he wasted every vegetable he touched as survival hangs by a thread, without even a single fluky success as survival hangs by a thread. When Nurse Jean checked on him as survival hangs by a thread, Han Feng as survival hangs by a thread naturally felt horrible for turning their entire supply ineatable as survival hangs by a thread. Little QQ doesn't really mind the loss as survival hangs by a thread, as she has her unlimited cucumber reserve as survival hangs by a thread. Besides, as survival hangs by a thread, they could just make up for the nutrient deficiencies with vitamin pills as survival hangs by a thread. Since the superpowered route didn't work, as survival hangs by a thread, Nurse Jean proposed that they try growing a garden as survival hangs by a thread. She used to grow some vegetables on her apartment balcony as survival hangs by a thread. Throughout the year, as survival hangs by a thread. As long as there's sufficient light and proper temperature, as survival hangs by a thread. They can make it happen first, as survival hangs by a thread. They need some gardening racks, as survival hangs by a thread. Soil and nutrient fluids, as survival hangs by a thread. They can also use LED light as a substitute for the sun, as survival hangs by a thread. While the gardening plan is taking shape, as survival hangs by a thread. Chio Chio, who supposedly robbed an entire supermarket, as survival hangs by a thread, asserted that she doesn't have any of the items needed, as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean and Han Feng failed to take her incompetence into account, as survival hangs by a thread. Outside the villa, the two try to get some soil from the yard, as survival hangs by a thread. But the ground was completely frozen solid, as survival hangs by a thread, and shovels couldn't go through at all, as survival hangs by a thread. With her superhuman strength, as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean gave it a try, as survival hangs by a thread. And her power sent the shovel head flying into the skies, as survival hangs by a thread. They are wasting time out here in the cold, as survival hangs by a thread. So Hanfong proposed that they go back inside and brainstorm some more, as survival hangs by a thread. As punishment for not having the necessities in her storage, as survival hangs by a thread. Little Demon King was relegated to making vegetable growing containers, as survival hangs by a thread. From plastic water bottles, as survival hangs by a thread. Surprisingly, she was doing well, as survival hangs by a thread. She already has a lot of finished products, as survival hangs by a thread. Waiting to be filled with soil, as survival hangs by a thread. Recycling is quite a useful skill in the apocalypse, as survival hangs by a thread. These plastic bottles can house their future food, as survival hangs by a thread. Since she's been doing her job diligently, as survival hangs by a thread. QQ barked at the two for the soil they were supposed to dig out, as survival hangs by a thread. They're at the initial stages of gardening, as survival hangs by a thread. And they're already fumbling, as survival hangs by a thread. The frozen ground is a huge obstacle, as survival hangs by a thread. QQ proposed the idea of using the heating rod to melt the ice, as survival hangs by a thread, covering the soil, but there might be some limit to the heating effect, as survival hangs by a thread. If they have a way to instantly melt ice, as survival hangs by a thread, they can steadily proceed with the plan, as survival hangs by a thread. That sentiment sprung the Demon King up from her seat, as survival hangs by a thread. She called the Apostle of Bathwater to use his true power, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng immediately understood what she was trying to imply, as survival hangs by a thread. Previously, his red light made the bathwater warm up in an instant, as survival hangs by a thread. If he can figure out the principle behind that incident, as survival hangs by a thread, he should be able to melt the frozen soil outside, as survival hangs by a thread. He's been dipping his hand, as survival hangs by a thread, coated by the red light, as survival hangs by a thread, in a bucket of water for 20 minutes now, and it's not working at all, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng tried to recall every detail, as survival hangs by a thread, that led to the creation of their warm bath, as survival hangs by a thread. Carefully examining what triggered the heat, as survival hangs by a thread. Then it hit him the secret lies in electrocution, as survival hangs by a thread. He turned to the Demon King, as survival hangs by a thread, and asked for some tool that could shock him, as survival hangs by a thread. She immediately brought out a high power strip, as survival hangs by a thread. When plugged in, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng could just stick a finger in there and death would be instant, as survival hangs by a thread. She's basically trying to tell this boy to kill himself, as survival hangs by a thread. After rifling through the storage, as survival hangs by a thread. She finally found the perfect tool, as survival hangs by a thread. A low-voltage self-defense electrobaton, as survival hangs by a thread. Or as she calls it, a basic electromagic staff, as survival hangs by a thread. Although the label states it only has a slight numbing effect, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng still felt nervous about using it on himself, as survival hangs by a thread. Choosing to trust the Little Demon King this time, as survival hangs by a thread. He turned the electric baton on, as survival hangs by a thread, and dipped his hand into the bucket of water, as survival hangs by a thread. Do not try this at home. The numbing effect was a little too strong, as survival hangs by a thread. It made his eyes roll into the back of his head, as survival hangs by a thread. At least it worked. The water heated up, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng hurried outside, excited to electrocute himself for some soil, as survival hangs by a thread. He doesn't quite understand the complete principle behind it yet, as survival hangs by a thread. But he knows that it works, as survival hangs by a thread. He put his red-lit palm against the ground, as survival hangs by a thread, and carefully stabbed the electric baton on his arm, as survival hangs by a thread. This time he tanked the shock better, as survival hangs by a thread, and the thick layer of ice integrated into the soil, as survival hangs by a thread, exploded and melted away, as survival hangs by a thread. In his hand was a little puddle of warm water and some good, as survival hangs by a thread. Old usable soil Hanfeng was hyped, as survival hangs by a thread. This was the first time in a long time as survival hangs by a thread. That he laid eyes on some normal dirt, as survival hangs by a thread. He dug up enough to fill the makeshift pots they prepared, as survival hangs by a thread. And the initial prep was finally done, as survival hangs by a thread. Thankfully, Chuchio has a lot of different seed packs in her storage, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng wanted to grab a few random packs and call a day, as survival hangs by a thread. But Nurse Jean, as survival hangs by a thread, asserted that the temperature would make it impossible, as survival hangs by a thread, to grow most plants as expected from a farming hobbyist, as survival hangs by a thread. She picked out a few that could theoretically survive the cold, as survival hangs by a thread. The crew used the empty basement for superior heat preservation, as survival hangs by a thread, and filled it with high-power LED lights and furnaces, as survival hangs by a thread. They went all out, as survival hangs by a thread. But the temperature was still outside the ideal range, as survival hangs by a thread. If they can't warm the room enough, as survival hangs by a thread. The seed will not sprout since they already have a pretty good setup, as survival hangs by a thread. Perhaps, as survival hangs by a thread, Hanfeng could try supplementing the growth with his green light, as survival hangs by a thread. He tried giving it a shot, as survival hangs by a thread. Completely in tune with the seed, as survival hangs by a thread. He expertly controlled the energy and tempo, as survival hangs by a thread. Like he was playing a rhythm game, as survival hangs by a thread. Much to his surprise it worked, as survival hangs by a thread. He made some leafy vegetable sprout, as survival hangs by a thread. Afterward, he used the green light on the other seeds, as survival hangs by a thread. The results varied, and there were quite a few failures, as survival hangs by a thread. With continuous experimentation using new seeds, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng and Nurse Jean made dozens of sprouts, as survival hangs by a thread. Unfortunately, as survival hangs by a thread, the sprouts started dying a few days later due to the persistent cold, as survival hangs by a thread. Even though they amped up the heaters, as survival hangs by a thread. They can barely go up to around 10 degrees, as survival hangs by a thread. They need to think of a way to somehow increase the room's temp, as survival hangs by a thread. To at least 20 degrees, they could add more furnaces down there, as survival hangs by a thread. But there's a limit to what these things could do, as survival hangs by a thread. If they can't improve heat preservation, as survival hangs by a thread. Logically speaking, the deeper underground, as survival hangs by a thread, the better the heat preservation should be, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe they can dig deeper from this basement, as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean agreed with the idea, as survival hangs by a thread. With her monstrous physical strength, as survival hangs by a thread. Adding another lower floor to the house should not be a problem, as survival hangs by a thread. Before they resort to manual labor, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng wants to test if he can expedite the process using his light, as survival hangs by a thread. He knows that green and red are practically useless against concrete, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe he could use purple's softening capabilities, as survival hangs by a thread. As expected, it was quite effective, as survival hangs by a thread. Unfortunately, the softened stones might look and act like mud, as survival hangs by a thread. But they remain as hard as they originally were, as survival hangs by a thread. At his wit's end, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng tried combining all three of his light arsenal, as survival hangs by a thread. Rearranging the orders of combination, as survival hangs by a thread. And changing the rhythm of energy output, as survival hangs by a thread. Unfortunately, they were all failures, as survival hangs by a thread. Failure turns plants into coal and meat into fuel, as survival hangs by a thread. Stone, on the other hand, as survival hangs by a thread, doesn't change its properties, as survival hangs by a thread. Perhaps this is the difference between organic and inorganic matter, as survival hangs by a thread. A few days of continuous failures passed, and Hanfeng reached his limit, as survival hangs by a thread. Out of frustration, he smashed his red light-coated fist onto the floor, as survival hangs by a thread. He found that, as survival hangs by a thread, when the intensity of the red light goes past a certain level, as survival hangs by a thread. It can shatter anything on its path, as survival hangs by a thread. To put this discovery into action, as survival hangs by a thread, he set the plant sprouts aside and started tearing the floor apart, as survival hangs by a thread. He fully released the red light, as survival hangs by a thread, expanded the range as much as possible, as survival hangs by a thread, and slowly increased the intensity as survival hangs by a thread. It was a great success as survival hangs by a thread. He managed to do a controlled demolition of the flooring as survival hangs by a thread, with great precision as survival hangs by a thread. The rocks that have been giving him a headache for the past few days as survival hangs by a thread. Finally, cave in the effect was terrific as survival hangs by a thread. The downside is the toll it takes on his body as survival hangs by a thread. Disintegrating a small plot of the floor as survival hangs by a thread sent him groveling in exhaustion as survival hangs by a thread. Now he has to get used to using this power as many times as he can as survival hangs by a thread. Every day, with the discovery, as survival hangs by a thread, of the fastest method, Han Feng took charge of digging the hole as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean pitched in as survival hangs by a thread by using her muscles to transport the shattered rocks outside as survival hangs by a thread. The whole operation took a whole week to finish as survival hangs by a thread. The team dug 10 meters below the basement as survival hangs by a thread and formed a new 20 square meter room as survival hangs by a thread. After some vigorous remodeling, as survival hangs by a thread, the underground greenhouse was finally completed as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng and Nurse Jean felt gratified to see their hard work as survival hangs by a thread give home to their little garden of sprouts as survival hangs by a thread. Next up will be Han Feng's favorite segment of the past few days as survival hangs by a thread. Whenever they climb up to the first basement using the narrow stairs as survival hangs by a thread, he always lets Nurse Jean go first as survival hangs by a thread, so he can savor the sweet view of victory as survival hangs by a thread. He is one of us if everything goes well as survival hangs by a thread. They should be able to enter harvest season in 2 months' time as survival hangs by a thread. They started this little project 2 weeks ago as survival hangs by a thread. Their last stock ran out 4 days ago as survival hangs by a thread. And the three have been eating tons of broccoli since then as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng can't possibly endure those green bastards any longer as survival hangs by a thread. But he has no choice as survival hangs by a thread. That's one of the veggies he can reliably grow with his green light as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe they could try planting some bean sprouts as survival hangs by a thread. Those things are quick to grow and ready to eat as survival hangs by a thread. Or maybe Han Feng can eat some ass coming from above as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jin's foot slipped and a pillowy cushion descended upon his face as survival hangs by a thread. He was caught off guard and wasn't able to savor the experience when, as survival hangs by a thread, they got back up to the basement as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng repeatedly assured Nurse Jean that he was fine as survival hangs by a thread. He's bleeding out of his nose as survival hangs by a thread. But there's a decent chance that this is not because of the crash as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean tried to take a look at his heavy bleeding as survival hangs by a thread, but he was too embarrassed to let that happen as survival hangs by a thread. When they ascended back to the living room as survival hangs by a thread, they were greeted by a very weird scene as survival hangs by a thread. Chio drew an occult symbol on the carpet as survival hangs by a thread and put a laptop in the middle as survival hangs by a thread. As she danced and chanted as survival hangs by a thread. It sounds like she's trying to summon the so-called fifth evil eye as survival hangs by a thread. That's what she calls one of the CCTV feeds as survival hangs by a thread. She's trying to repair one of their cameras using magic as survival hangs by a thread. Their villa is situated along a cliff and a steep cliff as survival hangs by a thread. As long as their cameras are installed on the hill path as survival hangs by a thread. They basically have the complete lay of the land as survival hangs by a thread. Nurse Jean and Han Feng skidded down to the affected camera as survival hangs by a thread. To do some upkeep due to the increasingly troublesome snowstorms, as survival hangs by a thread. The CCTVs have been malfunctioning a lot more often as of late, as survival hangs by a thread. While Hanfong was replacing the compromised camera, as survival hangs by a thread. A faint explosion sounded near enough to alarm them, as survival hangs by a thread. The visibility outside is severely limited, as survival hangs by a thread. So it's hard to determine the source, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng dismissed it as nothing too worrying, as survival hangs by a thread. There are definitely people on the other side of the hill, as survival hangs by a thread. But they should be fine as long as they mind their own business, as survival hangs by a thread. In the afternoon the day after, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng woke up and went about his routine, as survival hangs by a thread. The first thing he did was descend to the second basement, as survival hangs by a thread, and conduct some experiments, as survival hangs by a thread. After all, as survival hangs by a thread. The only thing on his mind is speeding up their garden's progress, as survival hangs by a thread. He got started by sprouting new seeds, as survival hangs by a thread. But getting the hang of the tempo was quite difficult, as survival hangs by a thread. He found that the rhythms he can use for certain plants, as survival hangs by a thread, tend not to work on different ones, as survival hangs by a thread. For every kind of veggie, as survival hangs by a thread. He has to restart from scratch and figure out anew, as survival hangs by a thread. He kept on practicing and doing trial and error for half an hour, as survival hangs by a thread. Today is a bad day to have a plan in the garden, as survival hangs by a thread. In just 30 minutes, Han Feng turned most of their sprouts into coal, as survival hangs by a thread. Thankfully, as survival hangs by a thread. He didn't touch the first batch of vegetables close to being harvested, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe he's overdoing it, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe he only needs a very faint usage to speed up plant growth, as survival hangs by a thread. Risking their progress, as survival hangs by a thread. He tried exposing the first batch to just a little bit of green light, as survival hangs by a thread. For another half hour, he's careful not to overexpose the greenery, as survival hangs by a thread. So he only uses limited lighting every day, as survival hangs by a thread. On the fifth day, the crew's hard work finally bore fruit, as survival hangs by a thread. Veggies in this case, as survival hangs by a thread. Holding the giant Chinese cabbage pot in his hand, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng could not stop smiling, as survival hangs by a thread. Weirdly enough, he grew a radish shaped like a foot, as survival hangs by a thread. And tomatoes that looked out of this world, as survival hangs by a thread. The worst one, as survival hangs by a thread, is the absolute chungus of a green cabbage isolated in a corner, as survival hangs by a thread. Sure, the vegetables enhanced by his green light microdose look weird, as survival hangs by a thread. But at least they're all healthy, as survival hangs by a thread. In their circumstance, as survival hangs by a thread. They would get anything edible no matter what it looked like, as survival hangs by a thread. That radish foot is very sushi, as survival hangs by a thread. Though, as survival hangs by a thread. They cooked most of their harvest and had an all-vegetable feast, as survival hangs by a thread. All that busy work for 2 weeks was devoured in a single sitting, as survival hangs by a thread. And it was totally worth it, as survival hangs by a thread. Even Demon King had changed her mind about gardening, as survival hangs by a thread. She wants to grow strawberries and honeydew for next time, as survival hangs by a thread. Among all the veggie dishes, as survival hangs by a thread. Their only leftover was a bunch of sautéed green cabbage, as survival hangs by a thread. From that giant thing, no one wanted to touch that stuff anymore, as survival hangs by a thread. They simply have too much of it, as survival hangs by a thread. Moments like this remind Han Fei of Brother Lee, as survival hangs by a thread. That guy could probably finish whatever you put in front of him, as survival hangs by a thread. Without complaints, as survival hangs by a thread. It's already been 2 weeks since he ventured downhill, as survival hangs by a thread. The food supplies they left with are probably depleted by now, as survival hangs by a thread. All Han Feng could do was hope for their safety, as survival hangs by a thread. While they were finishing the feast, as survival hangs by a thread. Another explosion boomed from afar, as survival hangs by a thread. Today is the 6th day that they've been hearing such alarming sounds, as survival hangs by a thread. Confident in their pristine location, as survival hangs by a thread. It's not too big of a worry, as survival hangs by a thread. The explosions only happen once a day anyway, as survival hangs by a thread. 3 days later, the blasts ramped up exponentially, as survival hangs by a thread. This time, a barrage of detonations shook the hillside, as survival hangs by a thread. It's gotten so bad that it is messing with Han Feng's peaceful life, as survival hangs by a thread. Those annoying eruptions are getting under his skin, as survival hangs by a thread. Finally, he grabbed a ladder and climbed to the villa's roof, as survival hangs by a thread, to scout what exactly was happening down there, as survival hangs by a thread. Even with the help of his binoculars, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng could not make out what was happening in the other icy hills, as survival hangs by a thread. He wonders who's brave enough to cause such wild commotion, as survival hangs by a thread. The culprit must not be afraid to reveal their location, as survival hangs by a thread. Although there's still quite a bit of distance from the villa, as survival hangs by a thread. If the bombing continues to get closer, as survival hangs by a thread, it will definitely prove troublesome, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng doesn't want to test, as survival hangs by a thread. If his strengthening can withstand a full-on blast, as survival hangs by a thread. The problem is their wall, as survival hangs by a thread. It's a bit too low and thin, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe you should do some more remodeling, as survival hangs by a thread. Although what's happening out there is still a mystery, as survival hangs by a thread. Upgrading their walls to be taller and thicker, just in case, as survival hangs by a thread. Sounds like a good plan. QQ doesn't have any cement in her storage, as survival hangs by a thread. So conventional means are not an option, as survival hangs by a thread. Thankfully, they already have the materials ready to use, as survival hangs by a thread. Piled up nearby, they have tons of rocks lying around, as survival hangs by a thread. Dug up from the basement first, as survival hangs by a thread. They pile up the stones neatly, as survival hangs by a thread. Then you just pour some water over that thing, as survival hangs by a thread. Before long, the water will freeze and form a pretty strong ice wall, as survival hangs by a thread. That will never melt with the temperature at a constant low, as survival hangs by a thread. An ice wall filled with stones can even be stronger than as survival hangs by a thread. Regular cement wall. The Three Stooges went all out on this new project, as survival hangs by a thread. They built taller and thicker, as survival hangs by a thread. Each one playing their role diligently, as survival hangs by a thread. When the stones ran out, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng got some more by tearing down the empty villas next to theirs, as survival hangs by a thread. With non-stop hard labor, as survival hangs by a thread. They completed the giant ice wall in just 3 days, as survival hangs by a thread. They built that thing so tall that it covered the whole house, as survival hangs by a thread. They can finally rest easy for now, as survival hangs by a thread. The bombers, as survival hangs by a thread. Didn't even give them a moment to appreciate their handiwork, as survival hangs by a thread. The explosion started once more, as survival hangs by a thread. This time, as survival hangs by a thread. The blasts are near enough to be clearly visible from the villa, as survival hangs by a thread. To make matters worse, as survival hangs by a thread. The blast epicenters are getting nearer with every explosion, as survival hangs by a thread. The bombing increased in volume, as survival hangs by a thread. The next one hit one of the villas in the neighborhood, as survival hangs by a thread. The blast sent debris flying all over the hillside, as survival hangs by a thread. Some of them even hit the newly constructed ice wall, as survival hangs by a thread. Up on the roof, Han Feng was grazed by a tiny wild stone, as survival hangs by a thread. That little thing flew so fast that it cut his cheek, as survival hangs by a thread. They're lucky to have finished the wall when they did, as survival hangs by a thread. It could have been really bad if they hadn't, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng hurried back inside the house, as survival hangs by a thread, and urged the girls to get to the second basement, as survival hangs by a thread. They hid in the underground garden for exactly half a day, as survival hangs by a thread, before heading back up on the second night, as survival hangs by a thread. While he was bathing, as survival hangs by a thread. The bombardments restarted and nearly drowned him in shock, as survival hangs by a thread. He had to hurry to the basement with just a towel to cover his junk, as survival hangs by a thread. On the morning of the third day, as survival hangs by a thread. The villa right next to theirs got blown to bits, as survival hangs by a thread. And one of the bombs directly hit the ice wall, as survival hangs by a thread. In the afternoon of the fourth day, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng was about to drop a bomb in the toilet, as survival hangs by a thread. When the real bombs made him pucker back up, as survival hangs by a thread. To make matters worse, he almost exposed his Johnson to the Demon King, as survival hangs by a thread. On the fifth day, he's finally had enough, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng grabbed his sniper rifle and put on ski gear, as survival hangs by a thread. Ready to venture out into the war zone, as survival hangs by a thread. They've been hiding in the basement every day, as survival hangs by a thread. They can't eat, drink, or sleep properly, as survival hangs by a thread. His torturous arm to the teeth, as survival hangs by a thread. Pissed off and absolutely dripped out of his mind, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng intends to find out who's the madman, as survival hangs by a thread. Turning the icy world into their personal bomb site, as survival hangs by a thread. He reminded the girls to take care of themselves, as survival hangs by a thread, and follow their protocol, as survival hangs by a thread. Until he gets back, the ski down the hill went on without a hitch, as survival hangs by a thread. On the way down, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng saw the destruction caused by those bombardments up close, as survival hangs by a thread. For the first time, as survival hangs by a thread. He found remnants of military uniforms scattered around the area, as survival hangs by a thread. A sign that the military might be involved, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe that Big Baby and Captain Scar are mixed into this bullshit, as survival hangs by a thread. As he went farther and farther into the center of chaos, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng saw more and more blown up corpses along the way to be safe, as survival hangs by a thread. He decided to go to higher ground to observe the situation below, as survival hangs by a thread. The higher he got, the worse the cold got, as survival hangs by a thread. It was very tough on his lungs, as survival hangs by a thread. Looking through the binoculars, as survival hangs by a thread. He found a huge cave, as survival hangs by a thread. That looked like a secret military facility of some sort, as survival hangs by a thread. Hidden up in the walls were a bunch of cannons, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe those are the source of his headache for the past few days, as survival hangs by a thread. Outside the cave's entrance, as survival hangs by a thread. The soldiers were acting sneaky, as survival hangs by a thread. As though their enemy was inside, as survival hangs by a thread. Then, as survival hangs by a thread. They entered the complex while letting their trigger fingers go nuts, as survival hangs by a thread. Maybe this is some sort of internal strife, as survival hangs by a thread. Before the soldiers could fully funnel into the cave, as survival hangs by a thread. They were vigorously blown out by a domineering invisible force, as survival hangs by a thread. One soldier was pushed out, as survival hangs by a thread. High enough to land where Han Feng was spying, as survival hangs by a thread. When he carefully looked at the poor sap, as survival hangs by a thread. All he saw was a pile of mangled body parts, as survival hangs by a thread. It seems like that group of soldiers got wiped out, as survival hangs by a thread. In just a few seconds, turning his attention back to the cave, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng saw a group calmly walking out, as survival hangs by a thread. There were 3 of them, a little girl with a bazooka in hand, as survival hangs by a thread. A little boy who had some decent drip, as survival hangs by a thread. And a white-haired woman wearing glasses and a stylish coat, as survival hangs by a thread. For a split second, as survival hangs by a thread. She looked as though she had just detected something interesting, as survival hangs by a thread. The woman looked directly at Han Feng's concealed position and smiled, as survival hangs by a thread. Her purple eyes bewitching, as survival hangs by a thread. This is peak mommy design, as survival hangs by a thread. If you ask me, Han Feng felt his blood run cold, as survival hangs by a thread. He was hundreds of meters away and above her, as survival hangs by a thread. But he felt like a helpless prey being hunted, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng stayed in a prone position, as survival hangs by a thread. No survival instincts at all, as survival hangs by a thread. When he looked through the binoculars a second time, as survival hangs by a thread. He saw the little girl holding the bazooka, as survival hangs by a thread. Aiming at him with an unhinged smile, as survival hangs by a thread. She pulled the trigger as survival hangs by a thread, and blew up the top of the hill he was hiding on as survival hangs by a thread. Fortunately, as survival hangs by a thread, he managed to slide out of the blast radius in the nick of time as survival hangs by a thread. It is basically confirmed that he was spotted from afar somehow as survival hangs by a thread. Those three are bad news as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng decided to hide further before deciding on his next decision as survival hangs by a thread. Following the explosion, sounds of gunfire filled the air as survival hangs by a thread. There were still some surviving soldiers as survival hangs by a thread, trying to hold their ground against the trio as survival hangs by a thread. They are fearfully retreating while emptying their mags as survival hangs by a thread. Unfortunately for these helpless soldiers, as survival hangs by a thread, the little boy is there to cut their escape route as survival hangs by a thread. By manipulating the snow to surge like a tidal wave as survival hangs by a thread. He did so while wearing a blank expression on his face as survival hangs by a thread. When he pressed down harder, as survival hangs by a thread, the snow imploded and caused a massive icy blast as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng has to accept that he is out of his depth at this point as survival hangs by a thread. The implosion caused an avalanche as survival hangs by a thread, and he was in no position to dodge this one as survival hangs by a thread. Tons of snow came rampaging down the hill unimpeded as survival hangs by a thread. It went on for seemingly forever until the terrain was altered as survival hangs by a thread. Once things have calmed down a little bit, as survival hangs by a thread, a red spark can be seen leaking out of the snowy surface as survival hangs by a thread. Using his red light, as survival hangs by a thread, Hanfeng managed to dig his way out of the deadly pile as survival hangs by a thread. With another person in tow, as survival hangs by a thread. He almost got smothered to death as survival hangs by a thread, but he survived with quick thinking as survival hangs by a thread. Now he's dragging an unconscious soldier down the snowy path as survival hangs by a thread. Luckily, he spotted a dam and moved to use it as cover as survival hangs by a thread. Otherwise, he would have been pressed down by that white mass as survival hangs by a thread. Miserably dragged to his death as survival hangs by a thread. That little as survival hangs by a thread. Nonchalant boy must have the ability to control ice and snow as survival hangs by a thread. That's the most overpowered ability in this apocalyptic snowscape as survival hangs by a thread. Hopefully the soldier he rescued as survival hangs by a thread will be able to provide him with some useful information as survival hangs by a thread about that 3-person army as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng walked around for a little bit as survival hangs by a thread and finally found a building as survival hangs by a thread, high enough not to be completely buried by the snow slip as survival hangs by a thread. He dragged the soldier into a derelict room as survival hangs by a thread and tied that dude up for safety as survival hangs by a thread. Now that they're out of danger, as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng slapped the man with his gun for a wake-up call as survival hangs by a thread. When the soldier opened his eyes as survival hangs by a thread, he immediately folded and begged for his life as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng hasn't even asked his questions yet as survival hangs by a thread. And the dude is already down a snitch as survival hangs by a thread. He had thought of so many interrogation methods as survival hangs by a thread. It's a bummer he won't be able to use them today as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng pulled out a chair as survival hangs by a thread and demanded to know about that woman as survival hangs by a thread and those kids who dog-walked an entire military complex as survival hangs by a thread. The soldier shuddered at the mention of his worst nightmare as survival hangs by a thread. Those three are simply inhuman as survival hangs by a thread. One practices ice magic, the other can release energy waves as survival hangs by a thread. And the last one is a walking bomb as survival hangs by a thread. Hanfeng, as survival hangs by a thread, demanded a more thorough description of those superhuman abilities as survival hangs by a thread, starting with the woman as survival hangs by a thread. That dummy mommy can release energy waves at the wave of her hand as survival hangs by a thread. With a simple gesture, as survival hangs by a thread. She can send an entire battalion flying like loose kites as survival hangs by a thread. The crazy little girl is an explosion as survival hangs by a thread. Magic superhuman that can turn anything into a deadly bomb as survival hangs by a thread. And that boy is a menace to society, as survival hangs by a thread. He can freely manipulate ice and snow, as survival hangs by a thread, making him untouchable, as survival hangs by a thread. While the soldier is cursing out the superhumans, as survival hangs by a thread, for being monstrous beasts, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng is deep in thought, as survival hangs by a thread. Given his own overpowered abilities, as survival hangs by a thread. He can't really fault those three for using theirs freely, as survival hangs by a thread. As time goes by, as survival hangs by a thread, more and more superhumans are cropping up left and right, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng has one more question for the poor soldier boy, as survival hangs by a thread. He wanted to know, as survival hangs by a thread, who is directly responsible for the bombing near the hillside villa, as survival hangs by a thread. The soldiers swore that they had nothing to do with the bombardments, as survival hangs by a thread. Their camp has long been taken over by those three monsters, as survival hangs by a thread. Today was actually the battalion's last effort to retake the camp, as survival hangs by a thread. After getting reinforcements from their HQ, as survival hangs by a thread. Those bombings still piss Han Feng off, as survival hangs by a thread. But punishing the culprit might be easier said than done, as survival hangs by a thread. The corpses that he passed by on the hills earlier, as survival hangs by a thread, were most likely killed by that woman and her gremlins, as survival hangs by a thread. How can you even go against such an outrageously overpowered bunch, as survival hangs by a thread? The fact that their peaceful life is being threatened by lunatics, as survival hangs by a thread, really grinds Han Feng's gears, as survival hangs by a thread. Since he has found the answers he's looking for, as survival hangs by a thread. He lets the soldier go freely, as survival hangs by a thread, afraid that he would change his mind, as survival hangs by a thread. The soldier boy ran into the snow, as survival hangs by a thread, without even asking to be freed from his restraints, as survival hangs by a thread. It's all good, he will never need his hands anyway, as survival hangs by a thread. As soon as he came out to the open field, as survival hangs by a thread, he was blown up and deleted from existence, as survival hangs by a thread. What followed was a series of explosions that covered the general area, as survival hangs by a thread. Where Han Feng was hiding, as survival hangs by a thread. One of the bombs nearly blasted him off the face of the earth, as survival hangs by a thread. But Han Feng managed to reinforce the wall in time to shield himself, as survival hangs by a thread. Those bombardments weren't just random blasts, as survival hangs by a thread. They were clearly aiming to blow him up with accuracy, as survival hangs by a thread. He made sure to hide multiple hills, as survival hangs by a thread, away from those discerning monsters, as survival hangs by a thread. But he still got discovered, as survival hangs by a thread. The three-man army wasn't even in a hurry, as survival hangs by a thread. They're still in the military complex, as survival hangs by a thread. And the little girl is flexing, as survival hangs by a thread. The destructive abilities, as survival hangs by a thread, that she has been practicing for the past couple of days, as survival hangs by a thread. Dummy Mommy sensed that after the barrage, as survival hangs by a thread. Their target's ability signature didn't disappear, as survival hangs by a thread. On the contrary, they became stronger, as survival hangs by a thread. Whoever it is they are targeting, as survival hangs by a thread. He must be powerful enough to survive both an avalanche and bombs, as survival hangs by a thread. The woman ordered a few more explosives for good measure, as survival hangs by a thread. If the target lives, they will make chase, as survival hangs by a thread. They can't let a possible enemy go free, as survival hangs by a thread. The little boy seemed enthusiastic about the whole thing, as survival hangs by a thread. But the crazy explosive girl was pumped back in his hidey hole, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng slumped into his chair, as survival hangs by a thread. Today is full of deadly close calls, as survival hangs by a thread. He briefly considered bringing the fight to the enemies, as survival hangs by a thread. But fighting three superhumans 3-on-1 is a one-way ticket to hell, as survival hangs by a thread. If he runs back home, now the bombings will probably continue, as survival hangs by a thread. For the sake of a peaceful future, as survival hangs by a thread. Han Feng must take it upon himself, as survival hangs by a thread, to get rid of the threat to his way of living, as survival hangs by a thread.